Welcome. I'm Ada Kay, your deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama, providing ASL interpretation when possible, while making justice accessible to everyone. Grab your favorite cup of Java and let's dive in.
President jury's not here yet.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining. Today we're in day 2 of the sentencing phase of this Jose Antonio Soto-Escalera trial. I am still at the hospital with my friend. We hope to go home today, but we are streaming remotely. All right, so blessings and thank you so much for joining us. Let's hop into trial.
With regard to the instructions that I'm going to give the jury, Mr. Burns has supplied a list of mitigators that he's going to be relying
I'm sorry, y'all. You might want to try it. Yeah, you just grab the captioning, click it with your mouse when it's talking. You have to wait till they're talking. Click it with your mouse and just slide it up. Okay, I'm going to pop out on.
The first one is a statutory mitigator, no significant history of prior criminal activity. Is that the only one on there that's a statutory mitigator?
I believe it is, Judge, and I think the state will not object to that. We may ask the court to announce to the jury that aggravator, that mitigator is stipulated to, and just ask you to read the definition from the instructions.
Question I have is, rather than me read the whole 3 pages of the mitigators that he's going to be arguing to the jury, whether it's sufficient for me to read on the jury instructions 1 and 2, which is no significant history of prior criminal activity, and then the existence of any other factors in the defendant's character, background, or life, or the circumstances of the offense that would mitigate against the imposition of the death penalty, and let the defense argue, and you could even list out, if you wished, on a computer or otherwise, the list there, rather than have me speak it in the instructions.
Well, that's fine. As long as I do want the jury to have in the room with them a list, so that they're not relying on their memory for 28 possible mitigators.
Any objection to that?
The aggravators are listed, of course, right on the verdict form.
That's true.
Judge, could I just have a minute?
Sure.
I want to call my supervisor.
Sure.
Thank you. Your Honor, one of the jurors is running 15 minutes late. He's full over for speed.
Okay.
I thought that was going to happen. And Don, some of these mitigators will come in through evidence from the witnesses this morning.
Sure. Yeah.
Hey, we've got the time, so we got 15-minute delay at least.
Right. And just so Mr. Richardson knows in the court, if my position is written list goes back, or court reads the mitigators as part of the instructions separately.
Okay.
In other words, an expansion of number 2.
Right.
Okay.
All right, we go off the record, let the state ponder that. back on the record too, I just had my judicial assistant scan and email me what you have here. So kind of throwing that out there too. I don't know if the state would agree, but there's probably a way for you to use their screen during your closing argument to put them on the screen if you wanted to do that as you go
I
through.
want to attempt that.
Okay.
With my hands on any controls here.
Gotcha.
I'm a boomer.
I understand.
Judge, I have the state's position regarding the list of mitigators.
Go ahead.
After consultation, our position is that the court should simply read what is in a standard instruction regarding the non-statutory mitigators and do not list all of the non-statutory mitigators in the jury instructions. And also, we object to any list going back to the jury room with them to assist them in their deliberations.
The defense on that? Anything further?
There's nothing unduly prejudicial about letting them have the list. They have the list of the aggravators. Fair play, it seems to me.
Since we have the time, do y'all want to take a look at if there's any case law directly on this point to assist me at determination? No.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
we found one case already. It's Brady versus State, Brady. It's 111 Southern 3rd, 810. It's a 2012 case from the Supreme Court. In that case, the court was confronted with, it looks like, an identical request. They requested 25 separate mitigators to be presented to the jury, and the trial court denied it, and the trial court's decision was affirmed.
What's the citation again?
It is 111 Southern 3rd, 810. It's page 856, 857. And we'll keep looking for additional cases.
Okay. I'm reviewing that case. While you're looking there, I'm inclined to sustain the state's objection to me listing them out in the actual jury instructions because I'm going to be reading them. And the nature of those is such that I think it borders on the court commenting in the evidence because there's so many of them are overlapping and they're so numerous. However, the issue about sending the list back to assist the jury, I think carries more weight, and I'm more susceptible to granting that than the other, because as Mr. Burns says, the list of the aggravating factors are there for the jury, for the state position, but they would have to rely on their memory without having something listed out. And perhaps if I took, which I now have, if I took Mr. Burns' document and I entitled it defense argued or proposed mitigators, just to assist the jury in recalling the evidence. Not sure that that's really, it's a little outside the box, but given the nature of the proceeding, not sure that, that's a different argument, different request. I don't know if there's any case law directly addressing that particular point.
If it makes any difference at all in your reckoning, if no list, I understand that there will be no reading of the individual mitigators. You will stick to the script as far as the standard instruction. You are open-minded at this point as far as submitting a list back to the jury to help them in their consideration. If that does not happen, just so everyone knows, I will be asking every juror to pull out their pen and their pad, and we'll go and make a list contemporaneously.
What I could also do is on the instructions, which go back to the jury room as well, I could put under number 2, the existence of any other factors in Soto-Escalera's character, background, or life, or the circumstances of the offense that would mitigate against the imposition of the death penalty. And I could put in parentheses, attached to these instructions is the proposed list to be argued by the defense. And then they could use that as a reference. I wouldn't go through them myself, but they would be there for that. I think out of family to argue, your argument, the best argument you made was something like what's good for the goose is good for the gander, equal playing field type of argument. It's just true. I mean, I'm not suggesting in the instructions these all exist. The jury's still instructed they have to be proved by the greater weight of the evidence. They can reject them, but just for their purpose, this is what's there for time purposes.
And Judge, if I may address the state's case, Brady v. State, regarding mitigation, all that it's talking about, it doesn't talk about sending a mitigation list back to the jury on Head Note 73. What it is talking about is that the court required the defense counsel to argue all non-statutory mitigating factors as one factor. I think that the law has changed since then.
That caught my eye too. Not that it's, I'm not sure that the case stands for that proposition, but the trial judge said that, and that caught my eye that that's not a correct statement of the law. They're not all one grouped. Some of them could be grouped. Like in your list, some of them could be grouped, but they're definitely all related to different, many of them relate to different facets and would be different mitigating circumstances. So that would be problematic.
And I think that's why it has a yellow flag, Judge.
All right, I'm going to, unless the state can show me otherwise, I think out of fairness, would take the defense list and incorporate them into the end of the instruction, just as a reference for the jury to go back with them, but not go through them when I read them.
So you're gonna give them the list of the non-statutory?
At the end of the instructions, I will copying and pasting it into the end of the instructions.
The only other case we found was Smith versus State, 998 Southern Second, 516. Trial court did not abuse its discretion during penalty phase of capital murder trial by denying defendant's request for a jury instruction regarding his list of non-statutory mitigating factors. Trial court denied the request, noting that counsel could argue all the particulars supported by the evidence, but that the court would give the standard catch-all instruction. So I guess that's just the only other case that we found in searching right now.
I'm going to add it sort of as an addendum to the instructions under number 2, the existence of any other factors. I'm going to put in parentheses, a list is attached here too for your reference regarding the defendant's proposed factors. And then I'll entitle it the defendant's proposed factors and I think that's within my discretion to do that, given the nature of the proceeding. I think that's fair, as Mr. Burns argued. It's good for the goose is good for the gander. There's a unseemly imbalance, and here are your aggravators. I realize that the nature of the instructions is they're statutory, non-statutory, but what we do with the jury for purposes of the determination, there's no difference. A mitigator is a mitigator, just some are listed out and others aren't. So puts it on a balanced playing field for that.
The only other additional thing I would add, Judge, is I believe he still should be required to elicit evidence to establish all of this.
Oh, absolutely. These are proposed instructions. And when we get to that point, if you think any of them were not suggested by the evidence, so I could strike them.
Right, I would anticipate we would have to take a few moments to.
Yeah, we'll still have it.
Once the
Yeah.
defense evidence is.
But this helps quite a bit.
Yes.
I think it helps both sides quite a bit. And it saves Mr. Burns from doing what he said there too. They don't need to take notes. They have the list that back there. Out of fairness, I think that's just fair. The instructions don't dictate to them that these have been established. They're just proposed. The instructions particularly tell them it's the defendant's burden to prove that one or more mitigating circumstances exist. There's a whole paragraph on that. Greater weight of the evidence. And so I think that's all fair. So I'll keep that hold it in abeyance when we get to the actual charge conference to determine if that something on the list should go back. We'll make that determination, which is probably helpful too, because it's kind of a motion to eliminate. Mr. Burns intends to argue it. So if you don't feel the evidence, there's no evidence of it, I would preclude that. He may, depending on what the people say, there was some type of a concession yesterday in his opening statement that typical with litigation, you think you know what people are going to say, but you're not actually sure how it's going to come out when they actually take the stand. So it's possible that you may think that's going to be said, but it may not come across that way.
That's the beauty about testimony, Judge.
Yeah, that's why this is a low stress occupation for lawyers, right? All right, so we've got that, and you've been able to talk to the witnesses. You have, is it 4 people that flew down? They're all Spanish speaking. We have Miss Valdivieso. She's out in the hallway. Oh, there she is. Okay. So now she's actually testified before in the guilt phase of the trial. And I've already sworn you for purposes of the trial, so I actually don't need to do that before the jury. I'll just remind them of who you are when we get to these witnesses. Are going to testify through the interpreter. What's that?
We may only have one Spanish.
Okay. All right. And I'll reiterate the instruction about using her translation as the proper translation, since she's the court certified interpreter. How we doing on our,
Last one just walked through the front door.
okay, so we still have some, any other issues to address before we get ready to get started?
None from the state.
Well, one thing, Judge, just so you know, Mr. Richardson, he might take as an instance of fair play. He may have his reasons, but the state is going to permit some sworn deposition testimony to be entered as part of the defense penalty phase case, and that would be the deposition of a lady named Meline. And we will adopt the same method, I think, that the state used in presenting it with two people doing a question and answer.
Okay,
Just so you know.
okay,
The state has no objection.
okay. All right, so we'll go off the record, just waiting the jurors all to be ready to come in. discussion? Go ahead.
You said proposed factors, should it be proposed circumstances? You said-
Yeah, that's better. I'll change that. I'll put mitigating circumstances.
Yes, sir. That's how it was referred to earlier in the
Right.
instruction.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. I'll change it on the top of the list too. On the addendum.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Like the jury's ready to go. Y'all ready for the jury? Need a second? Take your time. Let me know.
Just so we want to be all on the same page
Sure.
regarding this stipulated transfer.
Gotcha. Go off the record.
Sherry, come.
All right, we're all ready for the jury. Let's bring the jury. We'll get started. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And of course, let me remind you, the trial continues. Don't form any definite or fixed opinion about what we're doing at this time until you've heard all of the evidence, the arguments by the attorneys, and the instructions on the law by me. Also, make sure to confine your decision in this case to the proper evidence and nothing else, so don't speak to anyone, including your fellow jurors, about the case until you begin to deliberate, of course, with regard to your fellow jurors. We continue on with the defense mitigation case, and Mr. Burns, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. May we have Ms. Sherry Schwartz to the witness chair?
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Burns has advised me he intends to read a deposition. Is that correct, Mr.?
It is. It is a transcript of a deposition, Your Honor.
And this person is not the deponent. This person is just being used to facilitate the presentation of the evidence to you. So she does not need to be sworn as a witness at this time. She's being used as a conduit, if you remember in the guilt phase of the trial, it's the same procedure the state used with regard to their conduit witness, just to put the evidence before you. And Mr. Burns, if you want to explain to the jury what the item is.
Thank you, Judge. Right. A couple of months ago, a lady that we of the defense had hoped to use as a witness came and gave a deposition. The way it works in Florida, if the state lists witnesses, we get to ask them questions. It's a deposition. And when we of the defense list witnesses, the state gets to ask them questions. So there's no trial by ambush or anything in Florida. And in a deposition, the witnesses are sworn to answer truthfully. So this is a lady who came in. Her name is Meline Cologne. She spoke and gave this deposition under oath on July 7th, 2025. And with the agreement of the state, we're going to, and following the methodology that they used earlier in their case in chief, we're going to read it to you. I will be playing the part of Mr. Richardson, who was asking the questions. I feel like I should borrow his white hair for this role. But I will be playing the part of Mr. Richardson, and Ms. Schwartz here, who is my mitigation specialist in the case, will be reading Ms. Cologne's words. Okay? Are you ready, Ms. Schwartz?
I'm ready.
All right, we're on page 3, gentlemen. Go ahead and state your name for the record, please.
Meline Cologne.
Okay, and a few background questions. Have you ever been arrested before?
Yes.
Okay, for what?
Driving on a suspended license.
Okay, what county was that in?
That was here when I moved. I want to say probably 2007, 2008.
Okay, and I assume that was a misdemeanor?
Yes.
Okay, and were you convicted?
I had to do probation.
Okay, gotcha. Any other arrests?
No.
Have you ever been convicted of a felony?
No.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime of dishonesty, such as theft or worthless checks or things of that nature?
Hold on. I think it was also when I moved here, like an $11 check from Publix, but that was a long time ago.
Okay, was that in St. Lucie County?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall what happened to that?
No, they stated that I had insufficient funds in my account. It was like $11 and some change. That's how I found out, because I got arrested on Halloween night. I was on the passenger side and the driver pulled over because I was sick, and they took me to jail, and not the driver, because they said I had a warrant out for my arrest for an $11 check, which I didn't remember.
Okay,
But that was like when I first moved here.
okay. And how do you know Jose Soto-Escalera?
He's the father of my child.
Okay, and when did you first meet him?
I moved here 2007. I probably met him probably the same year that I moved here, because I had Antonio. Wait, about the end of 2007, beginning of 2008.
Okay, you said several times you moved here to Florida. Where did you move from?
Michigan, Detroit.
Detroit, Michigan?
Uh-huh.
Okay, and how did you meet Jose?
Social media,
Okay,
MySpace.
on MySpace?
Uh-huh.
So the days before Facebook.
Correct. That's when I found out. I'm like, oh, what was his name? Tom? I'm like, he owes me child support.
Okay, gotcha. And you never married Jose?
No,
You were never married to him,
no,
but you did have a child.
correct.
What is the child's name?
Antonio Escalera,
Okay, and what is his date of birth?
10/20/08.
Okay, and how long were you in a relationship with Jose Soto-Escalera?
It wasn't long in the beginning because I moved here in 2007. We met, I ended up pregnant. We moved in November.
Moved in together in November?
Moved in together in November
Okay,
of 2007. And then we split up after I found out I was pregnant because he was in another relationship with somebody else. I was the rebound girl and I didn't know.
okay.
Uh-huh.
So how many months would you say you were in a romantic relationship with Jose Soto-Escalera?
I came here before July 4 because it was my birthday, September. So probably July, August, September, October, like 4 or 5 months.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Did you maintain a relationship with Jose Soto-Escalera after you had your child, Antonio?
As in romantically, we did try to make it work for about a year, and then we split up again because we figured it was better off us being friends.
Okay.
Because Jose kept me and the other girl.
And you're motioning with your hands. Do you mean he was having
Back and forth.
relationships with other women?
Myself and the other girl he was with before I found out.
Okay, gotcha. And after the romantic relationship was completely severed,
Uh-huh.
did you maintain any kind of relationship with Jose?
Yes.
Okay.
We're friends.
Okay, so you're still his friend.
Absolutely.
Okay, and did he pay you child support?
No, he didn't have to. We had an agreement that he would take Antonio. When he would drop him off on Sundays, he would bring groceries, school supplies when it was time for school. I would get him his shoes because I'm very picky about the sneakers. He would get him clothes and supplies. And then him and his wife would pay for the Boys and Girls Club.
Okay, and did Jose actually honor that agreement?
Yeah,
He did.
yeah.
So Jose does not owe you any additional money?
No, I don't. I mean, you have a responsibility. You know, we made a kid together. This is what you do. This is what I do.
Okay, gotcha. And what do you do for a living?
I'm a receptionist. I work at a doctor's office.
At a doctor's office?
Uh-huh.
We have a birthday girl in the house.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday
Come on,
to you.
play. It's not playing. Can y'all play the happy birthday song? It's not playing.
To you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday.
Happy
to
birthday to you.
many, many, many more years of blessings
Happy birthday.
and Are y'all able to play the
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, love. I hope it's a good one. Okay, resume play.
Okay, great. During the entire length of your relationship with Jose Soto-Escalera, has he ever been violent with you?
No, he actually helped me out because I came from Michigan because of a domestic violence situation with my older 2 children. I sent my older son here with my mom, and then the last straw for me was when their father broke into my 2nd-story home. I thought I was going to be dead, so I took my younger son, my middle child, and moved over here to Florida.
Okay.
And then I met him. That's why, I don't know, it was just fast. But he showed my second son how to ride a bike. My second son says that's his father. And then I ended up pregnant with Antonio.
Okay. And you said Jose helped you following the domestic violence?
He made me feel secure, made sure that I was okay being in another relationship because I was with my first kid's father for like almost 10 years.
Okay. And how exactly did he help you feel secure?
How do we say? We have setbacks like PTSD. I've had a lot of triggering moments, as in if I see an argument, like if we're having a conversation and it gets a little bit heated and you're confronting me, that makes me pull back because of the situation that I was in before. And he just never made me feel like I needed to be worried about going into another room or going to spend the night at my mom's house. I was never scared. Even I'm a little hot-headed, so I would be the aggressive one and I would start things and he would just leave and then come back.
Okay. Okay. It sounds like you guys had a fairly deep relationship. Is that fair to say?
We did. I mean, coming from where I came from to then coming here to meeting him is completely different. Living in Detroit, coming to Florida is just like, wow, you know, the people are different, the atmosphere, the way you dress, the way you talk, family-wise. It was just, everything was there. Him and his family, me and my kids, they invited us everywhere and never was like worried about leaving my kids with him. It was never that feeling.
Would you say you had a close relationship with Jose?
Yes,
Okay.
I think we still do.
Still do?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay. Meaning that you would talk about things that perhaps you would not talk about with an acquaintance or simply a friend?
Correct, because I would feel he would never judge me.
Okay, so Jose was non-judgmental.
No,
And you would share things with him on an emotional level that you would not necessarily share with somebody else?
correct.
Okay, and did that street run both ways? Did Jose share things with you?
I thought he did until I found out that I was the second girl
Okay.
and I was not the main one. But he was very good with it. You know, he would say that because he was security, so he would work during the day and then he did security at the bars at night. So that made me feel like, okay, he's doing his work. He needs to come home because he needs to make sure everybody is home after 2 o'clock, after 3 o'clock when they close the bars.
Okay. Did Jose ever share anything with you regarding his childhood, the way he was brought up, anything of that nature?
I do not know about him when his first children's mother got together in Connecticut. He told me about that story.
Tell me about that.
How they moved over here. They were young. She was a little bit older than him. So he was kind of like in the streets being a rebel, not going to school. And then his mom didn't force him to go to school. He met some Hispanic family, which they call themselves brothers now. They all moved over here together when Aracelis was pregnant with their first child.
Okay, you said the name of a woman. Can you repeat that?
Aracelis.
How do you spell that?
Aracelis, I don't know. I know her last name is Lopez. That would be his first children's mother.
His first child's mother's name is Aracelis Lopez.
Correct.
And how old was Jose when he fathered that child, if you know?
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, 16, I think, around there.
Okay, have you ever met that child?
Yes,
What is that child's name?
Jose.
Jose Soto-Escalera Jr.?
I don't know if he has the Soto-Escalera because after a certain amount of years, they found out that he was not his child.
They found out that,
Aracelis told Jose after, I think 18 or 19 years old, she called Jose and Jose Jr. and had a sit down and told them, hey, by the way, he's not yours, but Damien is. So I feel like if he was about to snap on anybody at that moment, he should have, because that's, excuse my language, pretty shitty. But if she wasn't certain as well, maybe that's probably why it was never brought up.
okay, so let me just fill in some blanks. The person who told Jose,
Is the mother.
okay, just to be clear, so Miss Enlow here is taking down everything that we say.
Oh, okay.
So I know it's hard to, we don't have conversations like this normally, but
Uh-huh.
if you could just wait until I finish my question before you answer, I'd appreciate that.
Okay.
It just makes her job easier.
No problem.
So the person who told Jose that Jose Jr. is not Jose Sr.'s father is, what is her name?
Aracelis Lopez.
Lopez?
Lopez, uh-huh.
Okay, gotcha. And you also mentioned the name Damien.
That's their second child. Jose has 4 children.
So Damien, and what's Damien's last name?
Escalera.
Okay, and Damien is the son of Aracelis.
Lopez, correct.
Okay, and so what you're saying is that Damien is the biological child of Jose Soto-Escalera.
Yes.
Okay, and the source of your information for this story
Uh-huh.
is Jose Soto-Escalera.
Yes.
He told you that.
Yes.
Okay. Have you spoken to Aracelis?
Yes.
Okay, did she give you the same account?
Yes.
Okay, have you spoken to Damien?
Yes.
Okay, does Damien give you the same account?
It was conversated once. They're really kind of private with themselves, so it's not something that we just bring up. But it was known once everybody found out, and that was left alone.
Okay.
But Jose still treated Jose Jr. as his own.
As far as you know, did Jose Soto-Escalera treat Damien well?
Yes,
Okay, how do you know that?
because we were together when they would come over, and his third child, which is Joel Maldonado, he would also come over. He's with a different mother.
Okay,
They would come to my house. Aracelis would leave the kids over, but the older 2 were able to travel themselves because they are older children. So they would come to my house without their mother or without Jose being there. They would just come over.
okay. Have you ever seen Jose Soto-Escalera treat any of his children with anything other than respect?
No,
Okay, he's been a good father,
correct.
as far as you can tell.
From my understanding, the first 3 he did pay child support for. The only one was my child because I didn't feel like there was a need because I saw how he took care of his other children. Clothes, shoes, haircuts, whatever they needed, Jose was there.
So obviously, if Jose Soto-Escalera is having this conversation with you and he's telling you these intimate details of his life,
Yes,
did he trust you?
absolutely, because he cried, and he's not much of a crier. He was hurt.
I understand.
Uh-huh.
Okay, let me ask you this. Has Jose Soto-Escalera ever told you anything about being abused as a child?
No,
Okay, as far as you know, was Jose Soto-Escalera ever abused as a child?
no,
Okay, same question for being sexually molested. Has Jose Soto-Escalera ever told you anything about being sexually molested?
no,
Okay, do you know anything about that?
no.
Okay, and I'm not suggesting he was.
Oh, okay. I'm like, what? Oh my God.
No, I'm not suggesting he was. I'm trying to find out if he was.
Okay, phew.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. Did Jose Soto-Escalera ever reveal anything to you about his biological father?
He told me that he moved to Puerto Rico. He really didn't have much of a relationship with him. He told me that he was pretty tall because we were trying to figure out how our son is taller than the other ones. And Jose is not that tall for me. I don't think he is. He's pretty average of a man height. But he's like, oh, he should get that from my father because he's, I think, over six foot or something. That's pretty much the base that we've spoken on his dad. I've never met his mother either.
Okay. Did Jose reveal anything else to you about his life that was upsetting to him, Jose?
Besides that, he really didn't have much of a communication with his dad. No, not really.
Okay, was Jose ever involved in any kind of street gangs or anything while he lived in Connecticut?
That I don't know.
You don't know?
Uh-huh.
Did you still maintain a relationship with Jose in August of 2018?
Yes, absolutely.
When was the last time prior to that date that you had an in-person conversation with Jose Soto-Escalera?
We would see each other every week because he would pick up Antonio every week, every weekend.
Okay, he saw him on the weekend.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
It was either Friday. If he was not there to pick him up, it would be Debbie. But he would make sure that he was there on Sundays because he would bring the groceries to my house.
Okay, but you would see him on the weekends.
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, did you ever see him on like a Thursday night?
Sometimes it depended if my son wanted to go and see his dad because we remained friends and I honestly thought me and his ex-wife were cool too. Like I didn't have any bad vibes or anything towards anybody. So whenever they said, hey, I want to see Antonio, can we meet up or can you bring him by? Antonio was asking me to see his dad. I'll call them. If they're home, I will take him. It can be any day of the week, but mostly I would see him like either Friday or Sunday when it was like pick up or drop off.
Okay.
Or if I had to pick up a check from them for the Boys and Girls Club that they couldn't drop it off, I would swing by their house and they would give it to me and I would give it to them.
Okay. Have you ever seen Jose use was he ever violent with anybody
No.
that you saw?
The most I've seen was somebody that he had to like manhandle to get out of the club because they were about to fight.
Okay. Can you tell me about that?
Just to break up a fight. You know how the security have to grab you by your arms to drag you out and then leave them out, and that's it.
Where was this? You said it was at a club?
It's I'm trying to remember because the club is not open anymore. But you know the turnaround by Jensen where you go to Jensen Beach, you're going over the bridge. You can go right towards Stewart. I think it is, but it has a CVS. I'm trying to remember the name of that place. I believe it's a restaurant now, Copacabana. I think that's what it was called. Yes, he was security there.
Jose worked as security there?
Correct. Uh-huh.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's what it was called, was Copacabana.
And about when did Jose break up that fight? What year? 2018, 2015, 2016?
No, that's when him and I were dating. So like 2011, 2012.
Okay.
Yes, that was back then.
But
when him and I were dating.
That was about the only time that you've ever seen?
Uh-huh, because on Thursdays we used to go to bike night. He used to ride motorcycles. We had our own little, like friends, like our little friend group. We would meet Jetty, Luris, home.
You've never seen Jose be violent?
Uh-huh.
Is that no?
That's a no.
Okay.
Listen, I burned his clothes.
What do you mean by that?
I had a moment. After I had Antonio, he was still with the other girl. I found out, so I took Antonio out of the crib, put him in Jose's truck because Jose had a brand new F-150. It was red 4-door. He had a very nice motorcycle. It was a Thursday and he was out and about, so I found out where the girl lived. I went by her house. I called him because I saw his motorcycle there. They came out. I was the aggressive one. He kind of like picked me up and threw me in the truck and he was like, you can't do this here. You're not in Michigan. You're in Florida. So I went and made a U-turn. I friggin' broke her mailbox, went home, parked his truck, went inside the house, took the baby, put him in the crib, grabbed all his belongings, went outside. I keyed his truck. I burned his clothes.
Okay.
I gave him like 3 or 4 flat tires. I almost busted all his windows. I called his sister and she's like, don't do it, Maddie. But I didn't bust his windows. But I only did, yeah.
Okay.
And he didn't, when he came, he didn't park his motorcycle at home because his motorcycle was his prized possession. It was really nice. So he left it in the middle of the street. And he's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, going crazy. And he's like, they're going to call the cops on us. And I'm like, I don't fucking care. So yeah, And I even took his phone. He was talking to his sister to come pick him up. I even took his phone out of his hand and I broke it in half, and he still didn't even.
Still didn't what?
No, he didn't put his hands on me. He was just trying to calm me down. He's like, I'm so sorry. And I'm like, no, this is when I told you exactly what I was going through and you put me through the same situation and maybe even worse.
Okay, and did the police ever get called?
They did not, thank God, because I was not trying to go to jail with an infant and 2 children at home. It was just a stupid reaction.
Okay. Is there anything else that you can tell me about Jose Soto-Escalera that would assist the court system in figuring out this case?
I honestly feel that he should have been honest on having a relationship with Tanya or having a sexual relationship with her, because it's nothing new that he's always had 2 women in his life, and one of the 2 was always pregnant. It was like a pattern from my understanding. First baby mama, then to second baby mama, and then to me. So he's always had 2 women. So what was the difference in this case? Because you married somebody else, which was older than you?
Uh-huh.
I don't know. It's just weird to me. That's all.
And we will conclude there. Thank you.
All right, and the defense next witness or item of evidence.
Judge, may we have Joanne Stone summoned from the hallway?
Do you swear affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And you may inquire of the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. You see that microphone right in front of you?
I do.
Sit real close to it. Tell us who you are, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Joanne Stone. I am the cousin to Jose Escalera.
Where do you live, Joanne Stone?
I live in Bridgeport, Connecticut.
How long have you lived there?
My entire life, 41 years.
And you said that you are Jose's cousin.
I am.
How well would you characterize that you know him?
Well, Jose and the rest of us were all brought up together. So we're all like brothers and sisters.
The purpose of your testimony is to help the jury learn something about Jose's character.
Right.
What can you tell us about his character? Have you ever seen him to be violent?
He was never violent. He was always humble, very quiet, and he was the fixer. He fixed everything with us. If the girls, there was more girls than there was boys. So the girls argued a lot. Jose would fix it. Jose never showed signs of any anger at all. And he actually left Connecticut because it was becoming very, very violent.
Well, that was going to be one of my questions too. What type of neighborhood did Jose grow up in? Was it violent?
We grew up in a very terrible neighborhood. We lived really up the street from one of the world's worst projects, which was Father Panic Village. And in the 90s, the crime rate had went up, and it went up massively, more so in the 2000 era, and it's actually worse today.
Usually high crime areas go hand in hand with low income. Were you rich, wealthy people?
We were not.
Were you on any government assistance of any sort?
Not that I know of.
What type of work was done by the breadwinners in the family?
Our grandmother was a cook. Jose's dad was a bus driver. His mom was a stay-at-home mom.
A school bus or a city bus?
City bus driver.
And How much schooling did Jose have? Did he graduate high school, if you know?
Well, Jose left at around 16 years of age, so no, he did not graduate high school.
He left for where?
Florida to live.
Did he stay in touch with you?
He stayed in touch with the entire family.
When you mentioned that he would sort of act as a mediator, a peacekeeper among squabbling sisters and cousins, correct?
Right.
Would you characterize Jose as having been a positive influence on you or other family members when he was with you in Connecticut?
Yes. He ended up having a baby, and his decision was to leave and have a better life for his baby. Him and his son's mother left together. I believe she was a little older than he was, if I can remember. I am one of the smaller ones in the family, but I do remember them all really well. And they came here to start a great life, and he did exactly that.
Have you stayed in touch with Jose during these 7 years while he's been in our county jail?
I have not stayed in touch with Jose. He contacts, whoever he speaks to in the family. I hear about anything through my eldest aunt, but I have not. I've been going through my own personal stuff with my children and grandchild.
Okay, but you follow along vicariously through other family members.
Yeah, through the great aunt.
This is the jury who will be making a weighty recommendation to the judge about what should happen to Jose, and the choices are he should be sentenced to death or he should be sentenced to life without parole in Florida prison. What is your position?
Objection.
Sustain the objection.
Is there anything else that you would like the jury to bear in mind while they make their decision?
Yes, I would like the jury to have mercy over him because you guys made your decision, and I respect your decision. But he's not.
Jury should disregard the answer to the question. Objection sustained.
If you have anything that you would like the jury to consider that doesn't have to do with them exercising mercy, anything you want them to, anything you would like them to know about Jose's character?
Well, Jose is a good person. We all went to church. We came from a terrible background, but we all stood together whole as a family. He's a good dad. He's a good friend. He's a good relative. And I just don't know him for this.
Thank you. You have traveled down here from Connecticut to deliver this testimony, yes?
I have.
Thank you very much. That's all I have for you.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so I just want to put a finer point on some of the things that you discussed just now, okay?
Yes.
I believe you said that you knew Jose essentially all his life,
All his life.
right? And you're related how?
I'm his cousin.
You're his cousin, okay. And you lived very close to Jose when he was growing up as a small child, correct?
Yes, we all lived in an apartment building.
Right, so you're familiar with him?
Right.
Okay.
He taught me how to ride a bicycle
Mm-hmm.
and like a really big bike. He taught us everything that we needed to know. He taught us how to be like handy girls, how to use a hammer. He taught us basically what we didn't have a brother, so he was our brother.
Sure. And when you grew up, you had a considerable number of family members around you when
Yes.
he grew up, right?
Right.
Meaning that he was exposed to those family members as well.
Yes, at all times.
Okay. So, and you're familiar with all those folks
Yes.
who lived with him.
Yes.
Okay. So you know that the defendant, first of all, he was never sexually molested, right?
I do know that.
Okay. He was never physically abused, correct?
No, he was not.
Okay. And in fact, you even said that not only was he never emotionally abused,
No.
right? I think you told me out in the hall that nobody had ever even yelled at him when he was a child.
No.
Is that right?
Right.
Okay. Okay. And to put a finer point onto your relationship with him since he moved to Florida. Okay. So
Right.
let's focus in on that. He moved to Florida when he was 16 years old.
Right.
Around 1993.
Right.
Okay. And you would have not, you did not see him physically in person between 1993 and 2018, but just a handful of times.
Right.
If ever.
No, he came a few times
Okay.
to Connecticut, and he stopped to visit us. There was a time I heard he was there. I was down in Jamaica, burying a relative. So there's times where I missed it, but he came and I heard about it.
Okay, okay. But your best estimate would be probably less than 5 times. Is that fair to say?
Right.
Between 93 and 2018?
Right.
Okay. And you haven't had any contact with him, I think you said on direct examination,
Right.
for the last 7 years since he's been incarcerated. Is that
Right.
right? Okay. All right. Thank you, man. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
No, thank you so much, man.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may step down from the witness stand. And the defense next witness or piece of evidence.
May we have Taisha Hernandez called to the stand?
Before we call this witness, we ask her first.
Sure.
Taisha Hernandez.
Do you swear affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, you may inquire of the witness.
Okay, speak right, nice and loud right into that microphone. Tell us who you are.
My name is Taisha Hernandez,
How do you spell your name?
Taisha.
And Hernandez standard?
Yes.
You see Jose?
Yes, I do.
How do you know him?
That's my cousin.
Speak up nice and loud.
That's my cousin.
He's your cousin. Did you and he live together or very near each other in Connecticut?
Yeah, we all lived in a building, all our family members together in one building. Like basically we all left doors open. So it's like we all lived together.
Are you Jose's older or I think you're younger?
I'm the
cousin, right?
youngest cousin. Yes. One of the youngest cousins.
Regarding Bridgeport and your particular neighborhood in it, was it nice? Was it criminal? Was it violent? You tell us.
It's not a place you want to raise your family in. So it's not nice or it's what you make it.
And Jose, as a teenager, left the area
Yes.
to come here to Florida?
Live a better life.
You approve that decision?
Yes, I would too. It was everybody's plan. It's always been on our family's plan to get out of Connecticut and come this way. They'll help me find a job, put the kids in a better school system and stuff like that. He's always caring, always put other people first before him.
When Jose came down here, he worked?
Yes.
And you just told us, I think, even though I don't think you maybe were able to carry through on it, Jose encouraged you and other family members to
To
follow?
help, always help, yep. He was our support system if we come, until we got on our feet.
He encouraged you to a better life.
Yes, always.
Have you observed Jose at any point to be violent?
Never.
Have you observed Jose at any point to exhibit kindness or generosity?
He's always kindness. He would put somebody else first before him. That's how nice he is.
We heard some testimony that some of the female cousins of Jose's might squabble and disagree among each other. How would Jose handle that?
He doesn't like us to be fighting. That's one thing. We're family oriented. We're supposed to be there for each other.
While Jose's been in jail here in Florida on this charge, have you stayed in touch with him?
Yes, I have.
Nice and loud.
Yes, I have.
How?
By phone.
Have you put any money on his canteen account?
No, his mom and my aunt.
What's his mom's name?
Carmen Escalera.
Was Jose able to finish out and obtain a high school diploma, do you know?
I don't think so.
Did Jose grow up in wealth and affluence, or did he not have money?
No, we all struggle. He wasn't raised that way with money.
Is there anything that you would like the jurors here to carry in their minds regarding Jose's character when they figure out what to do here?
Jose is a very loving, kind guy. I mean, I respect the decision you guys made, but that's not the Jose I know. And like I said, he loved his kids, loved his family, always put us first before anything else, and he's over caring. Respectfully, you know, even talking to him from jail, he's always positive and still guides me to today to do better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
for coming to all the questions I have for you. The state may have some questions.
Cross-examination?
No questions.
All right. You may step down. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. And the defense next witness or item of evidence.
Judge, if we could have Monica Ropza.
Face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you.
And you may inquire of the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sit real close to that microphone you see in front of you there and talk up loud. Tell us who you are, ma'am.
I'm Monica Ropza,
And how do you spell your last name, Monica?
Ropiza.
You see Jose over there?
I do.
How do you know him?
That's my cousin.
Did you know Jose in Bridgeport, Connecticut?
I did.
Tell us about the family circumstances there in Bridgeport at that time.
We lived in a rough neighborhood. We stayed pretty close. We were, really family orientated. Jose was like my big brother. He still is. He always made sure that he, did positive things and told us positive stuff.
You would characterize him as a positive influence on you and the others?
Good role model.
The neighborhood was rough. Can you expand on that a little bit for us, please?
We lived where there was drug dealers, people who's always fighting, crazy people around us. We always stayed united as family. We try not to be around stuff like that, try to do good stuff.
But you could not avoid seeing it.
No.
And Jose would have seen it also.
Yeah.
based on the answers thus far, may we assume that you and Jose and the family did not have a lot of money?
No, we have what we needed.
You mentioned the closeness of the family. Do you still stay close to Jose?
I do, not as much as when we were younger, but I do. We talk. I visit. He visit us. We moved down here for 5 years, me and my sister.
Oh,
When
so
we
you,
were
you from
when we were
Connecticut?
younger, yeah. After Jose moved down here, then we moved down with our father, and we stayed down here for about 5 years and came back. Well, we kept
And you
in
would
contact.
interact regularly with Jose while you were in Florida?
Not every day, but yeah, we did.
Have you ever seen or heard of Jose doing anything violent?
No, Jose was never violent. He was always cool, calm, collective, always giving us advice, make sure we don't fight, we're not doing wrong things.
But you do know what he is convicted of now here in this case.
I respect the jury's, decision. I don't know him to be that person at all.
Has Jose, within your observation and direct knowledge, exhibited kindness or generosity, anything like that?
He's always kind. He's always happy, positive.
Well, these are the folks who are going to be making a recommendation to the judge as to what should happen, whether Jose should serve out his life in a prison or whether he should be taken out and executed. Is there anything about Jose's character, anything about Jose that these jurors should consider when they figure that issue out?
Jose's really good-hearted, positive. He was never mean. He didn't like confrontation. It's just family kid. Made sure his siblings, his little cousins were good. They weren't getting in trouble. He never wanted that for us, ever.
That's all I have for you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down from the witness stand. And the defense next witness or item of
Your Honor, our next witness, and I believe our final witness, will be Carmen Escalera. Carmen Escalera.
And this witness will be testifying through the.
Yes, we need our interpreter. Yes, sir.
Members of the jury, the next witness is going to be testifying through Ms. Valdivieso. If you recall, she's been sworn for this trial to do her job. She's a court-certified interpreter. She does not need to be resworn. She works for the court. She's independent. Bear that in mind. She's completely neutral. She's here solely to assist in communicating the witness to you. She will repeat only what is said and will not add, omit, or summarize anything. And with regard to what she tells you, some of you may know Spanish, but it's important that all jurors consider the same evidence. Therefore, you must accept the English translation that she gives you and disregard any different meaning that may occur to you. Sure, if that's better, whichever is more comfortable.
Do you swear or affirm
¿Usted jura o afirma
that the evidence you're about to give
que el testimonio que va a dar
will be the
yes,
truth,
será la verdad?
the whole truth,
Yes, toda la verdad.
and nothing
Yes.
but the truth?
¿Y nada más que la verdad? Yes.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Yeah, that would be fine. Judge, it would be easier for the board to step up. Could we have the witness just sit right here?
just concerned about the microphone amplifying her voice.
We will have one right in front here.
If that works, we can give it a try. Do we have the stand alone microphone? We give that to Ms. Valdez. She can speak into that microphone. It'll amplify what she translates. Ms. Valdez, if you could hold that so the jury can hear your translation. It's not really matter. It's not important so much that they hear her amplified. It's more important to hear you.
Okay.
Is it on? You want to check just by? Very good.
Okay, ma'am. Tell these folks who you are.
Bien, señora, dígale a estos señores aquí quién es usted.
Me llamo Carmen Escalera.
My name is Carmen Escalera.
Okay. You see Jose there.
¿Usted ve a José allá?
How do you know him?
¿Cómo es que lo conoce? ¿Mm? Perdón. I know him because he is my son.
Okay. You remember when I came to visit you?
¿Usted recuerda cuando le fui a visitar en Connecticut?
Sí, yo me recuerdo, pero no recuerdo el día.
Yes, I remember that, but I don't remember the day.
Oh, you don't have to remember the exact day.
No tiene que recordar el día.
But I took some items away with me from you, right?
Yo tomé algunas cosas conmigo.
Yeah, pictures.
Yes, pictures.
We'll get to them. We'll get to them first. Okay.
Hablaremos de ello primero.
So I'm going to. May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
¿Me puedo sacar la
I'm going to show you some items, some photos.
Le voy a mostrar algunas fotos.
It is Defense Penalty Phase Exhibit 3.
Es el pruebas número, ser emitidas número 3 del panel de la defensa.
So let me take a look
Si
at
usted
them.
puede tomarlas y mirarlas.
Take a look through each one.
Mire cada una. This is me.
Oh, you don't have to. I'm going to ask you about them after you just.
No,
look.
no, le voy a preguntar en un momento. Solamente deseo que las mire a ver si las reconoce.
Have you looked through them?
¿Las revisó todas? Yes.
Do these photographs accurately represent these items that I have right here?
Estas fotografías aquí describen exactamente lo que yo tomé aquí. Yes, all of them, just like it is.
Okay, Judge, at this time, I would like to move the photo composite defense penalty phase 3 into evidence.
No objection. Those items will come into evidence without objection.
Thank you. And Judge, I would like to, I'm going to review the items one at a time with the witness. The photos will go back in evidence, but I'd like to publish the actual items if I might.
Any objection to that? Do you know what he's referring to?
Just-
Okay, you may do.
Yeah, I'll hand the actual photos
Sure.
around.
You
They
may
will
do
not go
so.
back. Yes, they will. The photos, this will stay with you,
Estas fotos se quedan con usted.
okay?
¿Está bien?
The rest. The rest.
The rest of the pictures.
All of it goes to you.
Todas se les va a devolver.
Okay, the jury will work with the photos.
El jurado se quedará con estas fotos, pero usted recibirá los marcos.
So let's work at them one at a time, okay?
Entonces, hablemos de una a la vez, ¿está bien?
This photograph, what is this a picture of?
Esta fotografía, ¿quién está en esa foto?
My son, no, my son, I mean, my sobrino. Mi sobrino.
That's my nephew.
And who is this?
¿Y quién está allí? That's me.
That's you.
Ese es usted.
All that hair.
Con todo ese cabello.
Yeah, now that
Okay.
That's good.
Okay. We'll collect the money then. Do you recognize this item?
¿Usted reconoce este
José.
objeto? José.
That's Jose.
This is José. That's José.
Do you know how old Jose is? in
¿Usted
this
sabe
picture?
qué edad tiene allí?
Allí, he was
¿Perdón?
un año tenía.
1 year old.
Do you recognize this photograph?
¿Reconoce esta
My
foto?
grandson, that's it.
My grandson.
Son,
Hable en español, señora.
esos son mis nietos.
Those are my
Los hijos de José.
grandchildren. José's sons.
Jose's son.
Los hijos de José.
Who's
Yes.
who?
¿Cuál es cuál?
Daniel y el otro, ¿verdad?
También and the other one, I don't remember the name.
Was this picture taken a long time ago?
Esta foto fue hace mucho tiempo. Yeah, it's a very old picture.
Thank you.
Gracias.
This photograph, this Jose too?
¿Y esta foto es José también? Yes, also José.
Was this a school photo or did you take it yourself?
Esta fue una foto, señora, espéreme. ¿Esta foto fue tomada por usted o en la escuela?
No, eso fue school.
That's from school.
Thank you. Do you remember what grade Jose was in there?
¿Recuerda en qué año estaba?
Kindergarten.
Kindergarten.
Oh, not in kindergarten anymore, I don't think. Who is this?
¿Y este quién es?
My son, his friend.
My son and his friend.
That's Jose?
¿Él es José? That's
He
José.
was younger.
¿Perdón?
Está jovencito aquí.
He's young in there.
Do you remember?
All the pictures that I have here around him.
The young lady, do you know who that is?
¿La jovencita sabe quién es?
Nancy, something like that.
¿Perdón?
Nancy.
I think Nancy, something like that.
Do you remember about how old was Jose when this photograph was taken?
¿Usted recuerda qué edad tenía José cuando tomaron esa foto?
He was 12 or 13 years old in that photo.
He was 12 or 13 years old in that picture.
14.
Or 14.
Was this photograph taken in your house?
¿Esa foto la tomaron en la casa de usted?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Who are we looking at here?
Y aquí estamos mirando acá. My grandchildren.
These Jose's children?
Los hijos de José.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, we've got 5 photos. They look like they're taken. Were these taken at the same time?
Acá hay 5 fotos. Fueron las 5 fotos tomadas a la misma vez. Yes. Yes. Yes, the same place, the same house. I ordered them. That's my
This is
daughter
Jose?
and that's Jose. This is Jose and his sister.
Did you have a photographer come to the house to do this?
Yeah.
Un fotógrafo vino a la casa. Yes.
How old do you remember Jose is there?
¿Qué edad recuerda usted que tenía José allí?
Ella tiene como, él tiene entre 2 años.
He's about 2.
Y ella entre 1.
Y she's about 1.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, this is the last item.
Este es el último objeto.
What is this?
¿Qué es esto?
Un diploma de la escuela de José.
That was a school diploma from Jose.
And the date is 1982, is that right?
El año es 1982. ¿Es eso correcto? Yes.
And,
This is there.
and it says that that's Jose's name there?
¿Y está el nombre de José allí? Yes, José
And
Escalera.
This diploma says that in 1982, Jose Escalera is entitled to promotion
from kindergarten to first grade.
Acá dice que José Escalera en el 98 entonces pasó de kindergarten a primer año. Yes, to first grade.
And that's given at Bridgeport.
Y eso se hizo en Bridgeport. Yes. Gracias.
Tell me about
When you and Jose were living in Bridgeport and Jose was growing up in Bridgeport, was it a tough neighborhood or a nice neighborhood?
Cuéntame cuando usted y José vivían allí, cuando él estaba creciendo en Bridgeport, ¿era un barrio difícil o era un barrio bueno? It was a good one.
How long did you live there?
¿Cuánto tiempo vivió allí? Over 20 years there.
And in this good neighborhood, did you have a lot of money, ma'am?
¿Y en este barrio tenía usted mucho dinero? Money from where?
Can you, remembering Jose when he was in school or when he was with that young lady, remembering Jose's essential nature, would you describe Jose as a violent person?
¿Usted recuerda cuando José en esa foto de jovencito con esa amiga, usted recuerda cuál era la naturaleza de su personalidad, que si él era un muchacho violento?
No.
No.
Era amable.
He was kind.
Had you ever seen him to hit anybody or be involved in fighting?
¿Usted alguna vez lo vio a él pegarle a alguien o estar involucrado en alguna pelea? No, he was one that I have to defend, so nobody will be hitting him.
Oh, he had to be defended himself.
¿Que tenía que defenderse? No, he never asked for trouble.
How did he do in school?
¿Cómo le iba en la escuela? Very well.
Did he go all the way through and get a high school diploma?
¿Terminó la escuela y sacó su diploma de high school? No, no.
Did he move to Florida when he was a teenager?
Él se mudó a Florida cuando era un adolescente. Yes.
And did he work and make his own way when he came to Florida?
Él trabajó y se mantenía él mismo aquí cuando se mudó a Florida. He was working all by himself.
You mentioned that Jose was kind.
Se dijo que José era amable. Yes.
Was he the type to become hot-headed and angry?
Él era el tipo de que se le calentaba la cabeza y se enojaba. No. Not at all.
Did you observe him, or would you characterize Jose as being a positive influence on his cousins?
¿Usted lo veía a José como que él era una influencia positiva a sus primos?
No.
¿Perdón?
No.
No.
No, he was not a good influence. Was
No,
he a bad
No
influence?
era buena
Él
influencia.
no era, él no le hacía nada a mí, ni nada, era de eso que entendía.
¿Perdón?
No de eso, no sé. Que no es no era mala influencia para las nenas. No,
He was not bad influence to the children.
He was not a bad influence.
No era mala influencia.
No.
No.
Was he a good influence?
Él era buena influencia. Yes.
Have you been able to stay in communication with Jose while he's been in jail here?
Mientras él estaba aquí en la cárcel, ¿usted ha estado en comunicación con él? Yes. By phone.
Have you been able to put any money into the jail so Jose could buy snacks or stuff like that?
¿Usted ha podido poner dinero en la cuenta de él para que él pueda comprar cosas de comer? Yes. Yes.
Do you know whether Jose provided support for his children, financial support?
¿Usted sabe si es que José mantenía económicamente a sus hijos?
Él mantenía así.
He supported them.
Is there anything else about Jose's nature or character that you would like these folks here to think about when they make their decision?
¿Hay algo que usted desea decir de la naturaleza o de la personalidad de José aquí a estas personas para que ellos tengan en cuenta cuando tomen su decisión? With all due respect,
Esa decisión de él.
that is his decision.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have for you, ma'am. Thank you for coming.
Gracias, esas son todas las preguntas que tengo. Gracias por estar presente.
Any questions from the state?
¿La fiscalía desea preguntar? No hay preguntas.
Thank you. You may step down from the witness stand.
Usted puede retirarse, señora. Ahí la van a ayudar. Okay, put him in the chair.
And counsel, if you could approach at this time. You rest your case at this time.
Yes, regarding the penalty phase, the defense does rest. Thank you.
Members of the jury, both sides have rested their case. We're going to take a lunch break for you all at this time. We're going to continue to work, and we're going to reconvene at 1:15 to begin the arguments in the case. Remember, you have not heard the arguments. You have not heard the instructions on the law in completion. Don't form any definite or fixed opinion. Very importantly, make sure you judge this case only on the proper evidence presented. Don't talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, this time. Enjoy your lunch. 1:15, we'll see you then. Please leave your notes in your chairs. I see a typo on the verdict form. The word sentence should be sentenced. I just saw that
There's a couple other things too that I have some questions about.
on the jury verdict form. I emailed you the updated verdict form.
I think we should,
Go ahead. You want to do that first or
the
the?
verdict form we can do first.
Sure.
So, I mean,
You both have the latest email I just sent you on the verdict
We're
form?
pulling it up right now, Judge.
Right.
the first one is the case number. It's not the same as the first verdict form. This one's just a shortened version. I don't know if you want to put the
Nah,
56
that's fine.
2018-00.
Doesn't matter.
All right. The next one is, and I tried to see if we put the preliminary instructions in. I thought in the preliminary instructions, we referred to the first aggravating factor as previously or contemporaneously, and we only have previously convicted of another capital felony.
See, hold on a second.
And I know, looking at the standard, you can put either or. I just don't want them to be confused.
No, it's contemporaneous, so that needs to be in there.
Right.
I will put that in. That should be for both sections.
Correct.
Or adding that.
And
Hold on and give me a second. Put it in the second part. Okay, go ahead.
to the bottom of page 1, it says, if you, the jury, answered no to every aggravating factor, you've completed your deliberations. It should probably say you've completed your deliberations as to count 1. Please proceed to count 2. But I don't want them to just stop there and not.
If the jury answered no to every factor, you have completed your deliberations as to count 1. Okay.
I think that makes that clear.
That is acceptable.
Okay.
And then, yeah, I think you fixed the should be sentenced. You
Right.
fixed that on both already.
Correct. Got that.
And when you changed the first aggravating factor for count 1, you changed it on count 2.
Yeah, now it reads, was previously or contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony. If you want to, I could just say was contemporaneously, get rid of the previously.
Judge,
It used to be just, I think they amended it just for clarification. You should just say previously.
It's in the standard instructions, so.
Right.
That you could put either one.
I'll just leave it as it is, previously or contemporaneously.
yes, sir. Under section 2, where it's talking about the division of the votes, the second sentence where it says, if 8 or more jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for the death penalty.
Mm.
I think that's a little bit confusing. Can we amend it to your recommendation as a whole will then be for the death penalty? It's almost like the court's imploring them to
Or we
vote
could
for
say,
that.
if 8 or more jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation is for the death penalty.
Yes.
Does that work for the state?
I just wanted to say exactly what the standard says. I'm trying to look, I'm just double checking.
I'm not sure if that's from the standard or if I got that from some other case.
In the standard, it has the first part. If fewer than 8 jurors vote for the death penalty, the court must sentence the defendant to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The next section says, if 8 or more jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for the death penalty. This recommendation is not binding on the court. However, I am required to assign and give a weight. Unless I'm at a different
I just don't agree with that language. I don't think that that's legally accurate.
It's
saying-
awkward too.
Right.
It must be like it is, as your recommendation is for the death penalty.
Right.
If 8 or more jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation is for the death penalty.
Right.
So I'll leave it at that. I think it's clear.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Thank you.
Just think it was awkward language.
As long as the defense is saying they don't have a
Right.
objection to, because they're changing the standard.
Right,
Yeah.
but I think we're changing it to more be in line with the law. It's not like your recommendation must be for death. If 8 or more do, it is. It's not
Exactly.
must, it is.
Yeah,
Right.
as long as they're okay with
Right.
that.
Yeah, I just think it's not really problematic in that it's just unclear and this is much more clear.
Right.
Does that work for the verdict form?
I think that's everything.
Print that out. And as to the instructions, which I intend to print out a copy for each of the 12 jurors of the instructions. We do it in the guilt phase, so
I think we just, at the one part in the first aggravating factor, we just want to say it was previously or.
oh, gotcha.
contemporaneously
Okay.
convicted.
Was previously or contemporaneously
And then for number,
contemporaneously. Okay.
and then for number 2, I think, and it's in the standard instructions, I don't know if they changed this, it says we use pecuniary gain here, but we use financial gain.
Which one do you
I would
prefer?
prefer financial.
Financial as opposed to pecuniary? Any
And I-
objection to that?
I should like to confuse them.
Yeah, that's it. I always, when we use that word, I think, how many people know that word? The lawyers know it.
Right.
They learned it in law school.
Financial gain is
Yeah.
accurate in his language that is more easily understood.
Okay, so I'll change that to financial gain
And then
in number 2. But that's also, that repeats, doesn't it? as to,
In the verdict form, we put.
no,
financial-
it doesn't repeat because the way we did it, right?
Yes.
Because number 4, I specified it's only for the unborn child. Okay, that's good. That's better.
Oh, Judge, just so for the completeness of the record, I should and will right now renew my objection regarding the constitutionality of this whole 8-4 scheme, Judge.
Okay, that's noted and preserved. Case has been going on for so long. I'm sure we litigated that at some point, but I can't remember exactly. It was
yes.
probably like 3 years ago, 4 years ago, but that's preserved for the records. Anything else on the instructions?
Second to last paragraph, the 8 or more thing just needs to match whatever we just changed it to.
Second, or if you're then 8, if 8 or more, your recommendation is for the death penalty. The recommendation is not binding the court. However, I'm required to assign and give a great weight and deference to your recommendation, which is the standard language. Okay, so I have corrected that. Otherwise, look good. The clerk, before we finalize, but when I do print them, the clerk wants a copy, right? Your own copy, and the court reporter wants a copy too, right?
Please, Judge.
So we'll go with 14 total. Before I hit print, though, we finalize it. Look good otherwise? All right, so I'll go ahead and print those, and then we'll come back at 1:15 for your closing arguments. Any other issues as far as what's going back to the jury during deliberations, the jury instructions, the defense exhibits? I don't think there are any state exhibits for the penalty phase.
No, sir.
Okay. Very good. All right, so we'll go off the. Oh, wait. Just to be sure, or let me see what the defense has. That looks like they're pondering something.
Judge, may we amend the record relative to some of our missing witnesses? This might be at least a partial explanation.
Sure, absolutely.
Judge, I was informed, and again, as Mr. Burns said, just to clarify for the record, for purposes of appeal, should we get there. I learned last night in conversation with our witnesses and our expert that my client's ex-wife, Deborah Escalera, was essentially tampering with our mitigation witnesses and texting them or calling them and telling them not to come to court and not to testify.
Right.
So just as a background to why I think that, again, we don't have as many mitigation witnesses as we started with, that could potentially be a reason. I don't know if the state wants to flesh that out for purposes of criminal charges or what, but it has significantly impacted our ability to call witnesses in this case. I didn't know, I mean, there was the publicity issue, which we have talked about, and I think we've laid the record on that yesterday. But this is another wrinkle that I had not anticipated and did not know about until last night. But that person was specifically contacting our witnesses or potential witnesses, including my client's son, one of his sons, and telling them not to come.
So this is the first we've heard about this. My first question is, has any of this been reported to law enforcement? To your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge at this time, but that's not to say that it will not be.
Do you have any witnesses who could come in and provide sworn testimony?
I think that matter probably is best left there between y'all. But given the nature of this proceeding and my review of the record in this case, I think most of what I've seen in the court file as far as potential mitigation has come out through the witnesses. However, there was a bond hearing that I reviewed. Judge Levin was the judge. It was when the case first started with Mr. Villafranco was the attorney. Damian Escalera, I believe, testified at that bond hearing. Just throwing that out there. It's a strategy decision whether you wanted to put it in the record before the jury. I believe you could. It was a bond hearing. The state, Judge Hendricks, who was a prosecutor at the time, was present. There were some other witnesses who testified in that bond hearing too. As I said, most of it was covered here. But just put that out there. There's a transcript in the court file of that. If you wanted to put that before the jury, you have the option of doing that, but that could also flesh out the mitigation.
I appreciate that, Judge. I think we'll stand on the record as it is now. I shouldn't want to do anything that might serve to highlight the absence of these witnesses to the jury.
Okay, and then there again, it's a strategy decision. Even based on the content of what was said there, that's all. There's a tremendous amount of strategy involved in there. One of the witnesses who testified was Timothy Carroll, who was a pastor at Discovery Church. The defendant's a pastor at the time, but I understand it's putting that before the jury that could backfire in several ways. It's all, that's a matter of strategy that the attorneys are well schooled on, trained on, as far as how far to go without going too far, not causing the wrong response. But just wanted to throw it out there because I did come across it in my review of the case before the trial, that bond hearing, which happened early. A lot of the witnesses who testified at that time were testifying under the strong belief of the defendant's innocence at that time. That did come out in the examination of them as well. So that's another factor probably the jury could discern from hearing the transcript as well. That would come out, and that's a double-edged sword as well. But I just want to throw that out there given the nature. The reason I do that too is if in the case laws you're probably aware of, in the cases where the defendant waives mitigation, it's the judge's burden to look in the case and do his own mitigation research. So along the lines of the habit of doing that, I noted that's in the record. But I think we all understand the dynamics of this and the issue about the witness tampering and so forth. That's a matter I leave to the state to investigate as appropriate, and without further comment from me. That's not my place to do that. So with that, I've printed out the instructions in the hall. I'll retrieve them on the break. And anything else before we break for lunch? And then your arguments begin at 1:15. Oh, just to be absolutely clear, the state gets one closing argument first. The defense goes next. There's no rebuttal by the state, just so you're aware, in case there was a request to do the rebuttal. Not at this stage of the proceedings. It's the only time we don't have that in criminal. All right, so we'll see you at 1:15. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you. We'll go off.
We sleep okay? We get up on time? Have a good dinner? Did you save some room for lunch? No? All right, kids, we're gonna get to work. We're gonna have another action-packed full day. I appreciate you so much. I will not ever not tell you how much I appreciate your willingness to serve. Thank you for being here. State of Tennessee, please call your next witness.
State call Sergeant Smith.
Sergeant Smith, step this way, sir. Stand at the top of the seal, face the judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Have a seat. Go ahead, please.
Would you please state and spell your name for the jury?
Justin Smith, Sergeant, Justin-Smith.
And where are you employed?
The Memphis Police Department,
How many years have you been with MPD?
15.
And what is your current assignment?
Homicide Bureau, detective.
I'm going to take you back to February 2nd of 2022. Where were you assigned then?
I was assigned to the Quality Assurance Unit.
Did you become involved in the investigation of the murder case of Danielle Coyle and at the time the disappearance of Kennedy Coyle?
Yes, 2-day-old infant Kennedy Coyle was missing. That's correct.
And how did you become involved if you were in quality assurance?
Colonel Jolly, having learned of the missing child, walked through 170 and said, if you weren't busy, come help with the efforts to recover the child.
Was it an all hands on deck situation?
That's correct.
Now, did you end up going to Mud Island?
I did.
And what prompted the search at Mud Island?
Information was received through the investigation that the child may have been at Mud Island.
Now, where were you on Mud Island specifically?
We ended up at a boat ramp on the north side of the island.
And what were the weather conditions that day?
Wet, rainy, and cold.
Now, by the time that you were out there, was it daylight or was it still dark?
It was daylight.
And describe for the jury the scene on Mud Island that morning.
There were several officers. Mud Island is a very long park. I'm sure you all are from Memphis for those who aren't. It's a residential island, sandbar. On the west side, it is a long park, miles long, and has adjacent to the Mississippi River. At the very end of it, there used to be a boat ramp that you could put your boat at the mouth of the Wolf River and sail or boat if you want to. By the time I got there, there were several officers that had been dispatched from precincts, and they were doing what we call a grid search. They were walking the park, attempting to locate what would be the child.
And what agencies ended up converging on Mud Island?
Several. There was, of course, Memphis Police Department. There was Shelby County Sheriff's Department, Shelby County Search and Rescue. There was a search and rescue diving operation out of Brighton, Tennessee, among others.
And you mentioned the grid search, and is that being done by the officers on foot?
Correct.
Were there additional types of searches going on?
There was, they were rallying to search the water. There was also a dispatch. We have drones. Our drones went up, and also the MPD helicopter went up, was checking the shoreline.
And were there also dogs?
There were search and rescue dogs.
And were paramedics on the scene?
There were paramedics on the scene.
And why were they there?
2 reasons. Should anyone become injured in the search, and also should we recover Kennedy and she needed medical assistance.
I'm going to hand you a couple photographs and see if you recognize them. Do you recognize that first photograph?
Yes, this first photograph is the boat ramp, the entrance to the boat ramp. It was locked at the time. It's got a stop sign and it's in disuse, so it's dangerous to go there.
And the second photograph?
That is the actual boat ramp. It's overgrown, but there is a gravel and it's rocky and it goes down. But yeah, that's what it is.
I would ask that those two photographs be the next exhibits, 87 and 88. And if we could have that first photograph with the gate as Exhibit 87, please. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, Sergeant Smith, you already told us a little bit about what this is, but now that we have it on the screen, can you describe what we're seeing to the jury?
That's the entrance to the boat ramp.
And moving to Exhibit 88.
That's the actual boat ramp. It's overgrown. It looks muddy, but if you were to walk on it, it's rocky underneath. It's just that, weeds have overtaken it.
And the water that we're seeing right there, what is that?
That's the mouth of the Wolf River that empties into the Mississippi River.
And I'm gonna hand you another photograph. And before you take a look at that, on that island, was anything of note found?
Yes.
What was found?
A small hat, like a beanie style hat, the kind that you would give an infant child when you release that child from care at the hospital. It was white and it had some design on it.
And if you'll take a look at that photograph, do you recognize it?
I do.
And what is that a picture of?
That is the hat.
Is that a zoomed out photo?
Yes, that's an overall photo of the hat.
All right, ask that would be next exhibit, Exhibit 89. Permission to publish, Your Honor? Okay, so what are we seeing here?
That is the hat. The exhibit placard is marking the hat. It was the only piece of evidence that I recall being recovered at the scene. It's easy to spot because, as you can tell, it's white against a light background.
And where are we? Where is this photo?
Somewhere midway down toward the shoreline, right there at the mouth of the Wolf River.
I'm going to show you what's previously been entered as Exhibit 14. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do. That's the hat.
Is that a close-up?
That is a close-up photo, yes.
Now, I'm going to hand you another photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yep, this is an aerial photo.
And is that an aerial photo of that particular area where the Wolf River meets the Mississippi?
That's correct. You can actually see where the Wolf River's water meets the Mississippi water. There's a contrast of the silt. There's also, you can see the
I'm
boat
gonna
ramp.
stop you 1 minute, officer. Judge, could we enter that as the next exhibit, Exhibit 90?
Sorry.
Sergeant.
Thank you.
Got it, sorry.
Permission to publish. Yes, please. Now, Sergeant Smith, describe for the jury what we're seeing here.
My apologies. This is an aerial photo of the scene. You can see the Wolf River emptying into the Mississippi River. Very interesting because of the silt. There's a nice contrast. The parking lot that you see to the left side of the photo is the parking lot for the park. And if you go follow that forward, you'll see that it looks like a washout. That is the actual boat. And then, of course, you see the street that leads to it that goes off to 2nd Street.
Okay. Now, at the time, was there a suspect in the case?
From my understanding, it was.
And who was that?
Brandon Isabel.
Now, throughout the search, were you receiving different information that was adjusting the search?
Correct. To drive the search and rescue effort, information was being put out to those who were searching.
At some point, did you have information that the child was in a car seat?
That's correct.
And then did that information eventually change?
It did.
And did you receive information that Kennedy was not in a car seat?
Yes.
Now, as far as, so this was on February 2nd of 2022, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did that search end up having to be suspended?
Yes.
Why is that?
Weather. It was very bad.
Was there an ice storm that moved in?
That's correct.
And was the search actually suspended for a couple days?
Yes.
Was Kennedy ever found?
No.
And at some point, did you receive information that there might have been a gun thrown in the river?
Yes.
And was that ever recovered?
No.
Officer Smith, I have a laser pointer now. If you could just point out on the exhibit, you mentioned the boat ramp. Can you point that out for us?
Sure. That's the boat ramp right there.
Okay. And is that the area where the baby cap was located?
That's correct. Almost right about there, a little bit forward a second.
And then, is Island Drive visible in this photograph?
That's correct. That's it right there. Island Drive.
Oh, yeah.
It's hard to see because it's a reflective, but can you see it right here? That little corner right there is Island Drive. You can see a red car parked there. You see a little red dot? That's where Island Drive moves towards 2nd Street.
And then that pavement area, is that a parking lot?
That's correct. That large paved area is a big parking lot. It's that place so that you could, well, I imagine park boats there.
Oh, that's the witness.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
The cap, was that found close to the river? How
Somewhat.
close was it?
I didn't make the measurements. That would be a question for the crime scene officer, but close. You could walk there with a few paces.
Okay, so that was as close as me to you to the river?
That'd be an estimation. I wouldn't be able to testify to that.
Were you the one that found the cap?
No, that would be Sergeant Robinson. She's now
Were you there
Lieutenant
when the cap
Robinson.
was found?
Say again?
Were you there when the cap was found?
That's correct.
Okay, so not this far, do you?
I would say it's a fair distance. I would hesitate to testify to the actual distance, but at estimation, if I took 5 or 6 paces, I'd be in the water.
Okay, so about 18 to 20 feet,
Sure.
give or take?
Yeah.
That road to that boat ramp, that was off of 2nd Street, isn't it?
It's Island Drive. That it turns into 2nd Street if you go to the east.
Okay. Going back to that cap just a moment. Were there tracks down to the cap? Are there any photos of any tracks going down to the cap?
No, it was muddy, but that would be difficult to assess because it was also rocky. So you might not see footprints in that way.
No tracks or footprints? That
No
were
tracks, no footprints.
noticeable?
That wouldn't be to my estimation, no.
On the cap itself, were there any DNA tests performed on that?
I would be able to testify to that. My only role was the scene investigation there at the boat ramp. Anything that occurred afterwards would be a question for the case coordinator.
And, but you do collect evidence when you're at a scene, right?
Absolutely, yes.
And you collect evidence for that purpose, would you not?
That's correct.
And that cap was collected.
That cap was collected, yes.
Thank you. 1 minute, please. What was that photo taken, was it?
When was the photo?
When?
When? I can't tell you. I don't know. It wasn't the day of because the weather, I can tell you right now, is too clear. Also, the weather that occurred beforehand had swollen the Wolf River and the Mississippi River. So that shoreline probably is not accurate.
So where on that shoreline was the half
Uh,
valve?
I'll use this laser pointer again. It would be at the boat ramp. This shoreline right here seems that the Mississippi River is significantly lower. There are rocks here that we had to climb down to check this area. So there was no beach. The water was higher.
Okay, so that's just kind of so we can see where the mouth is and where the Wolf River is, where the Mississippi River is.
That appears to be the purpose of this boat. An overview, correct?
Thank you. No other questions?
No regrets. Thank you, sir. You're good.
Or the state would call Officer Williams.
Officer Williams, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here, face you, and raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat and watch your step.
Would you please state and spell your name for the jury?
That's Dennis Williams. That's Dennis. Last name is Williams.
And where are you employed?
At Memphis City Police Department.
And how many years have you been with MPD?
I've been with them for 20 years now.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm in the crime scene division.
And where were you assigned back on February 2nd of 2022?
The crime scene.
Did you make the scene on that day at Mud Island?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do there?
I took photos and collected evidence.
I'm going to hand you four photographs. See if you recognize them.
Yes, I did.
And were those photographs taken by you on February 2nd, 2022 on Mud Island?
Yes, they were.
Your Honor, I'd ask that those photographs be entered as the next four sequential exhibits, starting with 91. What's your publisher? Officer Williams, I'm going to hand you a laser pointer. All you have to do is press the top button, and it should give you a little red light. I know it's a little difficult to see on the screen. So officer, what are we saying in, this would be exhibit 91?
Okay, this is the boat dock, to Blood Island here, the boat dock here.
All right. And did you take some measurements?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what are those showing us?
It's basically showing the I'm not doing this. Okay, excuse me. This is the width of the boat dock and the length as far as where the where I found the item here.
Okay. And you mentioned an item. What was the item?
It was a baby cap.
Move on to, this was previously entered as exhibit 87. You recognize this photograph?
Yes.
And did you actually take this photograph?
Yes.
And what is this a picture of?
That's the actual boat dock.
And is that a photograph of what we were seeing in 91 with the measurements?
Yes, correct.
And then this would be, this was previously entered as exhibit 88. And what is that showing?
That's the I guess the overall photo of the boat dock from a different angle on top of the hill.
And this would be exhibit 93.
And that's a different angle of the boat dock also.
And the water that we're seeing in the front, what is that?
That's the river. Yes.
And then this is exhibit 94. What are we seeing here?
That's the part of the boat dock that's on the other side of the gate, closer to the river area.
And was the boat dock fairly overgrown in areas?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to hand you another photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what is that a photograph of?
It is of a baby cap.
Right. And was that the baby cap that was located on Mud Island on the boat ramp?
Yes, it was.
Judge had asked that that be the next exhibit, exhibit 95. Permission to publish. Okay, before we get to that, officer, this is actually exhibit 94. What are we seeing in this photograph?
That is just a close-up of the boat area. You can't really see, but the cap is actually in that area.
And then this would be exhibit 95.
Yes, the placard is where the baby cap is.
No, I'm sorry, that's 89. Okay. That was previously entered as exhibit 89. And that placard is marking baby cap?
Yes.
And then this would be exhibit 95. And what are we seeing here?
That's a close-up of the baby cap.
And were you directed to the baby cap by officers that were first on the scene?
Yes, I was.
And were you actually working with an additional crime scene officer?
Yes.
And was that Officer Walker?
Yes, it was.
I'm gonna hand you an item and see if you recognize it.
please?
Yeah, you can open it. And is there a individually wrapped item in there?
Yes, it is.
Okay, would you take that out? You may need some scissors. Thank you, Judge.
Let me take this out.
Take a look and see if you recognize the item in there.
Yes.
And what is that item?
It's of the baby cat.
Judge, I would ask that that be the next exhibit, exhibit 96. May Officer Williams step down and publish that to the jury?
Hearing no objection?
No objection. Officer, if you would take that out of the bag, if you would step in front of the jury and show them the item. Thank you, Officer Williams. And is that the same baby cat that we are seeing up here in the picture?
Yes, it is.
And did you and crime scene officer Walker collect that cat on February 2nd, 2022?
Yes.
Now, you also tagged some additional items, is that correct?
Yes.
And were those some baby clothes provided by the family for the dogs to smell to try to get a scent?
Yes, it was.
Those items, to be clear, were not found at Mud Island,
No, it wasn't.
but the baby cat was.
Yes.
And hand you one more photograph and see if you recognize it. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what is that a photograph of?
This is the photograph of Mississippi River from a different angle, closer to the edge.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be exhibit 97. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Okay, please.
All right. Was the river fairly high that day?
Yes, it was. Oh, sorry.
I'll pass the witness.
For investigation at the river, that was, February the 2nd. Right, of 2022.
Yes, sir, I believe, that's the date, I believe so.
And was it early or late today? I know you said it was daytime, right?
Yes, it was.
Do you remember if it was early or late?
It was early.
That's all
It was early.
Early.
Yes, sir.
And looking, please. At exhibit 89. Let me pass this up to you while they're getting this on the screen. May I approach? Yeah, that's it. Where in the picture is the cap? Was the cap found?
It's in this area, right up in here, sir.
Okay. Now, where would that be on your picture?
Are you actually?
On the photograph that you
Oh,
have?
correct, right here.
Okay. And how far from the water? Is that the water that would be the
water.
Wolf River?
Yes, sir. Yes, that's what would be that area here.
Okay.
That area here.
About how far away was that cap from the water?
Honestly, if I can guesstimate from here, I would say probably about maybe 10 feet, maybe a little bit less than that. I'm not really sure. I didn't get a measurement from the cap to the water.
I would say probably at least, what, 20, 30 feet?
I wouldn't say that, so not with the water being met there, I would say about 10 feet maybe. I would say about 10 feet maybe.
Okay.
I would say guesstimate.
All right. Thank you. Now, in the close-up that you took of that hat, did you actually take those photos?
Yes, sir, I did.
Were you looking for foot tracks along with it?
No, sir, I wasn't. Honestly, we had investigators and when I got there, there were already officers and other additional people on the scene.
I see. And was it your thinking then that was the baby's cap, that the baby you were looking for?
This was the information that I was told to take photos of and collect.
Okay. Let me pass you what's previously been marked as Exhibit 95, please. Thank you. Is that the cap?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is.
Were there any, like, trees around that cap?
There was
Close,
basically,
close around.
it's close around it?
Uh-huh.
No, sir, not like immediate on the cap, no, sir. There was shrubbery and debris around the cap.
But it's got a stick over it, I see.
Yes, sir. Well, I guess that's the angle as far as this, just because the stick is sticking up here. And that's the angle. If you went around to the other side, it wouldn't be on top of the cap. It wasn't on top of the cap.
You just raised up over the top of it.
Yes, sir. It's kind of like leaning, as you can see.
It's fair to say that the cap is under the stick, is it not?
Not under the stick. It's just the angle of where the photo was taken from.
I see. Did
So if
you,
I had taken it from the other side, you wouldn't actually see the stick.
did you do that?
No, sir, I did not. No.
Why didn't you do that? Why didn't you take a picture from the other side to show? A stick would indicate that cap has been there for a while, wouldn't it?
If it was over it, I'm not saying it would have been there for a while. I can't really say that, sir.
Nobody told you not to take a picture from the other side, did they?
No, sir, no one told me not to.
To your own personal knowledge, you know how the cap got there.
No, sir, I don't know how.
Exhibit number 91. Can you make it bigger, please? You have measurements up there, don't you?
Yes, sir.
And that's a measurement that you made, right?
Yes, sir, correct.
And so you show the cap, what's that measurement over by it?
The measurement over by,
The cap, by where the cap was found.
are you actually here?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I apologize, I don't have my glasses.
I can appreciate that. And I'll give you mine, but it might scare you.
But I'm not able to see that, just at this view here, honestly.
I'm sorry, I missed that last.
I'm not able to see it from this distance.
Well, that exhibit, that picture was made so that you could tell the
Yeah, but
measurement.
I'm just saying, I don't have my glasses, so I'm not able to see the measurements from this.
Would it help if you could get closer?
Yes, sir.
John, may you come up and go over there, look, or maybe up there. Now, try. What exhibit is that? For the record, I'm pressing exhibit 91 to you.
Okay. I know, right? Okay, so this measurement here is from this is the gate from the boat dock. And that's the measurement from here to the cap, which is 55 feet, excuse me.
How many?
55.
55 feet.
Yes, sir.
And so if you just kind of turn that measurement around and bend it over to the water, that'd be well over 55 feet from the water, would it not?
Well, sir, actually, this photo was taken from Google. So if you notice, it doesn't have a lot of the shrubbery. The reason I took this photo and put this photo up so you can see an overall view of the boat dock and the area. This is an older image from Google, so it's not a up-to-date image of what the boat dock looked like that day. If you can tell, this sunny and you don't see the shrubberies and stuff like that. So, like I said, I just took this photo and so it would actually have the measurements, not the actual boat dock there.
Good. Now, I'm not talking about the picture of shrubbery and all right now. I'm talking about the measurements, and that's what this picture was taken for, so you could write
Yes, sir,
measurements on.
but you're asking me about the water. So the water that day that Google photo was taken may have been down. I have no idea. So, but what stays the same is the gate. So the gate never moved. So that's why I took the photos, and that's why I have my measurements.
Okay. So according to the measurements you made on exhibit 91, isn't it fair to say that cap was way, way, way more than 10 feet away from the water?
Not from that day, no, sir.
Not from that photo?
Not from the day that I took the photo. From this photo here and where the water is, possibly. So I'm not able to say from this photo because I don't know what the water level was that day.
So you didn't do any measurements then from the day of your search?
From the day,
measurements?
Yes, sir, I did the measurements for when I took the photos from that day. That day I think it was raining that day, if I'm not mistaken also. So that was the day I took the photos. That's the day I took the measurements in the photos.
I see. And if it's,
Yes, sir.
And with it raining, it's also muddy.
It was also, what, sir?
It was also muddy, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, it was.
Because you got mud,
Yes, sir.
and mud will give you tracks, will it not?
Yes, sir, it was.
Did you look for tracks to show the jury?
No, sir, I didn't personally look for the tracks. No, sir.
One moment, please, Your Honor. Thank you, officer. No further questions.
Can you redirect? Yes, Your Honor. Officer Williams, so to be clear, this image was not taken on February 2nd of 2022.
No, it wasn't.
This was just so you could give an overview of that area.
Yes, correct.
And in fact, you noted on here that this is not to scale, correct?
Yes, I did.
And so it's your testimony that the cap was roughly 10 feet from the water on that day. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, when you photographed the cap, were you moving it around?
No, I wasn't.
And in fact, you took a close-up photo of the cap, did you not?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's previously been entered as Exhibit 14. You recognize that photo?
Yes.
Is that a photo you took that day?
Yes, it is.
Is that the photograph of the baby cap that you collected?
Yes, it is.
Did you move that baby cap before taking that photo?
No, I didn't.
Do you see a stick over that baby cap?
No, I don't.
Now, as far as footprints and muddy tracks, is there a lot of vegetation and brush in this area?
Yes, it is.
Could that impact the ability to find footprints?
I would believe so. Not an expert on that, but I believe so.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
You don't know where the water was that day to make this measurement, do you? The measurements we were talking about, you're not questioning.
From the baby cap to the waters. Which
Yeah, I'm not talking about that little stream beside it. I'm talking about to the river.
Are you talking about to the Wolf River or the Mississippi? You're talking about.
Whichever
Okay.
one was closest.
No, sir. I didn't. To answer your question, I didn't take measurements from the water to the cap. No, sir.
So what was the purpose of your exhibit 91 with all the measurements?
It was to show where the cap was located.
And when you took that photo, you had to move the stick, didn't you?
No, sir. I didn't move the stick. No, sir.
Where's the stick then? The other photo had the stick on it.
But that's what I was saying. It was the angle of where I took the photo.
Do you remember that day if you moved the stick?
I don't move any evidence from anything. I take it the way it is the way it is.
How soon after the photo with the stick on the cap did you take this picture?
It wasn't a stick on the cap, sir. When I take the photo, if this is the cap, and I take the photo, because where I took the angle, it was a stick sitting up. So I took the angle of the photo. So when I got over the cap, I took that photo standing kind of over the cap, so it was a downward angle. So the other photo that I took was at a slight angle. So it may have showed the stick from that angle being over the cap, but it was not over the cap. It was like this. So it wasn't on top of the cap or anything.
Would it be important from a crime scene investigator's viewpoint to be able to give whatever evidence you photograph to police for use, or whatever further testing they may use.
Would you repeat that, please? I didn't.
Yes, would it be important to you as a crime scene investigator to collect, you actually collect this cap, or do you just take pictures?
No, sir, I collected the cap also.
Okay,
Yes.
so why did you collect the cap?
I was advised by the investigators that they needed that cap collected for evidence.
They needed the cap as evidence.
Yes, sir.
And so that's so that cap could be taken into evidence and eventually show this jury.
Yes, sir, correct.
Okay. And you don't know if any testing was done on that cap to see whose cap that was,
No, sir, I don't know if it was any done.
or when it got there.
Well, when I collected and I secure it and I place it in a bag so it's not contaminated, and I tag it into evidence.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you. Sit down. Go ahead, please. State calls Kyle Borland.
Borland, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here, face your arm, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat. Watch your step.
Would you please state and spell your name for the jury?
My name is Kyle Borland. It's spelled Kylebourland.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Oakland Fire Department.
Now, are you also part of the Braden dive team?
Yes, ma'am. And for clarity, we were Braden dive team at the time of this. We've since transitioned to the Shelby County Sheriff's Office.
So at that time, what was the Braden dive team?
We're a public safety dive team. We specialize in body recovery, evidence recovery, and hazardous materials recovery.
And how many years have you been a member?
Just over 5 years.
And what kind of training do you have?
So I'm trained by ERDI, which is an organization that certifies public safety divers for body recovery and evidence recovery and hazmat.
Now, I'm going to take you back to February 2nd of 2022, where you called out to Mud Island.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall about what time of day it was?
I received the call that afternoon, probably, I want to say around 2 o'clock.
And when you got there, was it still daylight?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you asked to help conduct a search?
Yes, ma'am.
And initially, what were you looking for?
We were told we were looking for a 2-day-old infant that had been thrown into the river, as well as a firearm.
Now, I'm going to show you what's previously been entered as Exhibit 90. Do you recognize this area?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe for the jury what we're seeing?
That is the northern tip of Mud Island, where the old boat ramp goes into the Wolf River.
And so what is this right here?
That's the Wolf River.
Okay. And then here?
That's the Mississippi.
All right. And then what about right there?
That's the old boat ramp.
Okay. Now, can you describe for the jury, how did the search work with regards to, let me back up a little bit. Were you actually in the water?
Yes, ma'am.
And so from a diver's perspective, can you sort of tell the jury how that search worked?
Sure. So when we do a dive, we typically do it in an arching pattern. We put a diver into the water. He has a tether that goes to a line tender on the surface. and the line tender is directing the diver. The tether is actually a comm rope, so it has communication wire in it. He can direct that diver, and we typically do it in a sweeping motion, sort of a semicircle, and the line tender will let out additional line to put the diver further out, or bring line in to bring the diver in, so we can cover a large search area, searching like that.
Can you describe for the jury what it's like when you're underwater in the Wolf in the Mississippi?
That time of year, it's very, very cold. Water temperatures low 40s. It's very dark. You can't see anything. Can't see your hand in front of your face. The bottom is where I was searching is rocky. A little bit of mud and sand as you go further out, but closer to the boat ramp, it's very rocky.
You mentioned that it was cold, the water in the 40s. Were you wearing what most of us know as a wetsuit?
No, ma'am. So we wear dry suits. They're designed to keep you completely dry underneath the suit.
Does it keep you warm?
No, ma'am.
Now, when you're under the water, how are you searching? Are you able to see anything?
No, ma'am. We search with our hands.
And are you receiving direction from someone above the water?
Yes, ma'am. The line tender.
Now, in that particular area of the Wolf, can you describe for the jury what is the situation with the current?
So in the Wolf River, the current that day is flowing into the Mississippi, and I would say it was probably around 3 to 4 miles an hour. The current was.
Is that always how it flows?
No, ma'am.
And how can it sometimes flow?
Sometimes it can flow away from the Mississippi, and the current speed can vary depending on weather conditions.
Now, were you able to, well, at some point, was the search suspended?
Yes, ma'am. It was suspended that evening for inclement weather, an ice storm.
And did the dive team eventually go out a couple days later?
Yes, ma'am, we did. We went out to run sonar, but the first day was the only day that we dove.
Now, when you were diving, did you recover Kennedy oil?
No, ma'am.
And you mentioned that you were also asked to look for a gun. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you recover a gun?
No, ma'am.
Can you describe, as far as the, as far as underwater in that area, what are we talking about as far as the floor of the river?
Mud, rocks, sand, depending on how far you go out.
Are there a lot of crevices?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be easy for a gun to be in one of those crevices?
Yes, ma'am.
And would it be easy for you not to be able to locate it in those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Last witness.
Mr. Borland, how do you use the sonar?
So we use a side scan sonar. I wasn't running sonar that day, but I've run sonar before. And it has a transducer that goes into the water and a head unit that sits on top of the boat. It sends out a beam straight down to the bottom and out. So it shows us a side image of what's on both sides of the boat.
Okay. How far out does that image go?
It can vary. We can set it 100 feet. We can set it 75, 50. We adjust it as needed.
Do you know what it was set for this particular search?
No, ma'am, I wasn't running sonar that day.
Okay. But running the sonar, you did not find the gun at the bottom of the river, right?
No, ma'am, a gun would be very difficult to see with all the rocks, even on sonar.
Okay. And you had a general area that y'all believe the gun should be.
Yes, ma'am.
And a gun is heavy.
Yes, ma'am.
A gun is made of metal.
Yes, ma'am.
A gun will sink.
Yes, ma'am.
And you indicated that the water was going 3 to 4 miles an hour.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that in the Wolf River or in the Mississippi River?
In the Wolf.
Okay. And was it the same for the Mississippi?
I don't know.
Okay. So did you actually dive into the Mississippi?
Not into the Mississippi. Our search area covered the Wolf River right off the boat ramp.
Okay. So your dive team didn't go to the Mississippi at all?
They went in to run sonar, but not into dive.
Okay. Now, on this day when you came out there, was it still raining?
If I recall, there was a light drizzle while we were out there.
And do you recall it having been raining the night before?
No, ma'am.
You don't recall that?
Raining the night before we went out?
Yes.
No, ma'am, I don't recall that.
And the rain would affect the level of the river, right?
Yes, ma'am.
The more it rains, the higher the river would go.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have.
No regret, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. You may sit down.
Thank you, Judge. State call Hunter Winfrey.
Mr. Winfrey, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here, face your honor, raise your right hand.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Absolutely.
Please have a seat. Watch your step.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you would, please state your name and spell it for the jury and court reporter.
My name is Hunter Winfrey. Last name Winfrey.
Mr. Winfrey, are you part of a dive team?
Yes, I'm a coordinator.
Did you work with Mr. Borland? We just heard from.
I did.
What do you do with that dive team?
At the time, we were with Braden Fire Department.
This is February 2nd.
This is February, yeah.
Of 20.
And we just transferred over to Shelby County Sheriff's Department. And I'm coordinator, dive coordinator there.
Okay. What is it? Were you coordinator back then?
I was.
Okay. What does the dive coordinator do?
Well, it's basically all repairs, all training, everything responsible for the dive team.
Okay.
Just coordinating everything.
And did you guys, and back then the Braden dive team, get a call out to the Wolf River, where the Wolf River meets Mississippi on February 2nd, 2020?
We did. We received a call from Director Bartlett from the Shelby County Sheriff's Department. We were doing a lot of mutual aid work for them.
What do you do? What was the call about?
Person in the water is just how we originally got it, and we didn't get a full briefing until we made the scene.
And when you made the scene, did they told you more particulars?
They did.
With respect to what you're looking at. What did they tell you?
Well, they told us, they had found a hat. They told us where the hat was. We just went through, they were saying that they thought they had thrown it in the water from that position. And we just kind of put together, as we always do, what the distance was, how far could somebody have thrown it, just go those kind of things.
Okay.
And then we launched the boat.
Is that what you call a briefing about the situation?
Yes, because we're trying to get all the details to find out exactly what we're about to do, see what the mission is.
What's one of your main concerns? That we had a diver that testified. Is diver safety, is that a concern in this?
That's always number one.
Okay. Do you remember what time it was on February 2nd that you guys get out there?
It was early afternoon. I don't remember exactly what time it was, but it was after lunch.
Okay.
when we made the scene.
After lunch on February 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
And if you could describe for the jury just how do you go about doing the search?
Well,
as a team, because you have folks and divers, correct?
We do, and what we do is, depending on the situation, we will actually, because everything's a tool and toolbox, and once we got the information, we put boats in the water, and we ran side scan sonar, because you're trying to narrow down your search area, because it's very difficult with side scan sonar. If you think about, and I may be telling you too much, but side scan sonar is like a flashlight, and it's shining beams outside from the bottom. So like my fingers are, if there's an object in the water off of the bottom, it's going to cast a shadow on the backside. So once we have something that doesn't look like a normal anomaly in water, something that's round with jagged edges, it may look like riprap, something that just looks out of the norm, we'll mark that. And when I say mark that, we mark it on GPS or a chart plotter. And once we get that, then we try to triangulate it to get different angles to view different parts of what we're looking at. Because you have to think about the diver. The diver can't see how deep he is. He can't see anything. So his motion of search is just an arm's reach. And that's only one arm, because his other arm is on a line that we communicate through. And that's how we keep tight, that's how we keep tight search patterns, is because that's crucial in the water for us to be able to make patterns that overlap so we can cover an area. So we put the boats in the water. That whole area at the mouth of the Wolf River, we ran side scan sonar as well as Shelby County. And we had some things that, a lot of riprap, and there was even concrete matting, which the Corps of Engineers puts down for erosion control. So we were able to identify a lot of that, but there were some smaller rocks that we did mark, and it was just one of those things that you just kind of go, well, let's go ahead. We've got these marks. Let's dive it, because a lot of times you may not dive. It might not just, we've ruled all these things out. But that particular day, being the situation, a 2-day-old, we just, we went ahead and dove that. Okay. And when you're talking about the safety considerations, water temp, I think that day was 42. Okay. So we do dive encapsulated, so it's full dry suits, full face mask, hoods, gloves. So, we do have thermal protection, but the water's 42 degrees.
Still very cold.
Yes.
But better than falling in your street clothes?
Oh, absolutely. You'd only have minutes at 42.
You mentioned something, I know what this is, but I don't know if everybody does. You said riprap a couple times?
Yes.
What is that?
Well, you have limestone gravel. Riprap is your big rocks. You see them all along the edge of ditches, drainways, riverbanks.
Are there large riprap? Is it riprap under the water as well, or?
It is. Well, you got to think of them putting it on the bank. They're not hand placing it. So, extra rocks are going to roll off in the water.
Does would the riprap, currents, silt, all those things in the river make it difficult to find a firearm?
Oh, absolutely.
And those conditions, difficult conditions, right? You're concerned about diver safety. Would it be difficult to find a 2-day-old infant many hours after she had been thrown in the water? Yes,
and typically an adult and a larger child, when they drown, they go straight to the bottom. An infant throws that other variable in there, 2-day-old. You don't have bone structure, you don't have any of that stuff. So the possibility of that infant, floating was great. But like I said, we saw those items and we did a thorough search, at least over halfway across that Wolf River Inlet.
Okay. I'm going to show you, I'm going to hand forward a few photographs, and you don't have to describe them just yet, but just let us know if you recognize those.
Yes, these are.
That's kind of the route you guys searched, roughly.
It is, and you'll see the. You don't have that up? No.
Yeah, we're going to put them up just a second.
Okay.
We'll get them marked down. If we could have those marked as the next number 99.
Yes, I do recognize it.
98 through 100, Judge, I think. I did, if I could publish,
Please.
thank you. We'll get that a little zoomed in there. And Mr. Winfrey, if you could describe what we're looking at here.
Okay, what you see on this now, our particular boat is not in those red lines as you see. This is SAR topo, and this would have been generated in the command post. But all of the boats or all the people on the search actually by your phone. It's an app that we use that has your position wherever you are at all times when on a mission like this. So you see the circular from the red dot out. Those are just zones that gives us distance. It wasn't obviously our area of search, but you do see the red lines. Those are where those boats went. It doesn't show us at the mouth because at that time, like I said, was it almost 4 years ago? We weren't part of Shelby County at that time, so we weren't on this SAR topo piece of it.
Okay.
So what you're seeing, those red lines that are all moving about up there, those are Shelby County boats.
And that red dot right there in the middle of it, what is that?
I'm assuming that that's probably where the hat was found.
Okay.
I'm gonna object to any speculation.
Okay.
All right. We'll, next number, exhibit, please. But that's the radius of, your search radius, those lines that are coming out of the circles? Or is that?
No, not our search. That's not our search radius. Wherever you have a pinpoint, that's going to be. It just tells you distances from that point.
Okay.
As you can see where it says diver cleared, that's the part of the mouth and the area of where we cleared.
Okay.
We didn't do anything behind it except the boat ramp, any of that area.
Okay. We got the next. You can tell us what this is.
That's is that several days later?
Yeah, if I'm looking at it correctly, it's February the 6th.
Okay, so we had the at the end of our mission day. I mean, it got dark on us. We had that ice storm moving in, so we didn't do any of the dive operations from that point. But we did go back down, and what you see the red lines also, those are boats doing their search patterns. Basically, at that point, we're looking for any items on the riverbank, anything that's questionable, anything floating.
We got the next number. That is
Of course, the river was on a rise too. I mean, it was big flow coming out of the Wolf and on the Mississippi River.
Have there been some storms recent to that?
I don't at all.
And this is the final, I guess, search is this February 6th. I see February 6th in the middle of the photo.
Oh, okay. Yes. Same thing. And that may be, was that the same dates to different picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, that's, I think it's just the same thing.
And those are boats. Those are the path of boats searching for things on the Mississippi River. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Were y'all ever able to find the baby, the infant?
No, we didn't find any.
Or a firearm?
No.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Just to be clear, these red lines, are those from your boats or from Shelby County boats?
Shelby County boats.
Okay, so you weren't actually on any of the red
No, ma'am.
lines?
No, ma'am. Not at
so
that time.
What you're testifying to is purely based on looking at a diagram that you kind of know what that diagram is
No,
about?
I was there. I mean, I was there and I know what this diagram is. And just that particular day, we didn't have that app on our phone because we weren't functioning as Shelby County. We were there as a mutual aid role as a request. So we didn't get, we weren't tapped in. They knew where our area was of search, but we just weren't on this map.
Right, so none of those red lines are y'all?
No.
And the diver cleared area, was that y'all or was that Shelby County?
No, that's us.
Okay, so that portion of it is what y'all searched?
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, one moment. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. You may sit
All right.
down.
Our state calls Andy Tweed.
Mr. Tweed, come forward and watch your step. Stand right here, face your honor, raise your right hand.
Morning.
Morning.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Have a seat, watch your step.
Thank
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you would state your name, if you could spell it for the jury and the court, please.
Andy Tweed, ANDYTWEED.
And where do you work?
I just retired from the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency.
You're making us all jealous.
Worked for them for 32 years.
Okay, and what do they do?
We enforce all the wildlife and boating laws in the state of Tennessee. And I was assigned to Shelby County and have been here for 32 years and spent most of my time on the Mississippi River enforcing the wildlife and boating laws.
Did you guys get a call to search for a baby, an infant in the Wolf River, Mississippi River area, and a firearm back on February 2nd, 2020?
Yes, we did. We actually got a call from TBI requesting our assistance.
How long have you been doing this type of work?
Been doing this since 1993.
And you've learned a lot about the river over these years?
Yes, sir.
How have you learned about the river?
Learned actually just being on my own on the river the whole time. And we checked the commercial fishermen out there. We checked the duck hunters, the deer hunters, and assist our fisheries department in sampling for fish. So an average week, I'm on the river 3 days a week, 4 days a week.
Have you taken classes or any type of things like that to learn about the river?
I did. When I was in college, I got a 4-year degree in wildlife biology. And when I was in the summers in college, I was a fishing guide out in Yellowstone Park. And in order to be a fishing guide in Yellowstone Park, we had to spend 2 weeks doing the first aid classes and the Red Cross classes. And the Coast Guard, actually from the Columbia River Basin, came and taught us about inland waterways and search and rescue and things of that nature.
Have you been on a lot of search and rescues
Yes.
over the years?
Yes.
About how many?
I would say on the Mississippi River and McKellar Lake, roughly 30.
Searching actually for bodies?
Yes, 30 to 35.
Have you trained people on river searches?
I have.
Have you trained people to search for bodies on the river and bodies of water?
Yes.
John, we tender Andy Tweed as a expert in river search and rescue and recovery.
May we approach?
Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen.
Good.
The 2nd of February 2022, right?
Yes, sir.
For a baby, an infant. Do you remember about what time that was?
Roughly 10 o'clock in the morning, I think we probably got the call about 9, had to go get a boat, and I met 2 of my sergeants and an individual from TBI. And like I said, the request came from TBI to get a boat and help them look at, it was my understanding we were looking for an infant and a carrier or both.
Okay.
And after an hour and a half or 2 hours of the search, we were all the way down to what they call the economy boat store, which is below the I-55 bridge, when the gentleman from TBI got a phone call and said,
Objection to hearsay.
Your response?
Did you, I'll ask.
Sustain?
Did you learn anything that you acted upon?
no. I mean, we didn't find anything.
Okay. Did you take any actions as a result of a phone call?
Yes, I took the TBI agent back to the boat ramp where the original crime scene was supposedly.
If you could tell us about how the currents work on the river and all that sort of thing, if you could.
I can. In that particular area is the boat ramp, is what we call the north boat ramp of Mud Island. And on the north side of the boat ramp, the Wolf River dumps into the Mississippi River. If you'll go north of that, up the Mississippi River about 600 yards, you have a place called the Lucy Woodstock Terminal. And from that point up to about Jimmy T. Woods, the river is about a 3 or 4 mile stretch that the currents flow directly into that.
If I can interrupt you, this might help you.
Yeah, absolutely, be great.
If I can fast forward this, it's the, yeah,
It's the what?
I'm sorry, it's the defense has it. It's he'll tell us what it is.
Okay, this is a flash drive, and it's a picture of the Mississippi River.
Thank you.
It's actually a video.
The video, yes.
Yeah, if you got that numbered as the next number.
And this envelope is labeled
This
River
would be
Video.
101.
Exhibit 101.
Yeah.
These are your initials.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Just checking.
We could publish.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. Tweed, if you could just let us know when to pause it, because that will help you better explain to the jury how things are working.
All right, you can pause it right there.
Okay.
All right. This location right here, you see the muddy water coming into the Mississippi River. That is the Wolf River, where it dumps into the Mississippi River. That barge is hooked up to what they call the Lucy Woodstock Terminal. Just upstream from that is where the majority of the current comes in, and it goes underneath that barge. It goes right down the Mud Island revetment area right there. And as you get south of the boat ramp right here, the current starts to go back out towards the main channel underneath the I-40 bridge.
Okay. I see. This is obviously it wasn't taken the day of, correct?
No, sir.
Was the water level different the day of?
A little bit. I think it was a little bit higher than this.
Why is the water different?
Apparently, you got 2 different colors, and what you've got, the Wolf River, apparently we've had a rain event upstream, and that's what's causing it to be muddy and very viscous.
Do the currents coming out of the Wolf and the currents going down the Mississippi, do they kind of clash in some way?
They do. They do.
Does that create some turbulence?
It does.
If you could tell the jury, well, I wanted to ask you, are the currents deceptive in these rivers?
Absolutely, they are.
I don't know if you know this, but do you know what the water volume is running down the Mississippi or down the Wolf River?
I don't.
Object to his qualifications on testing something that requires scientific information.
I was just asking if you knew.
He asked if he knew. If he doesn't know, I will allow him to answer overruled. If you don't know, you don't know.
No, not offhand.
That's fine. Now, you indicated that there are sandbars and things like that.
Yes.
In the river. Can you tell us a little bit about the sandbars and the currents and how that works?
All right. The river is constantly changing. Every day it is changing. And And of course, the Corps of Engineer has to come in and dredge and keep the channel open, and they put new dike revetments in all the time. So that changes the navigable waterway or the channel itself. So it is a changing river every day.
The water was very cold on February 2nd, 2022.
Yes, I would say between 38 and 42 degrees.
What would happen to, say, an adult, if I fell in right now with my
Your Honor,
clothes on?
can we approach?
Pardon me, again. All right,
That would survive.
Objection, Your Honor.
your response.
He's indicated that he's an expert. He indicated he has significant knowledge in rivers, the currents, the action that the river would have on a body. We have a case here where a body was thrown in the river. We're asking him what might happen to a body that was thrown in that river on February 2nd, 2022.
Him testifying in front of the jury that a body was.
I will
thrown in the river.
sustain the objection. Go ahead, please.
Would it be difficult to find the body that was thrown in the water?
Absolutely would. A body of that size, we only recover in the adults maybe 60%.
Would it be difficult to find a firearm that was thrown in that water?
Extremely.
Do you think it's likely you find a firearm thrown in that water?
It would be extremely difficult.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, sir.
How do they address you? Wildlife officer, is it Officer Tweed?
Yes, sir.
We appreciate the good work you guys do.
Thank you, sir.
But on February the 2nd, 2022, you didn't know whether a body had been thrown in that river or not, did you?
I did not, no, sir.
And you didn't know if a crime then had been committed at that spot.
No, sir.
Why did you call the crime scene then to the jury?
When we got there, it was already a crime scene.
That's the place for that.
Yeah, the police were there and they had the ambulance and the fire truck and all that.
I see. And did you find anything?
No, sir.
And you searched in the water?
We searched the bank. We were looking, as I told you earlier, we were looking for either a body or a carrier, the little baby carrier. And I went to every known location where you have a little bit of eddy water where that would have washed up.
So you had a crime scene with no evidence
Yes, sir.
of a crime?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes, ma'am. You weren't out there on a ski trip, were you?
No, sir.
You got information there was a body in the river. That's why you were out there, correct?
Absolutely. That's the information that I got, and that's what we were looking for. But no, sir, we did not find it.
So you had no evidence? Found no evidence?
I found no evidence. No, sir.
Thank you. You may sit down and
We do.
congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you very much.
This might be a good breaking point.
Yes, ma'am.
It's time for y'all to eat again. Don't be so excited.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, leave your pens and pass in the chair. Follow me, please.
We'll be in touch. No discussion of anything, you know that. not with each other, not with the law, not with the deputies.
Mr. Safety.
Chivalry is not there.
No, it isn't. It's not.
Thank you.
We're taking a break.
Somebody's holding the door, but I was waiting for the door to close. I wasn't being weird. I was waiting on the door to close so that we could continue to speak outside the jury's presence. How may I help you? Is this a 30-minute window you need to set up audio?
We just need to get speakers and set it up, and then we'll be ready to go.
Let's discuss. If it is now 11:20, it's going to take you approximately 30 minutes to set up speakers. The jury has to be fed at noon. So how far do you want to get into witness number
That's
17, Sergeant Winbush?
Yes, ma'am.
How far do you want to get into it? Do you want to start before or after lunch or anyway? If I start him, once you set up your speakers, he's going to be interrupted.
Right.
And I'm told there's a 4-hour video.
Fortunately, it kind of helps. I would rather start after lunch, right? Because the first video, it's in 6 different segments. So we can do a segment, and then if we decide it's enough for the day, we can stop or whatever. But I think it's better to start after lunch. The first segment is the longest. It's like an hour and 20 minutes.
That's what I'm asking. I don't want to have him come in,
Right.
take the stand at noon, and then we
Yeah.
break immediately.
I agree. Yeah.
As much as they may object to being fed, we still have a duty. So what time are we thinking to reconvene? Who's going to get it?
They're going to bring it here.
They're bringing it?
I guess it depends on what time they get their food.
I'm told noon.
1:15, I guess.
1 o'clock. Report back, 1 o'clock. Recess.
Court stands recess until 1 o'clock.
Back on the record, all parties present, not the jury.
Judge, I realized during lunch that we missed a mitigator in our list. And the mitigator is kind of the catch-all provision under subsection H. So I'd like to modify the list to add at the end of the list, the existence of any other, it says factors, but I think we should be consistent with the language and go with circumstance or circumstances in the defendant's background or any other circumstance that would mitigate against imposition of the death penalty.
I think that's in the instructions already, isn't it?
It is, Judge, but it's not in the mitigating list that we're gonna send back to the jury.
Let me see, hold on. Yeah.
Is the statutory mitigator on there and having other clause? It's on the clause.
On page 3, the existence of any other factors in Jose Soto-Escalera's character, background, or life, or the circumstances of the offense. So you don't think that suffices? You want to add something to it?
Wants to have it on the list.
Oh, I think if you have it, it's in the main instructions, and in your argument, you could just say, number 2 is everything else that we're requesting, you're gonna have a list at the back of the instructions just to refer to.
Okay.
So it's meant to incorporate that. That's why I put the parentheses next to it,
Yes, sir.
saying a list is attached here to for your reference. And I'm gonna tell them that. I'll read them. A list is attached here to for your reference regarding the defendant's proposed mitigating circumstances.
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure you're gonna refer to that in your closing argument.
And then the other thing we talked about was, and Mr. Burns, I don't recall, but I don't know if you put it in front of the jury that he doesn't have a significant criminal history, and then we agreed to that. Did we do that stipulation to them?
Well, I think in the absence of the stipulation, it's sort of proof by non-proof.
We do agree to it.
Right.
We want him to put it in.
That's what I think.
I think you could just argue it, that
Yes,
the state's not contesting the existence of that.
What you're indicating, I think, is the way it will play out, is it will not be argued, and then I'll say, they didn't argue, it's not proven.
Right. Meaning the jury's gonna think, well, if he had something, they would have.
We just don't want it to be an issue later, that it
Mhm.
didn't get presented during the evidence.
Yeah, I agree with the state judge. I think it's cleaner if we just do a formal stipulation that you read, that both sides have rested, but I need to instruct you that both sides have stipulated
Okay.
at this point. Because even if Mr. Burns argues it in his closing, the jury could still decide that we didn't put on any evidence of it because we didn't, and not find that as a mitigator, even though the state's agreeing to it and not arguing against it.
Let me propose this. I'll give them an instruction. Yes. Yeah. I would tell them before the arguments begin, the parties agree or stipulate that the defendant has no significant history of prior criminal activity. And that sets us up well. That's even before the arguments, and then when they get the instructions, they'll hear that as the mitigator. They'll know it's stipulated or proven. Sounded like they were coming through the hall in the back. Is that what I heard? All of the jurors out? One's in the restroom. Jury is entering. All right. Members of the jury, we are about to conclude the case with the arguments by the attorneys. Before we do, the evidence is closed. However, I do want to instruct you that the parties agree or stipulate that the defendant in this case has no significant history of prior criminal activity. So the lawyers are about to argue the case to you. As I mentioned, the evidence is closed. What the attorneys say is not evidence, but do listen closely to their arguments. They are meant to persuade you in your evaluation of the evidence and influence your decision from their perspective. Both sides will have an opportunity to make an argument to you, but the state is allowed to proceed first, and the state may proceed with its closing argument.
Think back again, all the way back to jury selection these many weeks ago, right? And we had talked about our ability to keep our word and follow the law, right? That's what we're here for. That's what we're here to do. We remind you again at the last closing argument, and I'm going to keep beating that drum, right? Because it's so important to be able to follow the law and to keep our word, particularly in a case such as this with the evidence that's been before you. When you do that, always view this evidence through the lens of objectivity, and to make sure that we render a dispassionate verdict, right? You've been confronted with highly emotional evidence from both sides, right? And that's why it's important to view this evidence as dispassionately and as methodically as we can so that we arrive at the correct decision. Emotional people make bad decisions, right? Emotional people make bad decisions. That's why we've got to look at this evidence with objectivity, reason, and logic, right? So having said that, this is what we're confronted with today. And again, I'm going to kind of go through this process again. I know we've heard it before, but we want to make sure that we get it right. So to be clear, you are confronted with not one death sentence, but two, right? 2 death sentences are on the table, 1 per count. Count 1 deals with the murder of Tanya. Count 2 with the murder of Josiah. Each count is analyzed separately, and we use the same process that's been set forth in the jury instructions that was detailed to you by Judge Murray. Of course, the first step is we got to have a unanimous finding that the state proved at least 1 or more aggravating factors per count in order to proceed with the death penalty. Those have to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, right? And in this case, both counts share the same 3 aggravating factors, the same 3. And then there's an additional aggravating factor for count 2 that deals with Josiah. So here they are. The first one, the defendant was contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony, right? Contemporaneously or at the same time. The murder was committed for financial gain. There's your second aggravator. The first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without pretense of moral or legal justification. Right? Those are our 3 aggravators that are shared by both counts. Count 2, in which Josiah is the identified victim. And this one is this. The victim of the first-degree murder was under the age of 12. That's it. That's it. And so we'll start with the easiest one first, right? The first aggravator, this should be unanimous, is this one. The victim of the first-degree murder was a person less than the age of 12. Well, what's our evidence to support that? Well, of course, it's straightforward, right? We first, Tanya was pregnant. She was very far along into her pregnancy. We presented the testimony of Dr. Stossel. And what did Dr. Stossel say? Do you remember? He said, listen, this was a perfectly healthy child. This was a perfectly healthy child. Mom had some complications, and mom was high risk, but that child was perfectly healthy. So there's your unanimous aggravator, at least for count 2. Then we go through the remaining aggravators and that apply to each count. So
The first one, the defendant was contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony. Well, that's what we have here. This aggravator applies to each count because the homicides occurred at the same time, contemporaneous, at the same time. The count 2 would be an aggravator for count 1, and vice versa. Count 1 would be an aggravator for count 2. So this has already been proven, and it's reflected in your first verdict. Next, the first-degree murder was committed for financial gain. Okay, let's talk about this. So in the transcript, session 3 of 39, you heard the evidence. This is the words of the defendant. She's pregnant from that little a-hole that works there. She says it's mine, supposedly. I can't take any chances. I lose everything. I'm going to blow her brains out so that she doesn't talk. I have to do it, Eric. I have no other choice. And then key sentence, I am going to lose everything. I am going to lose everything. And then he follows that up. If my wife found something like that out, oh my God, bro, I lose everything, bro. So there is our aggravator. So how do we arrive at financial gain from those particular circumstances or from those particular statements? I'm going to lose everything. We all know what the consequences are of a possible divorce, right? That's what he's looking at in his mind. He's looking at a possible divorce. So what does that mean when he says, I'm going to lose everything? Well, first off, as we all know, just from common human experience, what happens? You get a divorce, your cost of living increase, you no longer have a second income. Remember, his wife is working with him at Waste Pro, right? His wife works with him at Waste Pro at the time of this, right? So we have that. And we also have, what do we have? Child support, right? This is his way out of paying child support. Now, it's important to keep in mind, this financial gain, it doesn't have to be the primary motive for this killing. Let me be very clear about that. This does not have to be the primary motive for this killing. It can be a motive for this killing. And that's the state's position in this case. It is a motive, not necessarily the primary motive. And it's borne out by this defendant's own statements. It's borne out by his own statements. I'm going to lose everything. That means his wife. That means financial, his ability to prosper financially. That means he can avoid child support. That's what that means. And that's the aggravator in that particular case. Next one, and the most significant, right? The capital felony was a homicide and was committed in a cold, calculated, premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Okay, here we go. Remember, and the jury instructions define it. What happens is it defines each subpart, right? Cold, calculated, premeditated. I'm going to walk you through each one of them. Cold, this is what the jury instructions say. It means the murder was the product of cool and calm reflection, right? Cool and calm reflection. What's our evidence that supports that definition? Well, here it is. 2 days prior to the murder. The murder happened on August 23rd of 2018. This statement was made on August 21st of 2018. Listen and think about what he says here. I just can't do it inside my truck. It won't hurt me if it's not my truck. I got to strangle that bee. You can't leave no blood or nothing in the truck. I don't want nothing. If they ever come asking about anything, there's nothing. It's like you said, there's no other way around it. It's like you said, you got 2 unintelligible and that's it. All the BS will be over, and the higher up around here, the more they'll blame her boyfriend because they're always fighting. You know what I'm saying? She now has a record in which someone did something to her. You know what I'm saying? All that S. So think about what he's talking about here.
He's already developed a plan as to how he's going to kill her. He's already developed a plan as to how he's going to execute. I said her, it's both of them, right? As to how he's going to execute both of them. This is his plan, and he's smart enough to know I can't do it inside my truck, right? Because he's trying to figure out a way to not leave blood. I got to strangle that bee, right? So he's coming up and he's developing this plan, and it's with an eye towards avoiding detection, right? He's minimizing his risk. He's trying to get away with this, right? So I can't leave no blood. Of course, the best laid plans of mice and men, right? He did leave blood in the truck. He did leave blood in the truck. But 2 days beforehand, his plan is to get away with a double homicide. So think about what he's saying here. In the higher up around here, presumably he means law enforcement. The more they'll blame her boyfriend, right? The more they'll blame her boyfriend because they're always fighting. You know what I'm saying? She has a record in which someone did something to her, meaning that the law enforcement will look and find out cases in which she's been a past victim, and then they'll point the finger at him, right? Think about that. So not only has he developed a plan to execute Tanya and Josiah, but his plan is more in depth than that. His plan is more devious than that. What does he do? He is attempting to frame this so that someone else can be blamed for the murder, right? Someone else, an innocent person, can be blamed for these murders. That was his plan. That was his plan, not only to execute these people, but to get away with it. And third, to make sure an innocent person was convicted in his stead. Extreme facts call for an extreme sentence. Extreme facts call for an extreme sentence. Was all of this, the questions before you was all of this, is that the product of cool and calm reflection? Absolutely it was. Absolutely it was. Calculated. Calculated means having a careful plan or prearranged design to commit murder. Okay, so what are our facts that support that particular sub-element? Well, again, 2 days prior to the murders, he's in this waste road truck and they're driving around with Eric Alvarado. And what does he say? You can't prove anything if no one saw anything. I was thinking of taking her to some field nearby the route. Adolfo Cavelli testified the scene of the crime was on his trash route, right? So his plan, he was able to execute his plan, right? So he took her to a place near the trash route. Do you know where I go? When she go in there, she disappears for a couple of days. She does that. She disappears for 2 or 3 days. She always does that. And I'll take her phone and I'll throw it away. I'll throw it away or I'll burn it. They can't do anything there. I have everything planned out. This was not, ladies and gentlemen, a homicide or homicides that was committed in at the spur of the moment, in heat of passion, when someone's upset, when somebody wasn't thinking through the consequences of his actions. Oh no, he admitted, he stated, he had everything planned out. Extreme facts call for an extreme punishment and premeditated. The third sub-element, remember, this is exactly what you've already found. This portion of the jury instructions, it's no different than what you found during the guilt phase. It defines premeditation. What is added on in this phase is this particular section right here. For this aggravating factor to apply, a heightened level of premeditation demonstrated by a substantial period of reflection is required. So that's the difference That's the difference for the aggravator. The aggravator adds on this requirement of demonstrated by a substantial period of reflection. So what we have is we've already gone through statements where he's made 2 days in advance about how he's planned it out, right? 2 days in advance, he's planned it out. But do you remember, think back to Kenneth Barron during the guilt phase, right? Kenneth Barron was the guy, he comes in and he says, listen, this defendant approached me about a ghost gun, right? He approached me about a ghost gun. And what did he do it 2 to 4 weeks before? Right? 2 to 4 weeks before. If he's to be believed, and we have no reason to disbelieve him, is there enough evidence to support the proposition that the defendant was thinking about this murder and planning it out and premeditating it out 2 to 4 weeks before it happened? Of course there is. Of course there is. What Kenneth Barron said fits in with all of the other facts and all the other evidence that was gleaned in the state's case, right? Is there any reason to disbelieve Kenneth Barron? All of this evidence, all of it shows that the state has been able to establish this particular aggravator beyond a reasonable doubt. And then the final sub-element is this. It was carried out without any pretense of moral or legal justification. And then it defines that as any claim of justification or excuse, though insufficient to reduce the degree of murder, rebuts the cold, calculated, premeditated nature of the murder. Okay. So have you been presented with any evidence that would either justify or excuse these homicides? No. No. There's no question that we have proven this aggravator beyond a reasonable doubt. And so remember, then we get to the mitigating evidence, right? Then we get to the mitigating evidence. And let's take a fair look at it and figure out where to go from here. And remember, as we all discussed in jury selection, we consider everything, right? Everything we consider. But then after we consider it, what do? We figure out how much weight it deserves, right? So that's what the law says. The most impactful mitigator certainly is the fact that this defendant has no significant criminal history. You obviously consider that and obviously give it whatever weight that you believe it deserves. It's up to you to decide how much value this mitigator has after you weigh it against the aggravators, right? So it's weighed against it. The first, I think it was the first witness that was presented yesterday was Raul Banasco. He was the fellow who testified via Zoom. He's your prison expert, and he worked with the Department of Corrections. I think he's in Texas now. And he came in, and if I understood him correctly, the gist of his testimony was, well, okay, we get it. The defendant will adjust well to prison life, and he's going to be able to follow all the rules and not become a problem. So that's what you're being asked to believe. Okay. Well, let's think about that. Let's consider that for a second. If I understood Banasco's testimony correctly, he met with the defendant for an hour and a half, right? He talked to the defendant, someone who is facing the death penalty, and he talked to him for an hour and a half. He then reviewed the defendant's behavioral records from St. Lucie County Jail, right? And based on that, he arrives at the conclusion that he will not be a problem in prison. Okay. Even if he were to be able to accurately predict that, and there's no guarantee that he can. After all, he's going to go to prison, right? If there is ever an unpredictable environment in this world, it would be prison, right? You're not talking about a bunch of rule followers in prison. They're there for a reason. So let's assume that let's just, for argument's sake, let's be fair. For argument's sake, let's assume that he can accurately predict that, right? Let's assume that he's accurate in that. How much weight do you give that, right? How much weight would you honestly assign that when you're looking at the aggravating evidence in this case? How much weight would that be? Would that honestly give and fairly give when you view this evidence objectively? When you view it objectively, how much weight would you give that? The answer is very little, very little. So then we get to Lucinda Cook. Lucinda Cook is the ex-girlfriend. She says that she was in a relationship with him between 2006 and 2012. She didn't have a meaningful conversation with this defendant for 13 years, right? That was her testimony. She has not spoken to him in a meaningful way for 13 years until just a few weeks ago. I think her testimony was a month ago I spoke to him. So either during the jury selection process or right before the jury selection process, the defendant re-enters her life, right? The defendant re-enters her life. Okay. Again, and she also said, well, he was never violent with me. Okay. He was never violent with her. Okay. So again, the question is, and only you can answer this, is how much weight would you assign that? Right? How much weight would you honestly assign that? Somebody who hasn't spoken to him in 13 years, how much weight do we give that evidence? Very little. Very little. And then, of course, today you have the defendant's mother and his other family members. Okay, again, highly emotional testimony, as you would expect, right? And of course, they're going to have good things to say about him, as you would expect, right? No surprise, as you would expect. His mother is going to come in and say nice things about her son in these horrific circumstances. So, my question would be, how much weight would you give that, right? I mean, if we're here to give our reasoned judgment and weigh the facts and the evidence out and apply it to the law in as dispassionate a way as we possibly can, right? We're not here to be swayed by our emotions. Emotional people make bad decisions. If we weigh this out in as dispassionately as we possibly can, would we give this testimony any weight? I think you give it minimal weight. At best, you give it minimal weight. And of course, we finally arrive at the weighing process, right? And again, this is directly from the jury instructions that we spoke about at length during jury selection. And it's very, very straightforward, very, very simple. You know, whether sufficient aggravating factors exist, which of course they do, and then whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh the proven mitigating factors. That's it. That's all you do. So I end with this. You know, our criminal justice system relies on accountability, right? Our criminal justice system demands accountability. And part of that is to punish people proportionate to the crimes that they've committed. Punish them proportionate to the crimes that they have committed. This defendant, he murdered Tanya and Josiah Wise for no other reason than he believed that he would lose everything if his wife found out about the pregnancy. He could have come clean to his wife. He could have paid child support. He could have been accountable to his wife. But he didn't do that. He planned this murder out for a lengthy period of time. And he executed that plan. That's what he did. That's what you found. Extreme facts call for an extreme sentences. That's what we're here for today. Ladies and gentlemen, this defendant deserves not one, but 2 death sentences. Extreme facts call for extreme sentence. That's what I'm asking you to impose today. I'm asking you to impose a unanimous vote on both counts for the death sentence in each count. On behalf of Tom Bacadol, your state attorney, on behalf of the people of the state of Florida, I thank you for your patience and your service this month. Thank you very much. It is, I speak for everybody, it is truly appreciated on everybody's part. Thank you so much.
Mr. Richardson, the defense argument, Mr. Burns.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Greetings also to you.
Tanya Wise. Josiah Wise. Murdered by Jose, who is my client. The trial is always about the accused, but the case is about those two. The main facts of the case are that they are not here anymore. And I tell you that because it's true. And I tell you that because I wish you to recognize that I know it. None of the evidence that has come before you has been received by me in any inhuman or different way than you have received it. I've just lived with it for a much longer time. I wish to respond to some of the things that Prosecutor Richardson just indicated. He made a very strong case, and I told you yesterday that I am not going to quarrel with the fact that this was a coldly and calculatedly and premeditatedly done act. We have Jose's voice in his truck a couple of days before this. That was his plan. I don't dispute that. So what does that mean for you? Well, it means you're going to unanimously find that there is an aggravator. And the gate is swinging wide open for you to kill him if you want to now. Last legal requirement is met. The baby, I told you yesterday, that those photos look to me much like a newborn baby. Certainly less than 12 years of age. I don't argue that aggravator. Now there are 2. I'm here to try to save my guy's life, not insult your intelligence. Those 2 factors are there. I don't have arguments against them that are in any way meaningful. That the crimes were committed while there were contemporaneous other capital felonies going on. Jose kills Tanya, the baby, is a contemporaneous crime. They work back and forth as aggravators. If you wish to find them so unanimously, I will only say this: the existence of the baby Josiah, the fact that Tanya was pregnant, is clearly a central fact. But Jose's intent, while it would necessarily have to cover the baby, his anger, his hatred, whatever it was that was really pushing him and motivating him along, was aimed at Tanya. There were no abdominal injuries. No indication of hatred toward the baby. Mr. Richardson tells you that because Jose said I'd lose everything, that therefore, beyond a reasonable doubt, you should all conclude that this crime was done for or affected by financial gain. No, that is not proved. If you are worrying about losing your marriage, that doesn't mean you're worried because there might be financial implications. If you're worried about losing your job because your wife is a supervisor, the uncontroverted evidence before you is that Jose has worked steadily since he's 15 and been totally self-sufficient. A divorce is not going to knock him off kilter. Fearing having to look for a new job is not going to prompt him to do a murder. That this crime was done for financial gain is not proved beyond a reasonable doubt because of the consequences of divorce, because of child support. He paid child support for 3 children, is the evidence before you, and gave groceries and clothing for the 4th. That is not proved. Extreme facts require, says the state, an extreme sentence. These are horrible facts. Every murder is comprised of horrible facts and would consist of photos of a victim in sight, photos of a victim during autopsy. Jose, according to the evidence, planned to get Tanya to a place and kill her. That's every mob hit ever. Let's get Paulie to the club and we'll whack him. That's not an extreme fact. That's an ordinary fact. We're talking about facts of murder, mind you. We're talking about murder. To get someone to a place where no one can see to do the crime is not extreme. It's common in murder. Raul Benasco spent 90 minutes with Jose. Perhaps Mr. Richardson would prefer that he moved in with him for a year in his cell. How long is a man supposed to sit with them to learn some history and review his prison record, which is what the man's expertise is all about? That Lucinda Cook had no communication with Jose for 13 years and yet came in here after all that time to speak on his behalf doesn't count against him, it counts for him. What kind of an impression did he make on her? That after all this time, she consults, she prays, and she comes in. When other people are jumping ship, she comes in. And her intention is not to tell you who he is now or quarrel with you about your verdict. It's to say, look, whatever you found that he did, I'm surprised by it because that's not the way he behaved with me and with my children. With us, he made us feel safe. And that takes me to kind of one of the topics that I want to discuss with you. I had hoped to just roll through here without having to refer to anything written, but the situation changed with my witnesses and whatnot, and so I'm going to refer to some topics here, and then I'm going to explain them to you. And one of the things that's going on here, I'm going to refer to as box and balloon. Box and balloon, it sounds like a kid's game. Bear with me here. The box is the life of Jose Soto-Escalera. In toto, everything. From birth to now, certainly from birth to the time he did the murder. And as you heard from his family, yeah, it's what's expected from family. Would your family come in and run you under the bus? I hope not. So he was good. He was generous. He was uplifting. He was a mediator. He laughed and encouraged us to come out. There were good things to Jose. He comes to Florida. There are women who say good things about him. Madeline Cologne and Lucinda Cook. He has long-term relationships with them. He supports emotionally and otherwise children that are his and that aren't his. He brings safety to women who are recovering from traumatic relationships. All that is in the box. At the bottom, we insert a balloon. The balloon is this crime. It is this murder. It inflates because it is the chief act within all the acts of that box. The question for you is, how big does the balloon get? Does it crowd out every other thing in a man's existence to the point where you regard him as almost inhuman and therefore like a cigarette butt or a cockroach? He's not. He's a horrible, horrible killer. And other things too. one of the topics I have written down here is humility. Humility. I recommend humility to myself. I don't always follow. I recommend humility to most people in most circumstances, and I most absolutely recommend it to you here in thinking about this. Why do I say this? Because you made an impression on me. When I sat back while Ms. Minton did all the work early in the case, I was watching and I was listening, and I was very, very impressed with your confidence. How confidently you all said, this one I'd kill him, I'd kill him, I'd kill him. This one, I don't know. You're very confident in your ability to make these judgments. And I wonder, in addition to being impressed, I say, how do these people come by this confidence? Do you have education? Do you have experience in this regard? You were on the streets a couple of weeks ago. Now you're in here deciding who lives and who dies. That's correct according to the law. And it's probably good that we don't leave it up to just one person. But I still think you ought to think about how perfectly suited you are to do this. Take a look. Think. How do you think? When's the last time or when was the first time any of you thought about how you think? Probably not. It's a thing you do. You put on your shoes, you make a bowl of cereal, you think. You're thinking all day. Your mind's taking you here and there. How exactly does it work? When have you examined the functioning of your brain? Look to that door right there. Let's use our imaginations. These folks here are essentially asking you to put a target on Jose's back and make arrangements for death to do his thing with this guy, because the law permits you to do it and you would decide that's what should be done. So through that door now comes death. Death is coming in, coming through the gate. Death is right here. I'm asking you to imagine if death is right here in the room with us. How many of you perceive death right here in the room with us as a female? None of you, right? As a child, none of you, right? It was some hulking, some version of the Grim Reaper, right? You have conclusions and ways and things in your brain, and you don't even know how they got in there. Death could be a woman. Death could be a child. It could be a noxious cloud. But you, I'm pretty sure, had death as a male. In what other ways do you think or make decisions and you're not even exactly sure why? This is intended to be an abiding decision. Live with you forever. Like your religion, like you love your children, like your sports team, things you don't change. And so if you decide to kill Jose, that means that you are right now, today, knowing how you're going to think forever, right now you're going to lock your brain into an unyielding rigidity that says, kill him. And if someone asks you next year or in 10 years or in 20 years, oh yeah, I'm still good with it. That's what it means. And that's why I say you should approach this with some humility. I want you to imagine something else. I'm going to call it a spectrum of death. Jose is on it. Over here is one end. And I'm at this end, and you're at this end, and everyone else in this room is at this end because we had no involvement with killing. You ever killed anyone? Never thought about it? And certainly didn't engineer it and make a heavy-duty recommendation that it be done. We are all over here, unstained and unsullied by any association with death and killing. Jose is on the spectrum here. Jose is on the spectrum. Let's make this mark on the spectrum where we started with Ashley Minton's questions to you. In the next courtroom over, we've got a murderer, a first-degree murderer who intended to do it. Now, we have a little more than that. We have some aggravators. So Jose's a little further on the spectrum of death. Way out here at the other end of the spectrum of death is we'll put our state actors, your Hitlers, your Stalins, people who killed in the millions. It's not really relevant to us, but it's out there because what you need to comprehend, and I don't know if it's ever come through in all the system, in all the sessions that we had, how do we decide what is a death penalty case? the people that you send to Tallahassee, when they become geniuses and philosopher kings, they look at the spectrum of murder, all of it, and say, okay, where are we going to pin it to say what is a death penalty case? And so the whole circumstance that we've found ourselves in, since the first group came in here on September 2nd, is we are wallowing around in death and talking about death. And the first thing we do before we have a trial is talk about the death penalty. And you're a jury of Jose's peers. But as you know, from your individual groups, a lot of your peers didn't like the death penalty, but they're on the outside of the door now. So what I'm looking at is a box full of, I won't say killers, but people who are comfortable with it. You all said many, many times, oh yeah. Up and down the road, will you invoke death? Yeah, I'll do well. Yes. You're the same people who just convicted him. And I'm just one guy with some words. And I'm afraid you're kind of roll right through me and try and kill him, but you don't have to. Here's one simple thing. And in thinking about this argument and then making it, I kept coming back to it because I'm a very simple person, possibly a simpleton. And it is this: why would any ordinary, decent person with a conscience orchestrate a death if they don't have to? Why would you make someone die if it's not required? And it is not required under any circumstances that you have heard or will hear. If Jose is to die judicially, it's because you did it. You want it to be done. The judge can't do it on his own. You have to do it. And so you, I'll use the word contort, but maybe your brains flip right into that position naturally. I would say you have to contort yourself and everything you believe and your conscience is to get to a place where you can say, I'm morally comfortable with killing a guy. Let me talk about some of the mitigators. Where's my list of mitigators? There are a lot of mitigators. There are always a lot of mitigators because anything can be a mitigator. And I'm behind the 8 ball. So I'm going to throw a lot of mitigators out there. I don't suggest they're all of equal weight. I don't even consider them all of equal weight. But I don't know which one you back there might latch on to. So I'm going to run through them quick. I might highlight a couple of them. This list will be attached to the instructions. It will be part of the instructions that the judge will read you, so you don't have to remember it. There are 29 of them, and some of them strike the same theme, but if Jose was nice to 4 people, I'm going to name them all individually. As you have heard, as the judge has told you, there's no dispute that Jose has no significant history of prior criminality. That I will highlight for a moment, because that is an extraordinary fact. Do you recognize that? This is a convicted double murderer who did nothing prior. And I think that's important, and I suggest you should think that's important, because if I'm going to make a heavy recommendation that a judge kill someone, it should be a bad person. It should be a very bad person. It should be a pretty bad person through and through. That's not who Jose is. This is an explosion of violence that comes out of nowhere in his life. It doesn't make it any better. Still makes it a murder, but it doesn't make him the type of utterly useless human who you might want to put down. He's not utterly useless. And this is not in keeping with anything that he has exhibited before. And that is very important. Jose was abandoned by his father as a child, raised in chronic poverty. I'm going to stop on that one for a minute because we did discuss that many times and a lot of people in jury selection didn't like it. And remember, we're past the guilt phase. No one is saying, poor Jose, you let him go because he grew up in poverty. But poverty brings challenges. That's all I ask you to recognize. You know, we acknowledge the importance of two-parent homes and sufficient money to meet our needs, and yet if people don't have that, we really don't cut them any slack about it. All I'm saying is consider it as a mitigating factor. He had less than probably you and many others. I don't know exactly what that means. My dad was a school teacher. Jose suffers from transgenerational family trauma. There's problems with the mama, problems with him, problems growing up in Bridgeport with no money. Chronic exposure to trauma during his childhood. The mama seems to remember the house being fine and the neighborhood fine, but it was not fine. You heard from the cousins, this is not a fine neighborhood. It was a violent neighborhood where drugs were dealt on the streets and crime was in the streets and crime was seen. And that's not an ordinary way to grow up. Jose can positively contribute to society in prison as a worker. I don't contend that that is an especially weighty concern, but it is a totally relevant concern because remember, where is it? It's life without parole. Look at that. It's like the forgotten option somewhere. Well, I blow the dust off it and it looks pretty good. It looks fine to me. Life without parole. Let's remember, and I will recall to you what you told us also at the same time, within probably 2 seconds of telling us you all can oppose the death penalty, you all said you would consider life without possibility of parole. And if you're sitting here now not doing it, you're not following the law and you're not doing your job. If you decided last week he's guilty and you're going to kill him, you're working a charade and a fraud on us right now. So everybody's mind better be open. You don't have to like what I'm telling you, but you got to listen to it. And you told us you would consider it. And I'm not exactly striking the tone of a beggar here, but nevertheless, you have a job to do and I'm going to make sure that you do it. Jose has established and maintains long-term substantive meaningful relationships with friends. Jose has established close family bonds and relationships with his cousins. You know penalties have consequences that ripple. You're going to kill someone. You know that. You heard from the victims in the case. Jose has maintained a close relationship with his mother, maintains close family bonds with his children. You know, that's supposed to be the motive here. And yet he said opportunity galore and never killed anyone. That doesn't mean he didn't do this, he did. But if he is monstrously wrong for killing one child, you can't deny him or deny the existence of the fact that he helped and contributed and lived a meaningful part of his other children's lives for a long time. I don't know if there's a rug back in the jury room, but you would not be doing right to pick up the corner of it and sweep facts you don't like under it. Jose demonstrated exemplary jail behavior. He poses no danger to prison staff or inmates. Again, these are all relevant considerations if he is going to be living for years before execution and living out the rest of his life in prison. How he will do in prison is completely relevant for you to consider. Jose has been a positive influence on family members. Jose will be required to work 60 hours a week. That's every day in DOC. As a prisoner, you know, Jose is a prisoner. He's been a prisoner for 7 years. When you capture prisoners in war, you don't kill them. It's a war crime. But here, it's okay to kill prisoners. Think about that. You're being asked to kill a prisoner. He's neutered. He's nothing. He's been in handcuffs and shackles behind bars in a secure jail, guarded 24/7 for more than 7 years. What is the need to kill him? You got that much of an urge? Take him out of his cage and put him down? He's helpless. He's hopeless. That's enough. Your common sense should tell you, your understanding of the world, at least the United States, should tell you that there's plenty of states that don't have a death penalty at all. And they might say, well, he's a prisoner. You got to kill him. You kill prisoners. That's where your morality is. You kill prisoners. Who's more helpless than the prisoner? Jose was a positive influence on his former girlfriends and their children. Jose can be redeemed. For that matter, you know what Jose did 7 years ago. Do you know where his head is at now? If he's taken out in several years and executed, you kill the body, but what is his head? Where will his mind be at? Do you know? Will he be the same person? Because that's how punishment works. Of course, who among us hasn't suddenly snatched up one of our children, put him over our knee, administered a spanking, and said, "That's for what you did 7 months ago." It's not how punishment should work. Jose provides support for his children. No prior history of violence, no criminality, no violence. He has helped his former girlfriend and his son's mother escape dangerous domestic violence situations. He has always been a hard worker in manual labor fields, furniture delivery, security work, others. Jose escaped a high crime, high poverty area independently, moving to Florida when he was just 15 years old, and he made it on his own. Despite lacking the opportunity to complete his education, he overcame that lack of education through consistent work ethic. He never took a dime of public money, even though he was just a teenager. And again, that undercuts the argument that he did this killing in any way connected to or for or about pecuniary or financial gain. He's always had to work and always had money. Jose has exhibited excellent courtroom behavior. You probably know that people accused of crimes, especially murderers, especially in long trials and processes, they don't always keep their mouth shut and they don't always behave. Jose has behaved just as he's behaved as an inmate. Jose will continue to offer positive life influence on his children, family members, and friends who have become emotionally dependent on him. He began working and earning money to help support his family at a young age. He's always been self-supporting, as I mentioned, not a drain on society. Some, if not all of those, you should find exist, a little more likely than not, and then you are required to consider them. What weight you give them is completely up to you. This part of the process seemed to confuse a lot of your fellow people who didn't make it onto the jury, who kept insisting that the law, they're just going to follow the law. The law is depositing you off here at a crossroads if you don't realize it yet. Okay, you are going to tell the law what will happen here. Life, forever and ever, until you die and they take you out of prison, or death penalty. The law doesn't tell you which one, but the law does tell you that life without possibility of parole, like the stepchild option in here, is not a stepchild option. It's perfectly good. The law gives you a choice because it's perfectly happy with the life. Perfectly happy. And so should you be. It would keep you off the spectrum of death. If you do order and recommend that Jose be killed, you're not outside over here off the spectrum of death. You move a little bit closer to him. You now have some involvement in killing. Not that you'll do it yourself. You'll just set the first domino falling that will result in it. Jurors isolated from the execution. You're making a moral decision, but you're not making it in a vacuum, and don't think because it will happen years down the line and you won't be there and the needle won't be in your hand that you're not responsible. That's my point to you. You are responsible. The prison's far away. You're still responsible if it happens. Well, someone else in the state's employ, the state executioner will do it, so your hands will be dirty, but it's your handiwork that will be done. So don't think of it as just, you making a death recommendation is like dropping some instructions off on your secretary's desk as you leave for a long weekend. It is not that. Victim impact statements. We heard from several members of Tanya's family. Her mother, I suggest, especially, and her son, who I thought testified very impressively for his mother. And it may not matter coming from me, but I'm quite certain his mother is proud of him and would be proud of him. But I hate victim impact statements, not for the reason you probably think. Because in fact, I love victim impact statements done right. Victims should have a voice. They should be heard, especially in crimes of violence and especially in loss of life cases. I think victim impact statements should be published in the newspaper and court administration should pay for it. They should have a voice. But here in this process, that voice is best expressed to the judge with experience, not to the jurors with none. Because within this tight process that you're following that might lead to someone's death, in comes these victim impact statements, and where do they fit into the process? They do not. What will the judge tell you? Well, the purpose is to establish the uniqueness of the victim and the impact on the family and community. Who would dispute that a murder victim is unique? Everyone in here. We're all the same and all exactly different. Of course, Tanya Wise is unique and special and has special characteristics and qualities. But the only thing that you're instructed to do is not regard it as an aggravator. Well, what are you hearing it for then? It for sure ain't no mitigator. Every single one of those statements is like an emotion bomb, a sympathy grenade going off, bespattering the walls with sympathy. Not for my guy. In fact, it is so much seeming like an aggravator that you have to be told it's not an aggravator. So that's one thing I don't like about it, that it's dropped in here unfairly. It operates against me and my client, but what am I supposed to do with it? What are you supposed to do with it? It's not an aggravator, and you're only supposed to be deciding the case on aggravators and mitigators, so what are you supposed to do with it? And the other reason I don't like it is because it lends itself to being a victim ranking system. If Tanya Wise had no family whatsoever to come in here for her and give victim impact statements, is her life and her murder any less important thereby? No. If Tanya Wise was the chief of surgery at the local hospital and saved hundreds of lives through her surgical skills, would that make a difference? It should not. One man, one vote, one murder victim, all the same. They're all the same. Every life is valued the same. No life is valued more than another. If Tanya had nobody to come, if that whole segment was not here at all, okay, it's victim impact time. No one stay here. So what are you supposed to do? Oh, she must not be worth very much, right? Or look, it's 100 people come in, she must be worth so much. It's a victim ranking system, it stinks. Everyone's the same. No one deserves to be killed, no matter who you are. And so I don't like it for that reason. Look, this case is loaded with emotion from top to bottom. And that's just a gigantic injection of it. And for what? I'm not sure what you're supposed to do with it, and you can't be sure either because it doesn't fit in. It's not an aggravator or a mitigator. That's what we're doing here. We're weighing aggravators and mitigators. We're figuring out factors of his character that might lead you to not kill him. That Tanya is unique, that her family is mourning, that there's a void that won't be filled. Yes. But that's not the point. The point is that she is a person who should be alive and is not now, due to Jose's criminality. Who she is important, but it's important outside of this process. Here's another one of my little topics that I wrote. This is not a fixable situation. We know that. I'm just gone for 7 years now. Josiah never had a chance. Never began. Whether he is imprisoned, Jose, for the rest of his life, or whether he gets taken out at some point and injected to death, whatever they put in there, Tanya and Josiah will not come back. It can't be made right. And we, you, me, that doesn't, it just doesn't fit right. And then I think it especially doesn't fit right for Americans because we don't think, okay, what are we going to do about it? Let's do something. There's nothing meaningful that can be done. If there are people rooting for the death of Jose, I don't know that there are. If that day comes, they may experience a moment or a day of satisfaction, but I think the next day after, the heaviness and the sadness of the loss is still there. It's undiminished. That's the fact. He lives or dies is less important than the loss that cannot be made right. Killing him won't fix it. It won't fix it. It won't take the pain away. Let's talk about something that we mentioned in jury selection. Which, by the way, does it seem that Ms. Minton, that poor Ashley did so much of the work here in this case and I did relatively so little? That's my fault. It was a little inside baseball for you. This is my case. I am lead attorney in the case, and Ms. Minton works for me, so to speak, under my supervision. And I could have done everything, or I could have done nothing. But like I told you yesterday, I waited a long time for my chance to speak to you. And the detectives among you have already figured out because I knew I would be here. I knew there would be a penalty phase. And I figured that this would be the hottest part of the trial for Mr. Jose Soto-Escalera. And so I figured that this ought to be my post of duty and not Miss Ashley's post of duty. But everything that has transpired in this courtroom has been done with my knowledge and my approval from the defense side of things. And you know what? You know why? Maybe you're thinking, well, hey, Attorney Burns, what'd you drag us to a trial for if you figured you guy was guilty already? Because they're trying to kill my guy, and they're going to cross every T and dot every I before they get to do that. Late in a losing game, a losing effort, the final seconds click off the clock. The quarterback doesn't drop back in the pocket and take a knee and give up. He used the ball as far as he can and hopes for a miracle. Do you think you are the only ones who can read and understand and appreciate and see evidence and what it means? I've been doing this for a long time. Whatever you can do in that regard, I can do better. I knew I would be here. And we make no apologies for fighting every step of the way, including now. And frankly, I feel like I'm in the last ditch, maybe fighting you all off, and I got nothing but a rusty sword in my hand, a slingshot, nothing but words. And I really don't want you to kill my guy. But we're going to talk now about mercy. I hear some of your voices. I hear them from here saying, oh, counselor. Attorney Burns, I was kind of half with you, sort of paying attention up to this point. But mercy for this guy? Mercy. You may, if you hearken back just a few weeks, you will recall when Miss Ashley was addressing this topic with you. The point that was attempted to be made and the distinction to be made is how does mercy work? Does the guy who gets it have to earn it? People who give it just give it? The concept, I believe, that was attempted to be taught to you, and there's not really much time in that classroom where you have to address 20 other matters, is that mercy is always in the power of the victor. Weak people, losers, don't get to grant mercy. People who have power get to grant mercy. And so, whether it's withheld or granted, has very little to do with the recipient and very much to do with you, the grantors. It's a statement of who you are. And so, if any of you are still even within earshot on this issue of mercy, you need to just consult yourself and say, look, am I a merciful person or not? What does mercy mean in this case? The merciful thing is to condemn Jose to live for decades and decades and decades in prison behind bars until he dies. To become institutionalized and infantilized over time and be told when to go to bed and when lights on and lights out, and when to eat and not to eat, and look through bars and never get out. If I imprison you guys in your old high schools, how long would it be before you went crazy? He'll be in a prison. That's, most people would not consider that a merciful result, but that's what mercy means here. So it's not a great big fat dollop of mercy, go forth, Jose. It's a little drop of mercy that says, I'm going to kill you. That's all the mercy that would be requested here. Let me take you back a couple of days. And I'm going to read you some words that Judge Merman read to you in describing the elements of first-degree murder. And then I'm going to make an argument from that by reworking those words a little bit. None of what I say to you is a legal instruction. It's just an argument. It's just food for thought. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. That's what the judge read to you. Now I want to change it up a little bit. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind of each juror at the time of engineering the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between
You may continue.
What I'm saying to you is the process that you are relying on. This is a moral decision that you make as individuals. And it should be based on a system that you understand and that you can follow. I am going to talk about what you've been asked to do last week and what you're asked to do now. And I'm going to do a compare and contrast. At no point am I suggesting that anything you do or might do is illegal. I am not asking that anything you do or not do is in any way related to you being murderers or illegal killers or equating you in any moral way with Jose. But you were asked last week to convict a man because he thought about doing a killing beforehand and did it. What are you being asked to do?
Objection, again, improper argument. The difference is.
I'll complete the thought and I'll go on the objection if there is one.
The process that is before you, if you follow the instructions and carry it out and think about it, means that you're thinking about forming the intention to ask the judge, recommend the judge to kill Jose. So in this circumstance, it's righteous, right? So sometimes thinking real hard about doing a killing is okay, if you're comfortable with that. If you should go back there and 8 or more of you decide independently, and by the way, this is an independent thing. I don't say you can't talk to one another or nothing like that. But so far you have kind of walked the path together. Jury selection, you get on the jury, you hear the evidence, you made your decision, and now all of you stand here at the point together. But you sort of come up the stem or the base of a Y, and now you're at the V part and you're looking at the crossroads. That's where the law has deposited you now. And I have acknowledged that the state has demonstrated that there are aggravators. And as I told you, the gate is open for you to kill. And I recommended humility. I recommend you don't go down that path. I wonder, with that gate open, I don't actually think so looking at you, but if any of you might now or in 5 minutes or 10 minutes regard it as some sort of a temptation. No one gets to be in your position, very few people to say, live or die. Look at here he is, live or die, it's up to you. It might be tempting. Walk the path that people don't get to walk. It's a forbidden path, highly forbidden. But it's open to you. If you should find it alluring or tempting in any way, the forbidden fruit of control over someone's life or death, you're not in the Garden of Eden being tempted, you're in the Valley of Death being tempted. Walk out of it, go away, take the other path. Do not do any killing that is not absolutely required, and this is not required ever. Sometimes large matters can be understood in simple ways and things that might happen all of a sudden. And you don't even know it until it happens. And one of those, I'm going to hang with me here if you can on this example, is I've called it lean in, lean out. Lean in, lean out. People, they lean in, they like something.
Lean out when they don't. Lean in to give that first kiss. Hopefully someone's leaning back. Maybe they're not. Maybe they get to lean back. Never happened to me, of course. But I use the example in this way. If you are a juror who votes to oppose the death penalty, and you should remember this is a binding decision. You're good with it now, you're good with it tomorrow, you're good with it forever. You should end up in conversation with someone, the topic comes up. And what did you do? I voted to kill him. Whoa. You're gonna get the whoa. You're not gonna get the what? And the person hasn't had a chance to think about it. It hasn't penetrated to the consciousness of that hearer at all. But you're gonna get this, you're gonna get a draw back and a whoa because you just admitted to them that you're on the spectrum. You're on the killing spectrum. You're not over here. The rest of us having nothing to do with it. You just said, yeah, I set a man up to die. And that doesn't get up. That gets up. Think about that. This is a big decision. Yeah, I'm just about done. I'm running out of juice. When you go home this afternoon, after having come back and given us your decision, you will now be a life giver or a life taker. You're not going to be the same. If you vote to set the wheels in motion, to give a heavy recommendation to this judge to kill this man, you're not going to be the same. This is a life taker. You are not. Leave the life taker alone on the spectrum of death. Don't take a step nearer to him. You don't have to. I invite you in my final words to consult your best selves, the highest portions of your consciences, the lightness in your heart, not the darkness in your heart. To rot and die in prison is not merciful. It is a horrible, horrible sentence. Do that to him. Thank you.
Thank you, attorneys. Members of the jury, I'm about to instruct you before you deliberate. The instructions, just as in the guilt phase, are in writing, and a copy for each of you. We'll go back into the jury room during deliberations for your further reference should you need it. However, do pay close attention to the instructions I'm about to give you. And for those of you who are in the audience, the instructions will only take about 10 minutes. You must stay for the entire instructions so as to not distract the jury as they pay close attention to these instructions. Members of the jury, you have heard all the evidence and argument of counsel. Now you must decide whether the defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or to death. In making your decision, you must first unanimously determine whether the aggravating factors alleged by the state have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. An aggravating factor is the only circumstance recognized by Florida law that could result in a defendant receiving the death penalty. An aggravating factor increases the gravity of a crime or the harm to a victim beyond the harm inherent in every first-degree murder. You must not consider any other facts as an aggravating factor other than what has been alleged and proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. The aggravating factors alleged by the state applicable to each victim are: 1, the defendant was previously or contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony. The crimes of first-degree murder and first-degree murder of an unborn child are capital felonies. 2, the first-degree murder was committed for financial gain. And 3, the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. The term cold means the murder was the product of calm and cool reflection. The term calculated means having a careful plan or prearranged design to commit murder. A killing is premeditated if it occurs after the defendant consciously decides to kill. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. However, for this aggravating factor to apply, a heightened level of premeditation demonstrated by a substantial period of reflection is required. A pretense of moral or legal justification is any claim of justification or excuse that, though insufficient to reduce the degree of murder, nevertheless rebuts the otherwise cold, calculated, or premeditated nature of the murder. The aggravating factor alleged by the state that applies only to the unborn child is the victim of the first-degree murder was a person less than 12 years of age. You have heard evidence about the impact of this murder on the family, friends, or community of Tanya Wise and her unborn child. This evidence was presented to show the victim's uniqueness as an individual and the resultant loss by Tanya Wise's death and that of her unborn child. However, you may not consider this evidence as an aggravating factor. The state has the burden to prove an aggravating factor beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to disregard an aggravating factor if you have an abiding conviction that it exists. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, you do not have an abiding conviction that the aggravating factor exists, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the aggravating factor has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt as to the existence of an aggravating factor may arise from the evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the existence of an aggravating factor, you must find that it does not exist. However, if you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the aggravating factor does exist. A finding that an aggravating factor exists must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree that each alleged aggravating factor exists. You will be provided a form to make this finding as to each alleged aggravating factor, and you should indicate whether you find each aggravating factor has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And the verdict form itself is in conformity with that. As to each of the counts, there's a section for you to do just that, and it will be self-explanatory when you see it. If you do not unanimously find that at least one aggravating factor was proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, then the defendant is not eligible for the death penalty and your deliberations are complete. If, however, you unanimously find that at least one aggravating factor has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then the defendant is eligible for the death penalty and you must consider additional matters to determine whether the appropriate penalty should be life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. First, each of you must determine whether any mitigating circumstances exist. A mitigating circumstance is not limited to the facts surrounding the crime. A mitigating circumstance may include any aspect of the defendant's character, background, or life, or any circumstance of the offense that may indicate the death penalty is not appropriate in this case. It is the defendant's burden to prove that one or more mitigating circumstances exists. Mitigating circumstances need not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Instead, the defendant need only prove a mitigating circumstance by the greater weight of the evidence, which means evidence that more likely than not tends to establish the existence of a mitigating circumstance. If you determine by the greater weight of the evidence that a mitigating circumstance exists, you must consider it proven and give that evidence such weight as you determine it should receive. You need not reach a unanimous decision about whether the defendant has proven the existence of a mitigating circumstance. Any juror persuaded as to the existence of a mitigating circumstance must consider it in this case. Among the mitigating circumstances you may consider are: 1, Jose Soto-Escalera has no significant history of prior criminal activity, and 2, the existence of any other factors in Jose Soto-Escalera's character, background, or life, or the circumstances of the offense that would mitigate against the imposition of the death penalty. A list is attached hereto to these instructions for your convenience regarding the defendant's proposed mitigating circumstances alluded to by his attorney. That is, the list is behind your instructions as Mr. Burns argued them. The final step in the process is for the jury to determine whether the defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or to death. In making your decision, you must weigh all of the following factors. 1, whether sufficient aggravating factors exist. And 2, whether the proven aggravating factor or factors outweigh the proven mitigating circumstances. The process of weighing aggravating factors and mitigating circumstances is not a mechanical or mathematical process. In other words, you should not merely total the number of aggravating factors and compare that number to the total number of mitigating circumstances. The law contemplates that different factors or circumstances may be given different weight or values by different jurors. Therefore, in your decision-making process, each individual juror must decide what weight is to be given to a particular aggravating factor or mitigating circumstance. Regardless of the results of each juror's individual weighing process, even if you conclude that the sufficient aggravators outweigh the mitigators, the law neither compels nor requires you to recommend that the defendant should be sentenced to death. If fewer than 8 jurors vote for the death penalty, the court must sentence the defendant to life in prison without a possibility of parole. If 8 or more jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation is for the death penalty. This recommendation is not binding on the court. However, I am required to assign and give great weight and deference to your recommendation. You will be provided a form to reflect your decisions, which is a verdict form. The fact that the jury can make its decision on a single ballot should not influence you to act hastily or without due regard to the gravity of these proceedings. Before you vote, you should carefully consider and weigh the evidence, realizing that a human life is at stake, and bring your best judgment to bear in reaching your decisions. That concludes the instructions, and at this time, the jury, with the exception of our 4 alternates who now at this stage know who they are, that Ms. Emmert, here, the remainder may proceed to the jury room, and if the alternates have items in the jury room, the ballots will retrieve them. The jury should proceed to the jury room to consider its verdict. All right, the jury has exited this time. Ladies, this actually does conclude completely your service in the case. I want to reiterate what I told you, whenever that was. When was that? Last week, some point, that you know what the purpose was for you in this case. If someone had fell ill or had some other circumstance that required them not to be here or did not permit them to be here, you would have taken their place. And alternate jurors are so important to us because of the gravity of this case and how long it's been around and how long it takes to try it. For that reason, we had 4 alternates, which is probably a record for me. Normally I have 2 or 3 at most, but we went with 4 just because we wanted to be sure that we would conclude this case. So that's why we had 4 of you, and we got lucky. We didn't lose any jurors. But the whole point of me explaining that to you is to sincerely express on behalf of everyone here how appreciative we are of your time, which is an extremely significant amount of time. I hope you found the experience rewarding and educational at a minimum. I always feel a degree of guilt on my own behalf because you were alternates that didn't serve, but it does conclude your service. I do want to advise you of a very special privilege that you have. Even though you are not involved in the deliberation process and deciding the guilt phase or this part, you still have a privilege not to speak to anyone should you wish. No one can compel you to speak about the case other than by court order. And you should realize that in the case of this magnitude, with so much attention paid to it, people may be curious or they may seek to find fault with the process. Realize that before you decide whether to exercise your privilege not to speak about the case. But you are allowed to speak about the case. That's the whole point of that. The rules governing your conduct no longer exist. You're free from all of that. But you're free, with my thanks on behalf of the United States and the state of Florida. Thank you so much, ladies. You are free to leave at this time. The bailiffs will assist you. And if the lawyers could check on the objects to go back, the items and evidence, I think they're the defendant's photographs, right?
Yes.
And the verdict form and the instructions are there, or? Yes, there's one for every person. Just want to make sure the victim impact statements are just court's exhibits, not going back to the jury. Okay. Very good. Okay, so it's just the defense photos.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we will be in recess awaiting the jury's decision in this case. And, all right, everyone be at ease until that happens. Very good. We'll go off the record.
I don't. Sometimes we get a breaking something off midway bothers me a bit. This is why I don't do bifurcation. I want to do it all in one bill. So, you know. Yeah, but I see what you're saying. Yeah. I don't want to wear anyone out. Litigation teams, jury. And I know what's coming, they don't, right? In 4 hours in the dark after lunch is going to be concerning. And they have reservations for 6. So
I just wanted to make sure so that we didn't
You don't
approach
object.
or anything. No, I would prefer it that way so that we aren't, so that, I don't feel like I have to rush through my crew.
no, I just didn't. I wouldn't want to start your cross and then have to stop.
I agree 100%.
And I wouldn't want to have to interrupt your direct because it's getting too late in the evening. So if we get a good, clean breaking point, let's take it. But I don't know what to say. All I know is video, lengthy, long.
It's the same one that we've had.
The one that I've.
Yes, ma'am. And the motion. Yes.
Do you want your jar out?
You know I got my job. Mr. Manley already opened it out. We've been taking, we're gonna send out invoices this week. Don't worry. What's wrong?
You must know if you can plug in, Judge.
Yes, you can, yes. I thought you had. Okay, no, you're fine.
Yes. Full interview is also one. I stood back there and I think as the defendant's statements are said quietly, the volume is basically.
It's not gonna be offensive, is it?
Offensively loud?
Offensively loud.
I don't think so. I don't think so, no, Your Honor. I think the volume is going to be, it's going to be louder for the officers talking because they're nearer to the
camera that's recording. The defendant's statements are set kind of softer, so the volume does have to be turned out to be able to hear him. But I don't think it's going to be offensively loud.
Thank you.
And I think these transcripts will not come in as evidence. So I think the court should instruct the jury ahead of time that the evidence is what they hear and not what they're reading necessarily. If what they hear is evidence.
These are not going to be admitted. These are just tools to assist in understanding what transpired during the statement.
What they hear is what the evidence is.
That's, I don't have a problem with that.
Thank you.
Does the state object?
Oh, no, man, we were just, we did the transcripts as an aid to help them understand the evidence.
Your jury in the courtroom.
Hey y'all, I hope y'all are doing well. I just want to give a big shout out for my mods. Thank you so much, Angela and June, for doing all the fabulous work you have done this week. I am in the car, as you can tell. I have my beloved Jennifer next to me, and we are heading home. Tonight we will be, it's okay, Jennifer, you got a cough. She's going to have a back off of me. But we are heading home. She will enjoy being in her bed tonight. But we will be on first thing in the morning. I will be live with you again as normal tomorrow morning. My mods are probably going, yay, it's beautiful. Beautiful. We're going through Austin, and there's parts of Austin that are very lush and green. And we've got beautiful green over, just beautiful. So anyway, look forward to seeing y'all tomorrow. In the meantime, the mods are going to continue doing what they do, and I'm going to find a way to give them a huge blessing. But by the way, y'all, I'm anxious to see what the verdict is going to be. I would love to know in a poll, life without the possibility of parole or DP. I don't know if a mod can throw that up. I think we can do it in, I can't. I gotta do it. I'll see if I can get it up. If not, just answer the question. In comments, answer the question. Life without the possibility, LWOP or DP. All right, I'm gonna run. Bye.
Turn it over. Let's discuss. Welcome back. Hope you enjoy lunch. Dinner will be served shortly. Thank you again. What you have found in your seats is a tool, what the state has called an aid, that will help you in understanding statements that you may hear. With that said, this is not evidence. These are just tools to assist. You should rely solely on what you hear and not what some transcriptionist may have thought they heard. Is that sufficient for you, Mr. Massey? Stay?
Yes, ma'am, that's fine.
Follow along carefully, but also paying attention to your own senses, okay? Also, we are about to embark on a rather lengthy video. If you find yourself getting a little sleepy, let us know. We'll get you some coffee, okay? Because they're gonna cut the lights off. And I'm gonna be looking at you. All right, making sure that we're all here together, okay? Please call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. State House Sergeant Charles Winbush.
Sergeant Winbush, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here, face down, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Please have a seat.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
If you would state your full name and if you could spell it for the jury and for the court reporter.
Charles Winbush, CHARLES, WINBUSH.
Sergeant,
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Lieutenant.
Oh, is it? Under demotion, sorry.
Yes.
When's your birthday, Lieutenant?
9/25/69.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Hope you like your gift. All right, so, I want to go, you work with, Memphis Police Department, correct? How long have you worked?
27 years.
What's your assignment there?
Now, lieutenant at the Real-Time Crime Center.
Back in February, of 2022, what was your assignment?
I was an investigator in Homicide Bureau.
Okay. How long have you been there in homicide?
I was in homicide for a year and a half.
Okay. Did you get assigned some tasks to work on a homicide case involving victim Danielle Hoyle and Kennedy?
Yes.
What was the first, well, were you primarily assigned with speaking with the defendant, Hernandez?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you first to identify him if you can see him in the courtroom.
Yes, the gentleman standing there with the black tie and white shirt was sitting there.
Is he a little different than when you talked to him?
Yes.
Okay. His hair is different, is that right?
Yes, hair is different and no glasses.
Okay. What's the first thing you do when you go to talk to a person about a crime?
Read them their rights. We'll have them read their rights.
Okay. I'm gonna pass forward documents, actually 2 documents.
Thank you.
You have to recognize those.
Yes.
And what are those?
His advice of rights form, his rights.
Yeah, we have that marked collectively as the, I'm not sure where we are, 101, I think, 102.
Okay. Collective, 2 pages, advice of rights, 102. Go ahead, please.
All right, Sergeant, this is the advice of rights we just spoke of.
Yes.
All right, if you could explain to the jury what this is exactly.
So whenever we're gonna ask somebody accusatory question, we advise them of their rights when they ask concerning the crime. We have them sign it, read it out loud, initial each line saying that they understand the line, and then we have them sign it if they choose to speak with us.
All right, and you also make sure that they're not involved in the drunk or on the drugs.
Intoxicated or anything like that. Yes.
And it says that there are no drugs, no alcohol.
Correct.
Who wrote that? Did you write that, or did you have him write that?
Had him write it.
And if you could read those rights for us.
Okay.
Can you read that? Can you see that?
Well, we're gonna just. Okay, before we ask you any questions, you must understand your rights. Now, that may be worse. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court.
And those initials on the, next to that, you have the right to remain silent. Whose are those?
Those are Brendan Isbell.
Did he do that himself?
Yes. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions. You have the right to have a lawyer with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any questioning if you wish. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering questions at any time.
Okay. The initial, each one of those, is a total of how many initials on there? So six.
Six.
And then here at the bottom,
Waiver of rights. I have read the statement of my rights and I understand what my rights are. No promises, threats have been used against me. No pressure, force, or coercion of any kind has been used against me. At this time, I'm ready to answer questions without a lawyer present. And then after him reading that, we have him sign it.
and that's his signature and his, did he print his name there?
Correct.
And whose signatures are witnesses?
Mine is the first one and Sergeant Boyd is the second.
This is another page to this. Here's some more questions that you guys asked initially, correct?
Correct.
And the first one, can you read and write without the aid of eyeglasses?
And the answer was yes.
Are you under the influence of any intoxicants or drugs?
Answer is no.
Do you suffer from any mental disorder?
Answer is no.
Are you in any physical discomfort that keeps you from participating in this interview?
Answer is no.
When he signed this, he had, because there was a period of time where he was in there sort of by himself, right?
Correct.
Before you guys ever started talking to him.
Correct.
And that was about
Maybe a couple hours.
a couple hours, okay. Do you understand that you're speaking with law enforcement personnel?
Yes.
And what is the last grade you completed in school?
I got 12 fairly high.
So I guess he graduated high school.
Yes.
And the last question, he has not been arrested in the past.
Put down no.
Okay. So this is all on video, correct?
Yes.
And we already talked that you had, he had been sitting there for some time, right? Before you actually started talking to him.
Correct.
What were you guys doing while he was sitting in there?
Gathering information and evidence, because as we get called out, everything is happening in real time.
So, and you're looking for?
Evidence that will say his whereabouts, what he was doing, and all those things. Yeah.
Is there sort of a missing person search going on, or?
Yes, it's, the baby was missing. I think baby Kennedy was missing, so we were trying to gather information about that.
Karen, may we approach? Yes, and as you're approaching, I need to speak to Deputy Moore. Do we need to have the jury out for whatever you need to do?
Thanks, so, Judge.
I'll start reading. Yeah, please. The jurors are allowed to write on the transcript. They will not be allowed to keep the transcript.
Looks like the page 2 part of that is incorrect. So we just withdraw that.
Withdraw exhibit.
It's collective,
Withdraw it as a whole or just the second page?
just the second page, the first page is. Yeah. So we just need to change that if we could. I think the exhibit sticker is on page 2. After you've written his right.
Just a moment, please.
I would just ask, since that was published to the jury, that the correction is made for the jury, that was not Mr. Isabel's second page, that was Ms. Stewart's second page.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there seems to have been some sort of error in the publication of the last exhibit. It was a 2-page document. Apparently, the second page cannot be attributed to Mr. Isabel, and you shall give it no weight as though it is his. Okay? Thank you.
The whole defining of the rights and all that is also on this video that we're about to watch, correct? Correct. All right, now if I could fast forward a USB drive. And let us know if you have that.
I do.
Is that the USB drive with all the statements and the clips on it?
Correct.
Okay. Now if we could have that marked as read.
USB initial CRW?
Yes.
Thank you.
published, Judge, if, so the jury knows that this thumb drive has been broken down into about 6 clips, correct?
Correct.
And we're gonna play, clip number 1. Let me get this up here. I'm gonna ask you a couple questions before I start it.
Just for the purposes of all involved, all 6 clips are contained in this transcript, so we should start on page 1 with this particular clip.
Yes, ma'am.
So now it's the time that we can let our transcripts in review. Again, you are to rely on your personal senses and not the words. Treat it as a guide only.
And the first one is the longest clip. It's the longest transcript. So we did do it front and back, which is a little more difficult maybe to follow along. Judge, if anybody just fall behind or whatever, just let us know and we can try to find out where we are. Get it straightened out. Now, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Okay, that's Brandon Isabel that's laying on the bench. That's Sergeant Boyd that's closest to the camera, and I'm the one walking through the door.
Okay. Now, when you indicated that we're about 2 hours, he's been in there for about 2 hours and 15 minutes when you guys come walking in.
Yes, sir.
Is that what he's doing most of the time?
To my knowledge, yes.
And you guys reading his rights, and I wanted to talk just really quickly. He gives you initially a first version of what happened.
Yes.
You can tell the jury what that is.
So when we got in there, we are asking him about his whereabouts during the day and what he was doing that night. And he knew that Danielle Hoyle was missing, and that's what we were talking about. He told us that he met with her at a MAPCO on Brooks, and that they didn't exchange words. He gave her some baby clothes for their 2-day-old baby, and he left and went home. He said after that he texted her, and I've never heard from her again, so he got worried about where she was, and he was constantly trying to reach out to her, but he was never getting an answer. He also said that family members of Danielle sent him some texts where they was trying to find out where he was, because to their knowledge, when Danielle left the house, she was going to meet him. Right hand lower corner.
What's the problem exactly?
Working on it here, I believe when we connected to the TV, for some reason it changed, switched over to the TV audio output. I'm trying to switch it back to speakers.
I'm sorry to be here to talk to Winbush. What's your name? Brandon Isabel. Who? Brandon Isabel. Spell your first name. B-R-I-N-D-O-N. Last name? I-S-A-B-E-L-L-E. What's your date of birth? February 1st, 1996. What's your birthday? Happy birthday, man. Appreciate it. How old are you? How old are you? 25. Young from the kid. I want to get it, be 25 again, right? I think that's the wife. And pounds of sleeper. You're there for 10 years, y'all know what I mean? No, sir. No, red mark. Okay, you know, of course, you guys got here to talk to you. This right here is, you know, incentivizing your rights. They don't mean that you're going to jail or anything. It's just to make sure you understand your rights, okay? Read that out loud for me. From here to here. Read that out loud for me. Before we ask you any questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have a right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions. You have a right to have a lawyer with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed to you for you before any questioning if you wish. If you decide to answer any questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering questions at any time. Okay. You understand all that? Just like what you're on TV, right? All right. Right here, you understand it, just initial. Right here, just saying that you understand it. What line is that? Just initial right there. Put your initials. Okay, read this one out loud. I've read this statement on my rights and I understand what my rights are. No promises or threats have been made to me, and no pressure, force, or coercion of any kind has been made against me. At this time, I am ready to answer questions without a word. Okay, do you understand coercion? You understand that word? Okay. Coercion means basically we're not bullying you or putting pressure on you or putting you in fear. You know, like I was coming in here, you know, coming at you crazy. You don't feel like that, right? Okay, so you understand that? Okay. If you understand it, just sign and print it right there. Did you type it up again? No, it was typed it up. It's tight from this is double lock. We're going to hold this up for you. How does it feel? Is that, don't hurt or anything? Okay. Sorry about it, you know, tighten up. Today. Okay, so what brings us here today? My baby mama and my child with me. Okay. We just had the child January 31st. And I'm in the hospital since she went Sunday night. I left the gym Sunday night and she told me she was going to late Friday. I left the gym, went to the hospital, went to the hospital since this morning. Okay. I left this morning, my son had to have surgery on his tooth. His son with my son. Okay. I left the child. Okay. My son was like Kingston. Who? Kingston. Kingston. He had to have surgery on his tooth, so me and my wife, but we're going through a divorce stage right now. Me and my wife were been up there. It lasted till about 11 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, he came home with me. The man slept in the bed till about 6, 7 when I took him back home to her. 6, 7 in the morning or at night? At night. When I took him back home to her, I went and made the yell and give her some clothes for the baby. What time was it? Around 7:45, 8. When I dropped my son off at about 7:15, 7:30. About 7:45 at night. Okay. So when we left, we were going towards 3rd Street. So we were coming from Bruce Road, we were going to 3rd Street, so she wanted McDonald's. I was going back home. So when I went back home, I stayed at home for a little minute. You know, so I told my mom I was going to my girlfriend's house. And she stayed with my baby. So this, when I went to her house, it was about 10-ish. About 9-ish. How far people? Yeah. What do you got? That you, that's your baby mom. Well, potential. Until we were doing the DNA test. Going with the DNA. Okay, that's the baby that's going on. That's right. What's that? Candy. Where did you meet Danielle at when you met at 7:45? The medical was wrong. Richard on the way. I don't know the intersection. Okay, so it's across the street from like an industrial park. Okay, all right. I think that might be great. And then when you get off the expressway on every person, you make that right like the first or second light. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think that's close to great. I don't know the intersection. Take a look at great as that man. Well, we all on the map, so how long we got there? About a minute. Just long enough for you to do what? Go to clothes and stuff like that. What did you give her? Slipping up off the wall for a living. Since she's the custodian, you know, and the baby can't just get one, you can't, you know, really do it. Those house like that. Yeah, work. I mean, you know how to call food. No, right now, you know what I'm saying? If it's yours, and you know, until you know, you're gonna do right. You couldn't be a man about it. That's a spectacle. I still don't know if it's mine, but I was at the hospital when the baby was born. I stayed the night there last night. It's just not a could have been. I didn't want to sign it until I knew why it was like this. I had to the DNA test come back. When is this supposed to come back? 10 to 5 days. Okay. Sometime this week. I seen it off yesterday. Okay. And so I've been in the hospital. I was there when the baby was born. Stayed there last night. Left there last night with my son there. She left the hospital this morning. So me, I'm just trying to do my part. In this case, it is mine. She can't never say I was not there. But fair enough. And I told her if it turned out that it's not mine, I would still give you, out of respect, I would still give you the things that I bought because it's not the baby's fault. Right. So, well, let me ask you this real quick. I know you buy things like that, and I've been in that situation before, so I don't think I'm asking from a place where I ain't never been before myself. You know, I had dated women like that, and you know, it was very similar situation as yours. What's the likelihood you think that they was yours? It's about percentage wrong, I say about 70-30, but I'm just gonna be on the safe side because me and her working fixed here, so, I mean, I know. Yeah, I get that, all that stuff that she's doing, so. But just to clarify what you said, like, you more 70% thinking it is yours? Yeah, about 70-30, okay. 60-40, it's more like on the meaning side, it's possibly mine. Okay. But I just want to be on the safe side, but I like the activity and stuff that's going on. I got you. With her involved with other people. Okay, so y'all met, okay, so y'all met about when you was on, how long was you there? About a minute. Okay, you talked to her any? Not much. Did she seem distressed or weird? It would start raining. When it started raining, it just started raining right at the time, so who got there first? Me. Okay. So for the moment you pulled up, just tell exactly what happened. So you are there. If let's just say that my neighborhood is the gas station, where'd you, and this is Brooks? Yeah. Okay, so show me how, like, you know, if this is Brooks, yeah, this is the, there's like, about everything on this side of the line, this is the gas station bid. I said, these are the pumps, I was, well, okay, so you was at the pumps, so you might have the pumps, okay. Well, pump. You didn't get no gas, you just was right on it. Okay. This plot right there just get out the right. That's okay. What kind of car was she in? A gold Chevy Cruze. Okay. What kind of car you in? A Malibu. The white Chevy Malibu. Okay. You know your dad don't be a Malibu, or is it your car? It's my car. It's your car. It's registered to you. You know your dad not be my father. Okay. You qualify all it. Okay. Okay. Well, just to clarify what you mean, you know, we know a lot of women, a lot of times they'll go and they're looking for attention and stuff like that, okay? What we trying to do, that's what I'm going to do first, because my other baby mama, she actually did this not too long ago, saying that she was going to kill herself and she was going to go to the lakeside and all that stuff. That's why I'm going through the process of getting custody of her right now. It's a common thing. One of my friends just pulled the same thing, you know, we found her safe and sound a couple of days later. You know, I had an ex-girlfriend do it, so, you know, but the thing is, you know, it's just one thing where we gotta, you know, cover our tracks, okay? She was good, and she told me that I didn't know how to take it, because I'm like, okay. But this is one of the things, that's why I'm asking you these questions and stuff. Some of them may seem redundant, some of them may seem, you know, kind of accusatory, but we're just trying to find out. We're just trying to get information, so we cover our stuff, you know. Hopefully we'll find it, she'll have to deal with us doing the shit, so, you know, if that's the case. So, how did you give the bag to her? You said, so like from your car window, you just hand it out, and then to the, okay. Y'all, but what did y'all say? I never got a car. Okay, but what did y'all say to each other? They gave it the bag. Okay. So, and then you said she was going to McDonald's. So she told you she was going to McDonald's. That's what she wanted to meet at first. Okay. I guess she was getting something to eat, but I didn't know, because I'm not from the area, so I didn't really just know where I was going. I went back with my dad, used to work across the street from there, so. Okay. So that's why we said instead. All right. Okay. Okay, so you get her bag, and y'all leave, I guess, headed towards what? We went back towards Meline. Towards what you meant? Back towards third. Both y'all went towards third. And I got on Expressway home. Okay, I got there going to, went there right there. So you went third down on the Expressway, and so when I got on the Expressway, what did she do? I wasn't doing anything. Okay. Okay. But that was a little bit of error anyway, because I'm pretty sure she was out with caution because the baby was in the car. Okay. Did you see your baby in the car? Mm-hmm. You did? Where was your baby sitting at? In the back, kind of in the, I wouldn't say it was on the, so you know, the driver's seat, and this is the seat behind the driver's seat. It was like, kind of like in between, it was so close to the, okay. Baby looked okay when you said? She was asleep. What she got on? She had her on. The blanket on. Okay. No. Okay. But she had told me she had just got her medicine for the baby, but the baby's iron was low. Okay. But she's going through the same thing, so both of them have low iron. So before I met her, that's what she was telling me she was doing. She was going to get the medicine for the baby. That's why I had told her just don't beat me. Like you do class and you're not at home. Right. Okay. So now 7:45, so you stay about a minute. What happened out there? Where you go to the house, right? Okay. What time you get to the house? 8:30. About 8:30? And that was where? My house? What's the address? 8702 Lathbury, Lath. I'm sorry, give the address again. 8702. Okay. Lathbury, Lath. Bury. Place. Also, it's Lath. Bury. Yeah, place north. Excuse me. That's a household park. Household. Okay. Okay, so 8:30 you went to the house, okay. What did you do in the house? Well, took a shower. Okay. Then what? Got that for me, before my girlfriend come. What time did you head out to go to your girlfriend's house? About 2:30. That what time you got there? It's in my phone. What'd you do when you got to the house? To her house, I said, "Come with me." Cause me and her going through something. I don't want to just walk in here. Cause usually I would go in there, even though her mom would in there, even though she's not there. But and so I didn't feel comfortable doing it anymore because of the situation that we in. So. Okay. What kind of situation are we in? We have no child. She's like that. It's in the room for the woman's fellas, man. This happened before they got together, though. Now, I mean, she was like kind of like on and off throughout the whole process. Like she knew, but then the past couple days been kind of rough. So it's weird, man. And that's why I was asking, I was like, you knew about it the whole time. So now when the baby gets here, what's her name? Yes, my teacher. Okay. So you went to her house around about 10:30. Did you leave out here that way about 10:30, or did you get there by 10:30? I left out here. So what time do you think you got there? How long did it take you to get there? 30 minutes. Okay. So you probably got there around 11. It's in my phone. Okay. When you got there, you said, did you tell her you was there, or was she there, or what? She wasn't there. She didn't get some meat because she was coming from booking a hair appointment. Okay. So I told her, at first I told her I was gonna wait on her, but I feel like walking her by myself. And then she took so long, like when I told her mom, well, text her and asked her who wanted to open the door for me. She said, okay. So you got there before she did. And then you told, you just wanted to open the door. I text her, her people, her mom, or her brother. Where she stay at?
Third one down where he says she wasn't there, she had to get something to eat because she was coming from booking a hair appointment with somebody. Is he referring to Taisha?
Yes.
Okay.
You know the street, but our teacher's house, it's her mom's house, but she lived in Meline. Yeah. How you spell her name? Artesha. Okay. And her mom lived Joanne? Her brother. When I was in the car, her brother came outside and went back in the house. So I don't know who opened the door. Oh, okay. I didn't get it when I got there. Okay. So you went inside, stayed inside? Yeah, when I got inside. Because I was getting the text messages from the page. Because I was texting her ever since I got shot. Like, I ain't just seen her once that day. He sent me a picture of someone going through someone woods. Like, she kept texting her, like, you said you were texting her from what? From the phone at first. Okay. So, but It'll show you when it's delivered, some of them delivered, and some of them didn't. Two of them did. Okay. So I was kind of texting, I'm like, if you sleep, then that's cool, just give a kiss for me. That's the person they text me, like, throughout the period of time. I didn't get no response, so I texted on Snapchat, didn't get a response.
When he's telling you this about texting Danielle, what do you know about Danielle?
We know Danielle is no longer with us.
I texted her on Facebook, never got a response. So I texted her friend on Facebook named Tashina. Never got a response. Tashina. Never got a response. So, okay, it's like, if it's still something wrong, then I'm gonna just take first step with it. So I was waiting to my girlfriend's house. That's when her brother texted me and said that they were looking for her in the baby. So I texted back, I was like, what do you mean, who is this? Because how do you have access to her page? So who is it? Alright. So he gave me a number to call. So I called him when I got into my girlfriend's house. So I called him, I was in her room. He kept saying they found her car, abandoned. I said, okay, where is she? He said, they don't know. I said, well, where's the car? He didn't really give me any information. So he said, sorry, just came to their house and told them what was going on, but they didn't really give me any information. So I said, can I come over to the y'all's house? He never responded, but it was a female in the background saying, she was like, this messed up, this going on. Then I followed her, so I called her back. And then she was like, where you at? The female background, she said, where you at? I said, I'm at my girlfriend's house. Well, hey, she said, well, what's her address? I said, I'm not gonna give you anybody else's address. Yeah. I'm not gonna do it. Right. So then that's when I told her I'll text her mine. And she said, okay, do that. So over the phone, I texted my girlfriend. I said, would you mind if I gave you your address? She said, what's going on? And I told her the situation. And that's when she had pulled up like 2 minutes later. And I got to call her and went to my house and I texted her address. Okay. Who had this? The last bird. You said the last bird address. From whoever was on her Facebook page. Okay. Okay, you were going back and forth through Facebook message. Yeah, with her brother or whoever it was. But that's when he was at our teacher's house. But you gave him the address over in Cordova. Okay. What time did y'all leave our teacher's house and head that way? I'm not sure. I checked my car log, but I was calling my mom, so I went her up to. Okay. But she was with you? I think she. Yeah. So I can find out what time it is there. I was calling my mom for the time we left the house, so she was one answer. You said you got to call our teacher. What do you do with that part? It's good, but the way the job is this is around there's a tree right there, and then now a step in the car was in the grass. Her mom's car was in the front. I want her mom's car in. So I walked up on the side to the tree. I was like, if she was to pull in, she would have brought my car in. So she would like her own mom's car. I was in the rest even just try to get out there. Your car down at teacher house. I was in the rest just trying to find out what was going on. So I didn't. So you said I think you gave him my address, one thing. That's understandable. I was thinking too fast. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. That's understandable, man. I mean, we get it. We know that you're going through a tough time right now. You know, you're newborn kid and all. You know your baby mom, man. We get it, okay? So I understand you being nervous. Okay? I understand, man. You get it. So you said, I guess the time that you left our teacher, that would be in your phone? Okay. Do you mind if we check it? Okay. Like we can? Okay. I'm gonna get a phone that's just to protect you, protect us, you know what I'm saying? It's just so we can look, we're trying to get the time when you left and everything, okay? So, I'm gonna get that phone. What's the code to your phone? 2303. Alright, I'm gonna go grab the phone. Yeah, that number is 1203. Is it the one of those 2 codes? Okay, I'm gonna get that phone. you spell your last name? ISA.
Real quick, this is the consent form to be able to search his phone.
Yes.
How long, you and Taisha, how long y'all been seeing each other? We've been seeing each other for a year and a half, but we actually get into a relationship until June 27th. That's 2020. So y'all had a relationship. Because the first time we spoke, it was like a couple of days type thing, but. Yeah, y'all just knew each other then. When did y'all relationship start? June 27th. June 27th, 2021. What's your cell phone provider? Mine? Yeah, T-Mobile. What kind of cell phone is it? iPhone Pro Max. I think it's a big Pro Max. iPhone Pro Max. That's a new guy. Okay. What's your cell phone number? 901 340 4649. 4649. When you said the password is either one of those two. Okay. Give it to me again. Just face recognition. I do it off face recognition, so it's one of those two. Okay. So you think it's 2303? Or 1203. Okay. Alright. Just read this out loud for me. I already have been informed of my constitutional rights not to have a search made on a saved device or saved a telephone. Here, not to mention, without a search warrant, and my rights to refuse to consent to search, hereby authorized Sergeant J. Boyd, Sergeant C. Winbush. Yeah. Officers with the Memphis Police Department to conduct a complete search of my cell phone and all associated files to include, but not limited to electrical or mechanical devices for the storage of data, whether digits or analog and associated call log, text messages, multimedia images, and messages located on my phone or with the cell phone provider bank database, ETC, located at 170 North Main in Memphis, Tennessee. This officer is authorized by me to take my cell phone and any call logs, text messages, multimedia messages, video images, or still images, other electronic or mechanical devices for storage of data, whether digital or analog or other property which they deem necessary to the investigation. These officers are also authorized by me to analyze, read, copy, print, and otherwise make use of the data stored therein. Okay, you know what I'm saying? This act consent forms, you know, so we straight take a look so we can get what we need. You deal with that? All right. Sign right here. Today's date, which is February 2nd, 2022, and the time is, it was 9:53 a.m. Bastard. All right, so this so we can get the time to everything else we need after, okay?
somewhere and they start looking at the phone, jumping the phone, as you said?
We still got a search warrant for the phone.
Okay.
So just, even though he gave us permission, we still went ahead and get the search warrant. So I don't know when exactly they went through.
Okay.
So the last time that you talked to Shane was at the gas station. He gave you the stuff. Okay. She never responded to any of the message. Okay. This next question, like I said, we had some questions because we got a couple of days. Okay, we have to answer our bosses and stuff like that. Okay. Your girl, what's her name? Taisha. Okay. Does our teacher have a firearm? What kind of firearm does she have? You don't know? What's it look like? Silver and black. You know what caliber it is? No. Where does she keep her gun at? A purse. A purse. Do you have a firearm? Yes. What kind of gun do you have? What kind of brand is our teachers down there? Smith and Wesson? You say you don't know what caliber. And she normally keep in her purse? What her purse look like? She normally carries the gun with her? Not everywhere? Did she have it tonight? Did she have her purse tonight? I just got a car. Oh, okay. When was the last time you saw her teacher's gun? I haven't seen her. We went maybe, I think almost 2 years ago. We've been into it for about 2 weeks. So. Okay. I haven't really seen her much. Where did you go? She used to get her teacher's house. Who? She used to get her house. I don't know. No, where's in her house? In her room, where in her room? On her dresser? No, I can't.
You know the whereabouts of his gun at this point?
Yes, I do. Yeah, we found it at our teacher's house.
Well, you didn't find his gun at our teacher's house.
We didn't.
Objection to leaving. Your response?
Did you find Brandon?
No, not Brandon's
Who's
gun
saying?
at our teacher's house.
John?
I'm sorry. Yeah,
I'll be sorry.
so at this point, we didn't know where his gun was.
Okay.
We didn't.
Okay. Had you been to our teacher's house?
Yes, we have already, by this time, we've already did the search warrant at her house.
Okay. But your testimony was you hadn't found any gun at our teacher's house,
No.
is that correct? And that's when he's telling you that his gun should be there? Is that
Should be there. He said it should be at our teacher's house on the dresser.
Okay.
Yes, no, the drawers that was put up. Okay. No, I didn't get opened up. He got drawers put up. I know he said that she had a brother. Okay. It says, black magazine? What color is it? Where you normally keep your gun at? Well, you said it's at her house right now, right? In the drawer? Okay. Where do you normally keep your gun at? Me? Yeah. When it's home? In a holster. Where do you normally carry the holster? Okay. Where you find it? Appendix scale. It's an inside. Yeah, that's what they call it. The holster is called an appendix scale. Like you draw from here, right? Okay. I'm curious. No, I'm curious. We're like stories. Yeah. Why would you go going at her house? I would rush and leave. That was the last thing I was on my mind. What caliber is your gun? You said you don't know the caliber of her gun. Okay. how long have you had this done? About a year now. About a year and a half. Have you ever fired? Okay. When's the last time you fired? Super Bowl a year ago, they've been going, so, you fired when you first got in. Have you fired, so you said almost a year ago, but you had fired since you first got it, or the last time you went to the range? I went to the range. It's on my phone, I can't remember specifically. It was at a graduation party called Cologne. Okay. It's Top Down or Top Ranch? Top Down. Oh, wait a minute. Is that the one that's connected with the barbecue place? It's like on the back road. It's like this is really, this is something like that. It's like, okay. It's like my house and trailers or something. Okay. Okay, so you were waiting on Taisha and you was trying to locate your baby mama. So I'm trying to keep this all straight. You got baby mama, which is in here. Taisha, which is your girlfriend. You said you and your wife are going through a divorce. Okay. When was the last time you spoke with your wife? Today. I think my little boy get his tooth pulled. Okay. All right. So yeah, that's how I spoke to her when I go to my. Okay. All right. Did she know about you possibly having a baby? So you don't know if you was about my wife? Yeah. Okay. Did she have anything to say about it? Well, we haven't been together and we weren't even married, but we've been together in 3 years. Okay, so we've been separated, but we can still. Y'all got a child, so y'all got a. Yeah, I got that. Okay. So what, I know, Taisha was a little bit upset because this is what y'all was going through, right? Well, she had on and off moves. One minute she'd be upset, the next minute she'd say, she can't wait to hold her and with her and things like that. Okay. Man, when she was first born, she was upset, but since I talked to her yesterday, and yesterday before I went to the hospital, she couldn't work out. What did you tell her about you and Danielle? What did you tell her, Taisha? Because we work together. I mean, Danielle knows it too, herself. Okay. And she knows about teaching too. So at this point, with Danielle, it was all about the labor. She knows about my wife, she knows about her teachers. Okay. So everybody knows about everybody? Okay. And you said when y'all left Taisha's house, y'all went to work. And that's in Cologne, right? That's on Hernandez. Okay. Did y'all go anywhere between, did y'all make any stop between her house and by the time you got to your house? She was stopping to get gas. Where y'all stopping to get gas? She went down, I'm not gonna hate it, so. So it was closer, she got gas. She went down. I think it was a map code. It's like, you know where the airport is, like a road over there by the airport. Like this FedEx headquarters or something. Like a gas station over there she went to. Probably not over there, so I'm not really sure. Was that airways? I don't know airways, it wasn't airways. I got a gas station out there for her to get some gas. And she got gas for like 30 seconds. My gas car. Went straight to my house. What y'all do once you got to your house? One of the bells, trying to go home there. My dad came to the door. I walked in the house, punched him all, I was upset. And told him my mom asked me what was going on, told him what's going on. I showed her the issues I was using on the phone, so she called the local. Okay, we're waiting for my dad is actually in the call and talking to the brother. And he told him on the phone, what kind of message Danielle was responding to me. And then, while we were sitting there waiting, I got another message for somebody that I don't even know. He said, quote unquote, A, call me a bitch. He said, A, bitch, just know they're on the way. He responded, hey, that's my mom. When she read that, she called for me.
First, I see you don't have, would you like a copy of the transcript to follow?
Yeah, please.
We are, right here. Top of page 46. This is a little bit of a turning point in the conversation, correct? You know some things, right? You've indicated you know about Danielle,
Yes,
the gun,
yes,
and y'all start to confront him with facts that you're aware of, is that correct?
correct.
Okay.
What do you think happened today, yeah? No. Okay, so you and Danielle have a better possibly yours, but you with a Taisha. Yeah. Is Danielle seeing somebody? I've heard her say who? I don't know that name. So, is it somebody from Borland? I know you made a statement earlier that you heard about some different things going on. Has he told you anybody was threatening her, after her, anything like that? Damn. Yeah. Sometimes we have followed you. I heard of it. Because you went through our place, I didn't really just, until about December, I didn't really just associate with it. I knew of it, but I knew she was pregnant on all that. Me and her never really just talked until about December, like text every day. Hey, you good? Yeah, okay, just shaking on you. Okay, the doctor told me this. Okay, just shaking on you. Like short conversation like that. Okay, so how did that conversation go? She told me she was pregnant. She told me she was pregnant. Yeah. I asked her what was mine. She said, well, you know, when told me that she knows about it. And so she told me we do what we do response. I offered to pay for an abortion. I mean, I was still legally married, so I didn't want to just, that's what they call it, adultery. But at that time, my wife was staying with me, but she had to go out of her apartment, so I didn't know I can't go up. So she told me at first that she was going to get one. She told me she went to the doctor for the abortion. And she got there and she changed her mind. After that, I mean, after that, we heard that we just spoke on it until like December. We really tried to pray to her to get it. After she went back with mine, she was over it. I never just spoke to her after that until like December. That's why I text every day, just check on her, make sure she was all right. She need anything, make sure she wasn't going to go in the labor with her. And the night she went into labor, I was at the gym, but I was texting her through Snapchat. She had told me she had got transported to the Meline by Hernandez. She told me she was at home eating hot chips with her nephew. She sat into it because she was hurt. Yeah, eating hot chips with her. And I was pregnant, that's it. She was eating hot chips with her nephew. She started hurting, so she sat into it. And she could feel the contraction after contraction after contraction, so she got sent to the bed by her. When she got there, I went up there. I was trying to get me further, they could tell me. The man could tell me she could have nothing but one visit. So I was texting her, telling her that, they told me, I don't want nobody all there. Turned out, but she was just getting transported to the neighborhood living room. So I ended up going up there. I got there at about 12. Saturday, she had the baby at 2:12. Today, I was there for all day. I stayed there that morning. I left, what was that Sunday? I left that Monday and went home for a while before I went back up there. I went back up there yesterday night.
Lieutenant, so he had indicated earlier that he really didn't talk to her that much, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's changed a little bit now, right?
Yes.
He wants to be there for the birth?
Right.
I stayed the night with him. I didn't plan on it because I'm going back home and finish washing my clothes, but I ended up staying overnight. So my son had a dentist appointment in the morning at 17 for the surgery. I overslept, so my mom, she called my teacher. I went over there. So my mom called the hospital herself and spoke to Danielle on the phone herself, and Danielle woke me up. So my mom told me I was late for the dentist appointment. All right, so. Have you been voting on it for tonight? Yes, sir. You sure? Yes, sir. Okay. Well, been on this plan for a while. Sometimes things get out of control. Sometimes things happen that we had no intention on them happening. All right, so. I'm check my children. That I don't know what happened to her. This time right here, I'm gonna need you to repeat what you stated. And I need you to be honest with me. Because what you have to do, you have to think about where we go from here. How you gonna be viewed? What's gonna be judged to you, you know? And your timeline is off. Places that you went tonight is off. You have to focus everywhere you went. Do you know where you are right now? Well, that's not too long. You know what kind of investigators we are?
Hi, everyone. Just want to let you know this is Angela. We are going to switch over to the Soto-Escalera case because we have a verdict. So we're going to pause this one and go right over there. And they are getting started right now.
not react emotionally to it. We have to remind ourselves of two things. Number one, the jurors are conscripted to be here. They're not here by choice. And two, is very much reflected in the proceedings in this case, where I've had to have 4 or 5 people arrested for not cooperating with the jury clerk's instructions to be present for jury selection. And those proceedings are ongoing. We have a difficult time getting people to participate and do their civic duty. If people were to react emotionally, it's going to affect the jury one way or the other, regardless of the decision, and that dissuades people from cooperating. So if you cannot control your emotions, you must leave at this time. I take this very seriously. I will put people in jail if they react emotionally. If you can't handle being here, do not be here for this. It is an emotional situation. And the reason is, as I stated before, my interest as a judge is to get people in the community to participate and be jurors. Anything that happens that dissuades them is taken very seriously. So you're welcome to be here, but if you can't handle the situation, please exit into the hallway and you'll find out what happened. All right, everyone's remaining with that admonition. Let's bring in the jury. We'll receive the jury's decision in this case. All right, the jury is entering. All right, Ms. Bickley, the foreperson of the jury, if you please hand the jury's decision to the bailiff for my consideration.
Shall we remain standing at this table?
Yes, please, actually. Let me review the verdict. You may be seated at this time. The verdict form is in proper form. The clerk shall publish the verdict, omitting the caption.
As to the murder of Tanya Wise, we the jury find as follows as to the defendant Jose Soto-Escalera, aggravated factors. We the jury unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that Jose Soto-Escalera was previously temporarily convicted of another capital felony. Yes. We the jury unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that the murder of Tanya Wise was committed for financial gain. No. We the jury unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that the murder of Tanya Wise committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. If you, the jury, answer no to every aggravated factor listed, you have completed your deliberation as to count 1. We, the jury, find by vote of 8-4 that Jose Soto-Escalera should be sentenced to death for the murder of Tanya Wise. Verdict as to the murder of the unborn child of Tanya Wise. Aggravated factors. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that Soto-Escalera was previously contemporarily convicted of another capital felony? Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that the murder of the unborn child of Tanya Wise was committed for financial gain. No. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that the murder of the unborn child of Tanya Wise was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that the unborn child of Tanya Wise was a person less than 12 years of age. Yes. If you, the jury, answer no to every aggravated factor list that you have completed your deliberations. We, the jury, find by a vote of 8-4 that Jose Soto-Escalera should be sentenced to death for the murder of the unborn child of Tanya Wise, dated this 25th day of September 2025. Four-person Aria Bigley.
Please be seated. I will poll the jury this time. Ms. Busa, does the decision announced by the clerk accurately reflect the jury's decision?
Yes.
Ms. Sedano, does the decision announced by the clerk accurately reflect the jury's decision?
Yes.
Ms. Does the decision announced by the clerk accurately reflect the jury's decision?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Decision announced by the clerk accurately reflect the jury's decision? Ms. Does the decision announced by the clerk accurately reflect the jury's decision?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Decision announced by the clerk accurately reflect the jury's decision?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Fleisch, does the decision announced by the clerk accurately reflect the jury's decision?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Decision announced by the clerk accurately reflect the jury's decision?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Decision announced by the clerk accurately reflect the jury's decision?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Does the decision announced by the clerk accurately reflect the jury's decision?
Mrs. Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Holmes. Mr. Major, does the decision announced by the clerk accurately reflect the jury's decision?
Yes, Your Honor.
And finally, Ms. The decision announced by the clerk accurately reflect the jury's decision?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the decision of the jury is accepted by the court subject to further proceedings. It does conclude your service in this case. Before I release you, I want to instruct you of a very special privilege enjoyed by jurors, and that is no juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases, and we have recognized for hundreds of years that your deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain your private affair as long as you wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although at this time you are at liberty to speak with anyone about the case or your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone, especially in a case of this nature, of this magnitude, in a high-profile case. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious or from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere, and it will be left up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. Especially given your incredible time commitment and patience that you've had in this case. Before I release you, I want to thank you so much for your time and commitment to this case. On behalf of the flags behind me, the United States of America, the state of Florida, thank you for your service. At this time, it's complete, and at this time, the ballots will assist you in leaving the courthouse. Thank you. All right, at this time, the defendant, of course, remains remanded in the custody of the sheriff pending further proceedings in this case. You maybe all be seated. With regard to the Spencer hearing and the sentencing, I have proposed timeline with some dates that are subject to the attorney's convenience and approval. For the Spencer hearing, I have the week of October 6th with Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and Friday, which is October 6th, 7th, 8th, and 10th at 1:30 as possible times. And then my intent would be after the Spencer hearing on one of those dates at 1:30, the sentencing would be in early November 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 6th, which is Monday through Thursday at 9 o'clock in the morning. Did you all want to consult with your calendars and tell me what you think would be better for you?
Ms. Van Den will answer for the defense.
Sure.
I'll go through it anytime.
From the state?
I'm good for any day on the Spencer hearing. My request, I have a date certain trial on November 3rd in Indian River County, the week of. Does the court have any dates available after that week?
Let's see. If you just need to be in trial, Mr. Cormier could be here just for the sentence pronouncement, because there'd be no attorney involvement in that. So I really would not want to go later than that. I could go earlier than that too. It's possible to go earlier than that, but that might be somewhat problematic. The reason I don't want to go earlier or later than that is, of course, my retirement is coming up. And as you know, as I mentioned, cannot work on this case whatsoever come the end of the year. So there may be some proceedings or administrative matters for me, depending on what the ultimate decision is in that time frame. So, and then when you say date certain in our business, really date certain or not really? Date certain subject to last minute requests for continuance, so forth.
Well, Judge Mehta set it for a date certain back in like June or July. And I've spoken to the public defender. It looks like we're both going to be ready. Of course, anything can happen.
And that's as far as the actual sentencing goes, that's really secondary because that could be adjusted. The first matter is to have the Spencer hearing. That's the most important aspect of this. You're looking at your calendar, Ms. Minton.
October 6th is good for me, Judge.
October 6th, 1:30?
Yes, sir.
Does that work?
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's go with October 6th at 1:30. And my suggestion regarding that would be depending on what your request is, you could either get your arguments orally or in writing or both. If you are going to do them in writing, it might be better to get them to me a bit earlier than that, just so I can ponder them before I come to court if I have questions. But either way is fine. There's really no set procedure there. Also gives you the opportunity to present further evidence by the defense at that time. All right, anything else for us to address at this time until we come back on the Spencer hearing?
No, sir.
Can I ask Mr. Richardson, do you want to address count 3 and 4?
There are 2 remaining second-degree murders from a previous information that was filed. Said we're not something I'll process both of those.
Okay. All right, we'll see you then October 6th, Monday at 1:30 for the Spencer hearing.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so court will be adjourned until that time. That'll conclude our proceeding for today. Oh, they should get that from the clerk. Yeah. Is no one down there?
If you could just type something up saying that they were here and sign it so we can give it to their employer.
How many jurors?
11
11
of the 12.
of the 12?
Make one and I'll copy it.
There's no one from the jury clerk office to give them that? Because that normally comes from the jury clerk. The jurors are asking for a work slip from the judge.
Well, y'all, that is one doomed defendant. He deserves the DP for what he did to that woman and that unborn child. So we'll be there for the sentencing hearing. June and Angela, thank you so much for what you've done and what you're doing. And I'm happy with the results. What do y'all think? Let us know down in the comments.
Homicide. You know what that means? When investigate murders. Okay? So, with that being said, you need to really think long and hard. And you need to be honest with us. Because right now, we know that you're not. You understand what I'm saying? And neither one of us said we don't think you're being honest. We know that you're not being honest. We can prove it. Okay? So, understand this. We're not mad at you for bullshitting us, okay? It's normal. People do that, okay? We know what's going on with y'all, okay? Now, what you want to do is you want to say face, you want to explain what the fuck happened. Don't let the evidence tell the fucking story for you. It's not going to work out good for you. How old are you? You're 25 years old. Are you a monster? Are you a fucking monster? Are you a monster? Because right now, shit may look good. We got a baby missing. And that baby must be found. We don't know who she is. Where is she? I don't know who she is. I'm trying to figure out who she is. Let's go. Right. We know this one's good. I'm not concerned. I'm not gonna bullshit you, okay? Right. We don't time. We don't time sensitive matter. We don't time sensitive matter. It ain't time to play games. This ain't TV. This ain't none of that shit. Tell me, where are you been? From the time you left your mama house to meet that girl. I went straight to the man. Right. And I started to get along with always fun. Went to get a Walmart. I couldn't find it. What were you looking for? Okay. She wants stuff for her to keep at my house. That's all I go back to one company for my house. But you ain't find no color with that. Not no more. I need you to tell me what happened. And people get upset, they get heated, things get out of control. That's understandable. We all knew by the time we let emotion get the better of us. This is the time to correct that mistake. What happened to my friend? we know it and you know it too. But where is that? I don't know. Where's the baby ring? Tell us when the baby is, man. I'm not sure. You sure? Well, where did you leave it? The baby? Yeah. I never had it. I never had the baby at all. I just they were when I want to see. I don't feel like I was yelling and cussing and all that bullshit. I'm not gonna do that, bro. I'm real with you. You finna fuck yourself. It ain't gonna be us to do it. It's gonna be you. Cause I'm gonna ask you this. Do you know? You see those poles in Lime Street, right? Sometimes you see on those poles blue flashing lights, right? What's on those lights? Sometimes the lights don't flash. Okay? Where do we have these intersections and some intersections? You see an intersection? And the intersections. Okay, check it out. Right. Cameras all over the city. Now, with that in mind, Brandon, you really need to rethink your fucking story. It's not gonna fly. I'm just gonna be real with you, okay? It's not gonna fly, bro. Opportunity. What happened? What happened to Danielle? What happened to that baby? Where are they? You said you're doing that. Is that her fault? Right? Alright. You probably doing it tonight. So when we get this done, it has been fired. Okay. Is it in the holster? Where's the holster? Why is the gun inside Taisha's house? Why is it not on you? Why is it not on you? Until they allow the holster to get back in the car. It stays in the good car. But you just say that you're when I walk, I wear it always. Did you walk inside the house? I was going from the car to the house. So you just carried it in there? It was in my pocket. Okay, let me paint you a picture. You tell me if it makes sense, okay? You said I'm one of them takes you, right? Bitch just know you on the way, right? Leave the gun at the house. Don't take me up when I get to my mom's house. Actually, Mom, you said that before you got there. Well, you said you was texting. I said I was showing my mom to dishes. But then he sick there too. Man, I got a good memory. I was showing my mom the dishes with Danielle when I was wanted to be with that dishes. But take the look. Mom and Danielle was fun to be. You know. Man, how long you think we've been doing this? You think we look like Vietnam groups, right? I'm gonna tell you something, okay? It's a lot of motherfuckers in the green that thought they were smarter than us because they wanted to play games. And you know what? Every single last one of them fucked themselves. Now, the ones that actually show remorse and show that they're not a fucking monster, that helps you. Don't fucking help us. Because the evidence is gonna speak. We don't think that we got the right guy. We know we got the right guy. We know for a fact we got the right guy. What shoes you have on when you got that video? Nah. You didn't have one. You had one over there. You had a fly on. You got to be the fly, right? What? You sure about that? No, I know it would be the fly. You know what it is. I'll tell you like this right here. I'm gonna do my total car. When I do my total car, I'm gonna get up and walk out this room. If you have time on for it, I don't need it. You got faith the music on this right now. This is the only time I'm offering help. Is it? Don't be fucking stupid. This is the only time I'm offering help. Because this story that you're running with right now, and I'm gonna say this with all fucking honesty, this story that you're running with right now, you will be fucking dying this for the next 50 fucking years with that fucking story. Do you understand what I'm saying? That shit ain't gonna fucking fly, baby. I'm just being real with you. It ain't gonna fucking fly, bro. You know that and I know that. You know what happened to this girl because you was there. Okay? That we can prove. This is not a game, okay? Did you know that you were 1055? I know you were 1118. Tell us what happened, right? We know exactly where you were. Tell us what happened. Did she try to hurt you? She tried to do something to you? No, Carl was messing up. Huh? No, Carl was messing up. Your car was messing up. And what happened? I got her food on my side of the room. I had to do it in 2 days. So what did y'all pull over at? It was like somewhere that I'm not familiar with the street name, but somewhere close by there, right? What did it look like? Where y'all pulled over at? It was a car driver that road. I mean, billboards. It's like, it's a park at the end of the street. A park at the end of the street? Where y'all pulled over at? Where they, so you said the your car was messing up. And you know what happened? I didn't do anything too. I didn't have to do that. You said y'all was messing up. What happened? Yeah, I just had to come over for a bit. We talked. We got talking. I got the child up. You got what? Got the child up. You got the child up. So where's the baby? I'm telling her to come back with your child. She wouldn't. So I thought the idea is to go to the river. Get the child up.
So this would be a different version of the story, correct?
Correct.
And when you're, as an investigator, you confront with facts, right?
Correct.
If you think they're not telling, and that's what you did initially with version 1, correct?
Correct.
Some stories, though, don't make sense. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Objection deleting.
Do some stories make sense? Some
Sustain.
phrases do.
No, some stories don't make sense.
Okay. What do you do when there's a story that doesn't make sense?
Hit them with more facts and let them know that we know that story don't make sense. I think even in here we said that don't make sense.
Okay. And that's what happens here in the next little
Yes.
while? Okay. Does that eventually lead to another version?
Yes.
Put the child in the river. Where's the child? And the little boy, man. The gate closed, so it's like, the gate is the part of that. The park was parked lot. We went to the office. Which street was on when you guys were there? Which street is that park on? You don't know the name of the street? How was the day when you left the baby there? How was she? Yeah. She was alive, nothing in the car seat. When you said you were where? Where am I ready? Was you close to the period of the heart now? So where exactly did you leave the baby at? Okay, so did you go over the bridge? Right there, bridge? Yes, in the office. Big bridge with the lights. Not the big bridge with the lights, there's a smaller bridge, what's the name of that street? There's a smaller street. I'm trying to, when I turned off. And some of the streets called AW. So you went all across AW Willis to into Arlington? Okay, so where did you go this? To AW Willis. Okay. This is AW Willis, that's the street that you was on? Okay, so where did you go? Good work. You feel about these two parts? You talk about this driveway or this driveway? Okay, so we got a driveway right here. We got two different driveways, right? We got two different driveways. We got this one. So we don't say if it's this one, what did you do today? I'm worried about the other one. Just show me if it's this one, what did you do today? When they go down, they may not see the gate.
Are you showing him, what are you showing him?
I'm actually showing him, in Harbor Town where, somewhere where the, Mississippi and Wolf River meet. If you have two different parts, two different ways to get in the parking lot, and he wasn't sure which one, so instead of him just constantly going back and forth, I just said, if it's this one, where is it? And we would apply that to that area in the next area.
Okay.
To look for the baby in that area.
So that was that your plan?
Yes.
Okay. And as this is going on, are you sending people out to try to find the baby?
Well, as soon as he's finished, as soon as I get a clear understanding of where he's saying, I leave the room to go tell people, hey, go here and start looking.
Right here, did you want to go to the end where it curved at? Is that where you left the baby at? Are you sure? What time did you leave the baby there? What'd you do when you left the baby there? Is that right? Okay. Why did you leave the baby there? There's one thing, a lot of stuff going on. Okay. Listen, Brandon, listen.
You left the room, and what are you doing?
I'm telling people where to go to start searching for the baby.
You know what I'm saying? It's okay. You got a monster. Okay, what done is done. Okay, right now, you have to talk to me. Okay? You understand what I'm saying? Alright? I'm not here to hurt you. Alright? I'm gonna tell you what you need to do to save your fucking self. Okay? You have to lay everything out. Because everything short of that, what evidence is gonna make you like a fucking monster. Okay? Was anything wrong with that baby when you left there? So that baby should still be there, right? She was sleeping? Okay, is there any reason why that baby would not be there? Brandon, listen to me. Is there any reason why that baby would not be there? So she should be there. Okay. Is that the parking lot all the way to the end? When the curb line, you share it. You pop it. The gate was locked, did you put the baby over inside the gate, or did you drive the actual gate? Like a little bar, like a 6 bar, right? Like that thing? Okay. She was fine with you over there. Okay. Alright. So, when y'all pulled over on the side of the road, right? Tell me, what happened? I had a flashlight because she was on behind me at first. So I'm using my flash on my phone because my wheel is what made it. Like, I don't know what it was, like a switching over. I think my first time, so I don't know if it was because my uncle was bird flew on or the older one there. So it kept squeaking. So I told her about my flashlight on my phone. I couldn't really just tell her. So she went down the street and turned around and said, I'm calling you for a glass. Which one did y'all turn on the street? How did you get over there to where you say you were? trying to get it. Lakeview to where? I'm trying to figure out what y'all was. I don't know the other name. Okay, it comes out. Comes out. It was a problem there. I don't know the name of the street. I don't know the street. It looks like the street itself is there. You know, apartments over there, the buildings over there. What does it look like? Yeah, we all stop it. There's trees in the street. There's trees and apartments in the street. And the street pays about a 2-way intersection. Street that we're on, the main road. Okay. Describe the area for me so I can try to find it, okay? So you said it's trees. There ain't no buildings like right there where y'all talking, right? So is there lights there? Or is it pretty dark? How would you describe it? It was lights around the corner and behind us. Okay. And the people, while I was trying to check it, was tow trucks come down the street, other cars come down the street. So when she turned around, and came back with the car in front of mine. And her head doesn't shine on my car, so I tried to see if it was big or something or something. Okay. So I ran on her. I had to call her. Me and her was just, they were sweet, and her was seeing us all. And y'all, what was y'all talking about? Okay, I don't know what y'all were talking about, but is that where you left today? Like, there are people on the way right now, you know, they're fine as they can have, and that worked out there for you. It's the day there. At least that's where you left today. Are you sure? Okay. Okay, we're talking about so, y'all talking about what? That's all about it. Okay. And what? I don't know, but the child. Okay, did you have, how will give you your baby? When I pulled it off, she was still sitting there when I pulled it off. Okay, so why is she give you the baby? You don't know why? They all have a normal conversation and she gave you the baby? Well, we talk about it in the environment, right? Okay. Well, whatever it is, I'm sorry. But when we first asked you, you said y'all talk about he's talking about that. Okay. So, I'm letting that go. I'll let that go first. But she pulled up for she telling me that the baby was crying. I said, okay, we'll go in and handle that situation. Before we go out, she said she stopped. He said he stopped asking me. So that's when y'all stopped when you were telling me that, right? No, we were still in that situation. Okay, I did. She said that she texted me and said she was crying. I texted back and said, well, go ahead and handle it. She said, never mind, she stopped. And she went, okay, you said she stopped crying. Now she stopped. That's in the okay. So y'all go to the area that you described, right? You sit in the car, y'all talking, you get the baby, and you leave and she stay right there. We were going to a store at first. Okay. But I told her I wanted to take over the two buildings so I could choose from. Kind of like downtown, get out here. So we headed there. So I was like, I felt kind of glad. I was going my way, so the street I told you we went down. With the parking bus I had. We went out there, turned right. And I had to turn back around. When I turned around, we went back down the street, right? Okay. I only had one question. It's like you real about the day, I think you real about this. Where is that? Where is it? You know where it's crazy. Where is it now? It's not there. I know it's not there. Right. Don't, well, you just did something to tell yourself. Now you want to regain the same hole. Tell the truth, man. Tell the truth. Right, look, I'm gonna tell you this, okay? I'm just tell you this. We'll go far, and we have our time to win, okay? How old is your baby? a couple days old, right? I'm gonna tell you right now, there's not a mother on this planet that will give that kid away. Not even to the father. That's bullshit, man. You partially told the truth. Okay, so what happened? Are you trying to protect her and something that she did? Yeah. Okay, so what happened? So y'all just talking about random stuff, and all of a sudden she's like, oh, take the kid, right? Okay, I'm wrong at calling on the phone. But she asked her, we can't get to the school. She told her wrong, her phone is. We never made it to school yet, right? At all. So it's gonna form, we sitting there talking, looking around, talking. I'll still reading my contract for a while, and we. So I told her I was gonna go, I said, today was my birthday, it was my birthday, so you volunteered to take the message.
There were a couple reasons were there a couple reasons you thought that story was, the mother giving him the baby story was kind of odd?
Right, because like I said, when we were questioning him at that time, we already knew what happened to Danielle.
Okay.
So we knew she didn't give him the baby.
Okay.
But even at that, if he said he was having issues with his car, why would she give him the baby? And his car might break down while he's driving. So those were things we were trying to point out to him to let him know that we know you're not telling the truth.
Okay.
Why did you leave in the parking lot? You volunteered to take I'm trying to take it back to you. So you, Brandon, that doesn't even make sense, Brandon. Stop, Brandon, you sound fucking silly, bro. Listen, you can't, they're lying on the fly. You can't lie your way out of here, Brandon. They're lying on the fly. Okay, it's not gonna happen. What happened? Right, you got the child phone. You said I lined up. She was good. I go sit there and Brandon, stop. Stop. Brandon, stop. Brandon, stop. Stop, man. Brandon. Cut the shit, bro. What happened? What happened to Danielle? I don't know, man. More specific than that is, what did you do to Danielle? Did you kill Danielle? So then tell me what happened. I don't know, man. You know exactly what happened. You know what happened. You fucking know what happened. I didn't know that you got the baby out the car, man. You gonna do that right now? Do you know what's on that section of road? Let me tell you something about that section of road, okay? It's a lot of shit that go on back there. A lot of shit that nobody's know about. You think that section of road ain't fucking monitored? You better tell the fucking truth. That's the only thing that was gonna go. You better tell the fucking truth, man. What happened to Danielle? I'm gonna tell you something right now, okay? And I want you to hear me loud and fucking clear, okay? You are not leaving this fucking road without cuss on because you know you fucking lying. The only thing that's gonna save you right now is telling the fucking truth. That's it. It ain't no fucking way around it, Brandon. What happened to Danielle? Tell the fucking truth.
What did he say there?
I shot her.
Had you guys told him that she was shot?
No.
But it's kind of clear that you indicated that she was dead, right?
Yes.
Okay. But being shot hadn't been brought up at all?
No.
Tell me what happened. Walk me through it.
So I'm gonna let you go. I love you too, honey. Thank you. Hey guys, I hope this finds you well. Thank you so much for joining us today. Oh, we still have trial. Are we done for the day? guys so much for your prayers for our journey home. It's gone nice and smoothly. I'll see y'all when we're done.
I was hearing noise behind me. Oh, I was hearing something. And I told her, I was still behind me. I said, don't look behind me, you make me nervous. She said, you're not behind me, probably because you're going to me anyway. I said, yeah, I do. She turned in from the window. Which window she was at? So she turned, where did you shoot at? It was somewhere. Okay. How many times did you fire? How many bullets did you have in the gun? Almost. I didn't shoot the whole. I didn't even have it. Who knows about this? Who did you tell? Did you talk to her about it? She don't know what happened. Okay. I'm gonna get your own person. You said what? Same story, you tell me that person, the same story. Did you tell her?
What's he indicating there?
He's saying, he told Taisha the original story he told us, that he left Danielle and couldn't get in touch with her.
I think for everybody else that I never told anybody that you can tell us this from our history. Okay, well, look, Brandon, I'm not mad at you, okay? I'm not going to do anything. Brandon, look, I've been in your position, so I understand, okay? Now, I'm gonna come back in, I'm like,
Okay, could you, that last little sentence that he says, what, right after he's asked, well, look, Brandon, I'm not mad at you, okay? What does he say right there? What's his next little, what's at the top of the page, 86?
Trying to ruin my birthday and today's trying to get life situated to work right now. Going through a divorce and child support. Female don't want me in my mind to do something stupid.
You know what female he's talking about that don't want?
Artish.
you did not hurt the baby. So there's no reason why we shouldn't find that baby. Did you put that baby in the river? Brandon, did you put that baby in the river? Huh? No, I didn't put it in the river. Why'd you put it down in the river? Alright. Good. Let's step off for a second. You got yourself done. I'm gonna come back in here and ask you a few more questions, okay? Listen. I meant that when I told you to tell the truth, just say it, Grace, okay? Don't try to bullshit this thing. There's a lot of shit in the matter now. Obviously, you see that, you know. Tell me, I'm gonna tell you, find out. People being asked to leave the position, okay? Maybe. So maybe something, that's a long time. What's going on here? That's been like 12 hours.
So did you think the baby was gonna survive whether it went in the water or not? How old that baby? 2 days. 2 days old.
It would have starved.
So you thought you just gonna leave the baby here to die? What do you think was gonna happen though? Who was gonna find the baby? The likelihood of somebody finding that baby
that didn't know to look for that baby is what? Some little wild critter, some wild animal around here would have found it before a human being would have found it. So you didn't want the baby to survive. But either you did or you didn't. There is no I did, but. Well, throw a conjunction in there. I did want to survive. By putting it out here. Why not take it to the hospital then? Or like my partner said, why not all them apartments up there? Why not just sit on somebody's porch? All these houses out here. Which it was 11 o'clock at night. The baby to survive in that, the chances was low. Because you set it out here in the rain. 2-day-old baby. Where'd you place that baby, Brandon? Did you place the baby all the way in the water? Man, come on, Brandon. Come on, man. Come on. Come on. You're not giving me nothing to work with. You're not giving me nothing to work with. I was in the water. I don't know if it went in the water. Okay, when I slid her, I was not looking. I was not listening. Okay, so when you slid her, you couldn't have slid her from where you saying you where you set her. That's not what Brandon was. That woman was. Brandon, when you placed that baby down there, then you threw your gun in there. What did you do next? What? Oh, yeah, what did you do next? I know you had to go back to the car. Where'd you go? I went to Walgreens, Deposition. And then what did you get at Walgreens? Candy, a car, a rose, and something to drink. And then where'd you go? Taisha's house. And what time did you get to Taisha's house? When I texted her and told her I was for a while to text her people, let me know. And once you got to Taisha's house, what happened? I got on the phone with them, brother. Did you tell Taisha what you did? No, sir. So why did you want her to get in? Why did you leave your car at her house and drive back to your house in her car?
You guys are talking amongst yourselves here, obviously. After this discussion down here by the river, what are you guys doing here?
Trying to come up with what we're gonna do next. I think we ended up taking them back to 170 since we couldn't find a baby.
Okay. Toward the end of that little discussion, we heard you talking about Walgreens and some purchases made at Walgreens.
Correct.
Did you at some point take a trip to Taisha's house, or did you guys search Taisha's house?
Yes.
Did you find some things in her house?
Yes.
I'm gonna hand you a stack of. I hand you a stack of 7 photos. And, if you recognize them, you don't have to describe the photos necessarily, but if you recognize those as the photographs of items from Walgreens.
Yes, I recognize. See. I recognize all of these.
Yeah, could we have these marked as, I think, the next numbered exhibit with a. Okay. As a exhibit 104, I believe it would go through, then 110.
104 to
110.
110, thank you.
Yeah, we could have Mr. Post those.
Yes, sir.
With, mark as exhibit 104. See that's what we're looking at here.
This is the Walgreens receipt.
Is there a time on that receipt
It's 11:59 p.m.
and the date?
The date is, it's gonna have to be February the 1st, but I can't actually see. It's February the 1st, 2022.
Put up what we marked as exhibit 105. What is this?
That is, 6-pack of the Black Sprite, a plush toy, some candy, and a card, and a rose in a plastic.
Put up exhibit 106.
Just another angle, the same thing.
Okay. And 107.
Closer.
Is that the rose?
Yes.
108.
It's actually the envelope to the card.
What's that? What does that say on the front of it?
Cookie.
So the card, you said you wrote to our Taisha?
Yes.
Lost track where we're at here. Which one is this?
That's the actual card that was in the
That's the
envelope.
card itself?
Yeah.
There's something in the card.
Yes.
This is exhibit 110. And can you read this one for us?
Yes, so thank you for being so understanding. I love you, baby. Not having you around is hard for me. Be of the time and love we invested in each other and these kids. I'm thankful to have you around Kingston and soon to be Kennedy. And you know I'm thankful, grateful, and blessed to be around Felicia. You're for sure gonna be my wife. Let's raise these 3 kids together like I know we can. My parents did it, so I know we can. I love you, baby. How what's that? Sleep. I've been waiting on this. I guess that's what we, yeah.
And the receipts at what time?
11:59 p.m.
And he had indicated that he had done what right before he went to Walgreens?
That he had placed the baby down by the river.
I wanted to pass forward. Box. Take a look at that and who's going to insert another box?
Yes, that's the box that I went and tagged the stuff in, and that's my initials and IBM on it.
Could you open that and let us know what's in the box? You might need I think it's a card.
Thank you.
And Lieutenant, before we pull a few of these things out, where did you find those items? Do you remember where you found them?
At 5061 Stacy Road in Taisha's bedroom.
You see a receipt in there?
Yes,
Okay. Now, is that the receipt that came from Walgreens?
yes.
If you could have that marked as, it was 111. Again, you indicated there was some kind of a stuffed animal or something.
Look,
If you could, is that the stuffed animal you found at our teacher's house?
yes.
Yeah, if we could have that marked as exhibit 112. And then do you see a rose in there?
Yes.
Is that the rose that you tagged you found in our teacher's bedroom?
Yes.
If you could, if you have that marked as exhibit 113. And finally, there is do you see a card in the box?
Yes.
What is that? Do you recognize that as the card that you have?
Yes.
Here, we could have that marked as exhibit 114. You then drove back to 171, correct?
Correct.
Let's see, Judge, if we have one more transcript we could do, we could probably finish it today, or we can try tomorrow morning.
Let's collect the transcripts that the jurors have.
Sorry, this next clip is relatively short. Oh, yeah, we can take that back.
Take one, pass it down. Oh, please. The witness is not ready. Deputy Moore will take care of the dissemination of the information. we don't need many. Yeah, everyone has one. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Judge. All right, this next clip is fairly short, correct?
Yes.
And you guys are doing what in this next clip?
Still trying to figure out if he put the baby in the water or he took the baby somewhere else.
Asking though, there's been a few different versions of the baby in the water. What were those?
When he finally said the baby could have went in the water, at that time, and still the baby was in the car seat. Eventually, we get to the baby not being in the car seat.
Does that happen in this clip? Or
I can't recall if it happens this early or not.
And again, with this one was also muted the parts where you and officers are talking and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I know. He said it was 70% chance she in the water, but he placed her in the water. I know. I know he don't want to say he placed her in the water, cause
That's the denial right now that it kicked in.
he placed that baby in the water.
Is it closer to
He placed that baby in the water.
90-10?
I don't even know why they still sugarcoating it.
Anything, right? Really, it's really closer to 100. I'll go with 90-10. 90-10. So you just answered the question that we've been asking. You said yes. So guess what?
We placed the baby in the water.
I didn't place it in the water. How did you get her in the water? Yeah. Come on.
You pushed her down there into the water.
I pushed it down to a little bit. Okay. So now let me paint this picture for you because you just painted this picture. That's
Did she float away? Or did she sink?
it's all. Clear your conscience right now, but this all you got is right now. Clear your conscience now.
I did. I think I drove over anyway.
Okay. Now clear your conscience.
I got in it when I was approaching the car driving by. I cut my lights on. Brandon.
Who was the car that you followed out? Was it a car that you knew?
It's a random car driver.
Okay.
Brandon, let me ask you something. Are we gonna find that baby? Huh? I hope so. No? I hope so. Where's she at? She probably slid into the river.
So she probably in the Mississippi River.
Brandon, did you see her go to the river?
It should be clear to you now, Brad.
Brandon, I'm really trying to like you, man. But you're not making it easy. This line, that shit, come on, man. Did you slide her into the river, Brandon?
Yes, sir. Down there.
Down that way, Brandon.
How hard did you push her? How hard? Did you push her hard enough for her to make it to the river?
It was hard, but it wasn't a hard push because it was slipping.
Okay, so you just again confirming something I said earlier. It's cobblestone. When cobblestone is wet, you can have on sneakers and you will slip and fall. Now she in a car seat that's plastic. So come on,
reality. If you can fall, slip and fall in tennis shoes on cobblestone and it's wet, what do you think will happen with that concert? And the base of it is plastic. So in other words, you assume going that slow. I didn't think so. What did you do first? Place the baby down and throw the gun? What was the baby when you threw the gun? Because you had put her in the hall already, right?
Yes, did you have an update on the county? We ain't gonna have this kind of weather in a few more hours. Just yes or no? No, it's a possibility, none of this and that. Come on, we don't use just sound judgment and common sense right about that. Did you push that baby or did you place that baby in the river? You pushed the baby in the river. So you said you pushed the baby and see it go into the river. That was your intent, correct? To push the baby into the river. It was, because you brought it out here in the rain anyway, so what's...
What did you say when you said that was your intent, correct? Do you remember what you said to that?
I think he said it wasn't his intent.
Difference. You brought the baby out here to a secluded location in the rain.
Christensen, I believe Mr. Massey has an objection.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
I'll be right with you. So, someone's asked for a break, and I'm gonna give it to them. It is now 4:42. Let's report back at 5. We shouldn't have much longer today,
Very, very short.
but I'm not going to keep you from taking care of yourself.
You're excused, your notes, your book, yes, ma'am. Step down.
everybody. I'm back. How I made it back, I do not know, but I'm back. My hearing aids are not connecting. Yay! Angela's like, and I'm in the same shirt I've been in since Sunday. Yeah, y'all. I gotta tell y'all, it's been a journey. Oh, for the moment, I'm home for the moment. If for some reason my hearing aid disconnect, will you? I can't. I'm having a hard time getting my hearing aids to connect. So anyway, oh my gosh, it's been a long week. It's been a very long week. It's been a very frustrating week and emotional week and everything else. Good news is I'm home. You know what? Screw it. I'll just do this. I feel so bad for my mods, y'all. I feel so bad for my mods. I'm having to turn my volume up 100%. And there we go. Oh, I got sound. Angela and June have been my queens. I yield to you. I bow to you. You guys freaking rock. I could not have survived without you. Well, we could have. We just would not have. We wouldn't have any hearings. We would have taken the whole week off. I don't know why all of a sudden my computer went down. My son said, we didn't get any rain, but when he came in here, I had no computer. And yes, you guys are seeing me with no hair, no makeup, no nothing. And so, yeah. Yep. I don't know why this is not connecting. I guess I'll just won't worry about it. I feel bad. I have not been able to follow this as closely as I want to. Oh. Gotta quit playing with everything. But I will tell you, I am so happy that guy didn't get it yet. It suggested the death penalty. It is suggested the DP. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. So that's a good thing. Everything in there, all this crap is popping up. Sorry, guys. Like I said, I've been gone. Everything is turned off Bluetooth-wise. I don't know why my hearing aids are not connecting. We love our mods. Yes, we do. We love our mods. Yes, we do. We love our mods. Yes, we do. We can't do this without you. Movie tonight at 8 p.m. Max 2, The White House Hero. Alrighty then. I don't know why this thing is not connecting to my hearing aid. I have everything turned off that I need to turn off Bluetooth-wise. I'm turning off both my hearing aids. Turning both my hearing aids back on. We'll see when they do their little do. So he got the DP recommendation. What's going to happen now is the judge is going to deliberate about it, and then he's going to hand down an agreeable. How many of us really think that he is not going to agree with them on that? I mean, come on now. Oh, my fan's still on. My fan. Yes, so he got a recommendation for DP from what we gathered. The judge, Mike, it was about 11 out of 12. No, it was 8. It was 8-4 against. And and that's one thing I don't want to discuss with y'all. The new law in Florida that we've talked about in the past was 8-4 minimum. You could have 9-3, 10-2, 11-1. All 12, you had to have a minimum of 8-4 to get a DP. And on both counts, 8-4 DP. So the new law is working. The new law is working. Okay, guys, I'm going to do this. I'm going to get us, guys, I've got the helm for a minute. Okay. Boy, my mouse is squirrely today. And I can just see my mods going, oh, thank God. Has it been that bad? Guys, it's not that hard, but do you know what I'm going to give you? Uh-oh, that sucks. I'll fix it later. Media, come on. Mouse is squirrely. Probably I need to plug it in. There we go. Yep, I had to plug my mouse in. I'm not the only one having plug problems with the mouse. No, I wasn't. Somebody else had to as well. All right, here's to my mod. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for doing what you do. All right, let's get back into... Oh, Angela, you are going to have to hit play. My bad. I don't have that control.
Hi, kitty. Come here. Aw. You miss me. You miss Mama. Oh.
Mods to private chat, please. Can we zoom? Oh, we're good.
You may be seated. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I think we're somewhere close to the top of page 5, is that correct? The transcript from the stop. And you guys are coming back to 170 from the river, is that correct?
Correct.
71.
Your intent wasn't for the baby to survive. That wasn't your intent, Brandon. Your intent wasn't for that baby to survive. Because even with the mother dead, it's still home. It's still your baby, right? And you didn't want it. And instead of just being a dad that don't give a damn about their child, you do this. You know, opportunity to drop it off on somebody's doorstep. And you probably took it to his mama. You know. So the thing is, Brandon, it's not time to be a denial now. Now it's time to show your car. You know what I'm saying? Real talk.
That's the end of this part of the interview, correct?
Correct.
If you could just sort of describe to the jury what's happening, the way.
We're riding back into the parking garage of 170 North Main. We're gonna escort them back upstairs, back into the room we was in, when we first came.
That's the end of the third cut, correct?
Correct.
Probably a good stopping point for
Alright. We will pick back up in the morning. You've worked very hard today. Thank you so much. And you have reservations.
Jury excuse, raise your notebooks in the chair.
No discussion. Not anything with anyone. Have an amazing night. And if you need something, let Deputy Moore know. Thank you, sir. You may sit down. You are still under oath. But you know the rest. We'll see you in the morning. Don't be late. I do have 2 matters on the docket that I have to take care of, so I'm thinking it'll be another 9:30 start if there are no objections. Thank you. We are adjourned.
All right. Court's gonna adjourn to 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, 9:30 for trial.
Alrighty then. Wow. Oh, give me a minute. There we go. There we go. Log in. I hate it when something wants you to sign in. Oh, come on. I disappear for a few days. All right, let's do this. All right, so we've had an interesting day. We have had 2 court cases, one of which has gone all the way to verdict, and then the hearing for the suggested sentencing in the Soto-Escalera case, and that one is the DP on both counts. Then today, we were in the Brandon Isabel, the baby in the river trial. And with that one, we had, let me recap this, see if I can. Is this today 3 or 4 in the Brandon trial? Is this day 3 or day 4? I can't remember. I can't remember. Can somebody tell me today 3 or today 4? So we'll be live at 8:30. It's 9:30 their time, 8:30 my time. Maud, can you tell me what day we're in on this trial? Was this day 3? Thank you very much. Oh, we're day 4. Oh my gosh. That's what happens when you're in a hospital all week with somebody.
Okay, so I don't know what happened today, but day 3, the victim's mother, April Campbell, did testify. Come on, took the stand. Now, was that today? Did she take the stand today? I thought she did. Let me know. I'm a little off. Campbell also testified about the night that the red rooms happened and that Hoyle was going to see Isabel with baby Kennedy. The defense also brought up that Taisha Stewart, another woman involved with Isabel, and questioned her about the paternity of baby Kennedy's. Campbell's emotional testimony attempts to humanitize Danielle, showing what she had hoped for and what was lost. The defense is trying to cast doubt around the paternity of Kennedy, which could undercut some of the prosecution's narratives and motives. The fact that Isabel had another romantic involvement, Stewart, is being used to complicate the narrative and the motive for the relationship and the dynamics. It does not surprise me that he had multiples. Does it surprise you? Does not surprise me in the least. So, June, I thought she said 9:30 their time, so that would make it 8:30 our time. Maybe they go live. I will be here at 8:30. Mods, I need you to stay on after we end this live. Just want to give you an update, and I'm permitted to do so. My friend Jennifer has a blood clot that runs from here to here. She has another one in the groin about the same size. And she has a mass right about here. It is a 3-centimeter mass. She has lymph nodes. Majority of the lymph nodes in the chest cavity all showed cancer. So we met with the oncologist who's referring her to Kerrville. There is hope. We did not get the doom and gloom, as I call it. No hope. 6 months. Good luck. We did not get that. That said, it is still very difficult and scary time. I got her home. I'm going to go back and help her unpack and get her settled in. So, yeah. Been a hard week. I lost Tracy a year ago, November 30th this year. I lost my brother-in-law, her husband, July 17th of this year. And my only other friend and sister in the Lord, true friend and sister in the Lord, has now been diagnosed with cancer. So it's been rough. But God. So I cannot thank my mods enough. I cannot tell you how much I love you, appreciate you. I will be at the helm tomorrow. I've got homework I got to get done. I'm behind on that, but I'll do that tonight. And we will be here. I will have us live either at 8:30 or 9. Let me see what they have it showing. I'm going to pull it up real quick so I can tell you. We've got to look at our schedule next week and see how things fall next week. I do know Monday I may have to be out. I'm sorry to say that, mods, but I think after Monday I'll be good for the most part. Once we get connected with the doctors, oh, it's scheduled at 9:30 my time. Okay, so 9:30 tomorrow. Tennessee is 8:30. That makes me 7:30. All right, we'll double check times. Y'all click the bell. Oh, Brooklyn, I'm not amazing. My mods are amazing. And all these big YouTubers have all these people behind the scenes. Guys, that's one thing that people really, really need to understand is that this does take a village. My face is up front, but there's people working behind the scenes and they don't get enough appreciation. It shows, tomorrow at 9:30. So that's good. That gives me an hour of sleep that I need. I've slept on a hospital couch. Y'all know what those are? not too bad. Really, it wasn't that bad. What was more bad was the people coming in and out, in and out, in and out all night. People think you can go to the hospital and get rest. Boo, that is such a freaking lie. You do not get any rest in a hospital. All right, guys, I'm going to sign off for now. Mods, please stay behind. I need to chat. Thank you so much. I will see you all refreshed tomorrow morning. Till then. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.